Hi friends, this is Bakapa. Welcome to Playwright Full Course. In this chapter 1 of Playwright Full Course, so we will see how to get started with Playwright. So we will be seeing very first topic, that is the Playwright. What is Playwright and what are the advantages of using Playwright and limitations of Playwright and how exactly Playwright works. So we will see the Playwright architecture and then we will see what is the difference between Playwright and Cypress, Playwright and Selenium WebDriver, and what are the softwares you need to install to work with the Playwright. So basically you need to install the Visual Studio Code and also you need to install the nodejs in your system. And then we will see how to install Playwright using the Visual Studio Code, and also we will see the Playwright folder structure, and then we will see about the test explorer where you can see number of spec file and how you can run the specific spec file and how to run the specific test on the different browsers like Google Chrome browser, Microsoft Edge browser, and WebKit browser, and also Firefox browser. And then we will see how to record a test in VS Code using the Playwright, and also we will see how to generate the Playwright HTML test report, and we will see what is recorded cursor in Playwright. And next we are going to discuss what are the commonly used terminologies in the Playwright automation testing tool, and then we will see how to write first Playwright automation test. Then we will see what is spec locator in Playwright, and next we are going to discuss about how to install Playwright using the command prompt and how to run Playwright test in headless mode or headed mode using the terminal or the command prompt. And then we will see how to run the specific spec file in the Playwright. And then we are going to see how to run Playwright test on the different browsers. And then finally, we are going to see how to use codegen to record the Playwright automation test. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see what is Playwright, what are the advantages of using Playwright, and of course, we will see the limitations of using the Playwright automation tool. So let's understand the first, what is Playwright? Playwright is an open source automation testing tool which is used to perform the end-to-end testing of modern web applications, mobile applications in the headed mode or the headless mode. So let's look at the what are the advantages of using the Playwright automation tool. The first one is cross-browser testing. You can run Playwright automation test in the different browsers such as Chrome browser, Edge browser, Chromium, and also you can run your test in the Firefox and WebKit browsers. And second advantages of using the Playwright automation tool is it supports for the cross-platform testing. So you can run your automation test in the different operating systems such as Windows, Linux, and also you can run your test in the Mac operating system. Next one is cross programming languages support. So you can write the automation test in the different programming languages such as JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, .NET, and also you can write your automation test in the Java programming language, which is very popular. And next advantage of using the Playwright automation tool is you can run your automation test in the web browser, and also you can run your automation test in the mobile emulation of the Google Chrome for Android, and also you can run your mobile automation test in the mobile Safari also. And next one is auto wait. So whenever we are performing any action on the web element, so there is a auto wait mechanism is present in the Playwright automation tool. So by using that, so you will be seeing the very less flaky test. And next one is tracing. In this tracing, basically whenever test got executed, which has 10 steps, so you can see in each step what happened, and also you will get the network details also. What is the call it has made and what is the response it got. You can see each and every details in each of the steps by using the tracing or trace viewer also. So these are the same thing. And it has the inbuilt reporting mechanism by using the reporting mechanism where you can see the number of tests got executed and how many are passed and how many are failed, and also you can see how many tests are skipped also. And next advantage of using the Playwright automation tool is dynamic weight assertions, where you can say, for example, you have asserted something or you are trying to validate something in the web element, sorry, in the web page. So already weight is present. So you can basically modify this particular weight and you can increase or decrease it. So it has the inbuilt default wait time, that's a polling time. So it basically checks that particular element is present or not. Basically whenever element is present, basically it will perform the assert operation. And next one is it's a faster and reliable. So definitely, so Playwright is very faster than the Selenium, and also you can compare to the Cypress also. So Playwright has the many features compared to Selenium and Cypress, and also it is very faster and it's very reliable. For example, if I am running one particular test 10 times, it will gives you the same result. So that is the best thing about the Playwright automation tool. And next advantage is powerful tooling. Because of these features, first one is codegen. By using codegen, you can generate the automation code. Basically it is a recording the test. And second feature is Playwright Inspector. So by using this Playwright Inspector, you can basically identify the element. By using that element locator, you can basically perform any action on that particular element or the locator. And third point is why we are saying this particular Playwright tool is a powerful tool, right? So third one is trace viewer. So basically in this case, you can track each and every details. Whenever test is got executed, you can see what is happened in each of the steps by seeing the network details. And also basically you can perform any action, or basically you can identify the element by using the inspector. So when you are viewing the trace viewer details. And last advantage is no flaky test. So because of auto weight and dynamic weight assertions, so these are the two automatic weight mechanisms are present in the Playwright automation tool. So that's the reason you will not see the flaky test in the Playwright automation test while writing it. And let's look at the limitations of using the Playwright automation tool. The first one is, so Playwright has the less community support compared to the Selenium WebDriver because it is came into the market very recently. So Selenium is present in the market from long time. So that's the reason you will see the less community support for the Playwright. And second limitation of using the Playwright automation tool is it does not support for the legacy browsers such as i11 browser. So that's a Internet Explorer 11 version browser. And the third limitation is it is not possible to test your mobile apps in the real device. So that's the third disadvantage of using the Playwright automation tool. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see Playwright architecture. How exactly Playwright works when you write your test, when you trigger the Playwright automation test. So basically you will see the three components over here and two protocols are being used in the Playwright architecture. So let's look at the components first. The first one is client component, where we are writing the Playwright automation test by using the JavaScript, Java, Python, C# and many other programming languages. And second component is the Playwright server. And third component is browser engines. It can be the Chrome, Firefox, WebKit and other browsers also. So as I said, we are using the so Playwright is using the two protocols. The first one is WebSocket protocol and the second one is Playwright is using the another protocol called CDP. that is nothing but the Chrome DevTools protocol. So very first protocol is being used between the client and the Playwright server. That is the WebSocket protocol. And the second protocol is being used between the Playwright server and the browser engines. So that is comes over here. So let's look at how exactly this Playwright architecture works here. So what is the workflow of the Playwright architecture? So let's understand one by one components. So in the client, we are writing the Playwright automation code in the different programming languages such as JavaScript, Python, C Sharp, and etc. etc. And coming to the second component, that is a server. So where we are actually it is communicating between the client and the web browser engines. So it can be the Chrome, Firefox, and Edge browsers. So these are the browser engines. So basically, this particular Playwright server is communicating between the our code, that is the client, and the web browser engines. And if you look at this particular line, so Playwright uses the CDP to communicate between the different browsers. To communicate with the Chromium or the Chrome browser, so it is using the inbuilt protocol, that is the Chrome DevTools protocol. So to communicate with the Chrome browser or a Chromium, so Playwright is using the CDP protocol. To communicate with the other browsers such as Firefox, WebKit, so it has implemented the O1 CDP protocol. Similar to the CDP, it has implemented the another protocol to communicate with the other browsers. It can be the Firefox, WebKit, and other browsers also. And let's look at the next point, that is the WebSocket protocol. So basically it is WebSocket is connection is established to the server from the client. If you look at this particular diagram, so client will establish the WebSocket connection to the Playwright server, where once the connection is established by using the process called WebSocket handshake. So WebSocket sends the response as soon as it gets the real-time request. For example, whenever client has sent the request to the Playwright server through this particular protocol, immediately it will respond to the client. And all the communication happens between the client and the Playwright server over the only single connection. That's all about it. And as usual, we are using the CDP to communicate between the Playwright server and the web browser engines. And let's look at the last point, that is the how exactly communication happens between the client, Playwright server, and as well as the web browser engines. So firstly, whenever we trigger the automation test execution, what happens? It will convert client will convert your automation code into the JSON format and sends to the server over the WebSocket protocol. So as I said, so basically client will convert your automation test code into the JSON format, and it will create the connection to the server by using the WebSocket protocol connection, and it will pass the JSON format data to the Playwright server. And once the server received the JSON format data, so basically it will respond back to the client by communicating to the web browser engines. And Playwright communicates all the requests over a single WebSocket protocol connection. So let's say you have triggered 10 automation tests for the execution. So all the 10 test execution will happen over the only single WebSocket protocol connection only. So it will never close the connection after executing each of the test. So all the test execution will happen over the single protocol connection, that is the WebSocket protocol connection. And if you look at the very last point, test failure and test flakiness is very less, as because all the test will be getting executed over the single WebSocket protocol connection. So this particular connection will be never terminated until unless it is terminated by the client or the server. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see what is the difference between Playwright and Cypress automation tool. So let's look at the very first feature, that is a programming language support. In case of Playwright, so it supports for JavaScript, TypeScript, Java, Python, and C#.NET. But in case of Cypress automation tool, so it supports for only JavaScript programming language. So the second point is browser support. In case of Playwright, it supports for multiple browsers, and also it supports for the mobile emulation for the Chrome and as well as the Safari. But in case of Cypress automation tool, so it supports for only four browsers. One is Chrome, Edge, Firefox, and Electron browser. And the third difference between Playwright automation tool and Cypress automation tool is framework. So in case of Playwright, so it supports for Mocha, Gist, and Jasmine. But in case of Cypress, Cypress supports for the only Mocha framework. The fourth difference is operating system. In case of Playwright, so we can use Windows, Linux, and Mac. But in case of Cypress, it supports for the Windows, Linux, and also it supports for the Mac, but it supports for only the 10.9 and above versions only. And the next difference is open source. So Playwright is completely open source automation testing tool, but Cypress is few features are not available in the open source Cypress automation tool. So few features if you want it, so you need to buy the whole Cypress tool. And the next feature is support. So Playwright is a new automation testing tool. So that's the reason you will find the bit less community support. But Cypress, coming to the Cypress side, so it has a bit strong community support because it is in the market from a few years ago. So that's the reason. So you will find the more support from the community side whenever you stuck in the any project or with any issues. So many people will be able to guide you. And the seventh difference between the Playwright and Cypress is, so in case of Playwright, so it does not support for the testing the mobile app in the real devices. But in case of Cypress, so you can test the mobile app in the real devices by connecting to the cloud. And the eighth difference between Playwright and Cypress is reporting. In case of Playwright, you can generate the report directly within few seconds, but in case of Cypress, it is not possible. So you need to install the third-party plugins, and then you can generate the reports for the automation test execution. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see what is the difference between Playwright automation tool and Selenium WebDriver. So let's look at the first difference, programming language support. In case of Playwright automation tool, so it supports for the JavaScript, TypeScript, Java, Python, and C#.NET. But in case of Selenium WebDriver, so it will support additionally, so it will support all the programming language which supports for the Playwright. Additional to that, so it supports for the Ruby, Perl, and PHP programming language. And the second difference is browser support. In case of Playwright, it supports for the Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Chromium, mobile Chrome, and also it supports for the mobile Safari. And additionally, it will support for the WebKit browser. But in case of Selenium WebDriver, so it does not support for the WebKit browser. So Selenium WebDriver supports for the Chrome browser, Edge browser, Firefox browser, Safari browser, and Opera browser. So Selenium WebDriver does not support for the WebKit browser. And the third difference is framework. In case of Playwright, so it supports for the Gist, Jasmine, Ava, Mocha, and VTest. But in case of Selenium WebDriver, it supports for multiple frameworks such as Jasmine, Mocha, WebDriver IO, TestNG, JUnit, and NUnit also. And coming to the fourth difference between the Playwright and Selenium WebDriver is operating system support. In case of Playwright, it supports for the Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. But in case of Selenium WebDriver, it supports all the three operating system, plus additionally it supports for the Solaris. And the fifth difference is open source. Yeah, in case of Playwright, so it is a completely open source automation tool which is developed by the Microsoft. But in case of Selenium WebDriver, so Selenium WebDriver is also the completely open source framework, sorry, open source API, which is developed by the community. And the sixth difference is support. So Playwright has the less community support because it is a new tool. So very recently came into the market. So rapidly it is growing its community. But coming to the Selenium WebDriver, so it has a very large community support and also very well documentation. And the seventh difference between the Playwright and Selenium WebDriver is mobile app testing. In case of Playwright, it is possible, but in case of Selenium WebDriver, it is not possible. So it is possible in the Selenium WebDriver also, but we have to use the third-party tool called APM. By using that, we can perform the mobile app testing. Coming to the next difference, that is the speed. So Playwright automation tool is very faster than compared to the Selenium WebDriver. So Selenium WebDriver is very slow compared to the Playwright automation tool. And next difference is reporting. So Playwright by default it provides the reporting mechanism, but Selenium does not provide the reporting mechanism. We have to use the third-party tool called testng, extend report, or allure report, like that. And the 10th difference between Playwright and Selenium WebDriver is auto wait. In case of Playwright automation tool, automatic wait is available whenever we are trying to identify any web element. Auto wait is there. Automatically it will poll the element and it will check whether it is available or not. If it is available, it will perform the action on that particular web element. So that mechanism is there in the Playwright. But in case of Selenium WebDriver, we have to write the custom code to check the element. And the 11th difference between Playwright automation tool and the Selenium WebDriver is architecture. In case of Playwright, headless browser with the event-driven architecture. But in case of Selenium WebDriver, it is a 4-layer architecture. So the first one is we have the Selenium client library, and second one is JSON wire protocol, and third one is browser drivers, and fourth one is browsers. So it is a 4-layer protocol. And the next difference is prerequisites. In case of Playwright, so you need to install the nodejs, but in case of Selenium WebDriver, if you want to write the Selenium automation test, you need to have the API and drivers to perform the action on the web application. So this is all about the difference between the Playwright automation tool and the Selenium WebDriver. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see what are the software requirements for the Playwright full course. So basically you need to install the Node.js first, then you can install the Visual Studio Code, and we will be using the JavaScript for writing the Playwright automation test. And anyway, you will be having the operating system. It can be Windows operating system, Mac, or Linux. So in the next tutorial, I will be showing you how to install Node.js and Visual Studio Code, and also how to verify whether these two softwares are installed or not in your system. That we are going to see in the next Playwright tutorial. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see firstly how to install the Node.js. You can go to the google.com and here search with download Node.js. And here you can go to the official link of Node.js. And based on the operating system, you will be finding the Node.js software here. So firstly, it is listing the Windows, Mac OS, and then Linux. And based on your number of bits of operating system, you can click on that respective link, and that will downloads you the Node.js software. In my case, mine is Windows. So here I have downloaded the .msi 64-bit because my system is 64-bit. And once I click on this one, it will start downloading the software. So simply I will give the one of the location, and that's it. Here I'll say save, and simply I will pass this particular download as well, because in my case I have already downloaded it. And once the download is completed, so you will find the node.js software like this. So in my case I have downloaded a little bit long back, and once you download it, simply double click on this particular .exe file, that is a node.js exe file. The installation is very simple. So you have seen how to download the node.js software in your system. And once you are having the node.js software in your system, simply double click on that particular software, and the first window will open like this. Click on next and select this checkbox, that is I accept the terms in the license agreement, and click on next and click on next. Installation is very simple, guys. You can click on the next button once again, and here also you need to click on next. And after clicking on the install button, it will take few seconds to install the software in your system, and then finally you can click on the finish button. And once the installation is completed, simply you can go to the command prompt in your system, and simply, so let me open the command prompt over here. And once the node.js is installed in your system, simply type node space -v. And if node.js is installed properly in your system, and automatically it will return to the version of the node.js. So this is how you can download and install the node.js. Now let's see how to install the Visual Studio Code. You can go to the google.com and here search with download VS Code. So VS is nothing but Visual Studio Code. And here you can go to the very first link, that is the official website of the Visual Studio Code. And here, based on your operating system, you will be finding the VS Code software. So in my case, it is a Windows. I have clicked on this particular Windows. And if your system is Mac, you can click on this Mac. And if your system is Red Hat or Fedora or Ubuntu, you can click on the respective links. So in my case, as I said, it is a Windows. I have clicked on this particular Windows, and then I got this particular .exe file. And simply double click on this particular software. Installation is very simple. Simply you need to click on the next and finish it. Once the installation is finished, simply in the start type Visual Studio Code. So in my case it is already installed, so simply I am selecting the Visual Studio Code. So it will open the window like this, and if it is Visual Studio Code is successfully installed. So in my case I have already opened one of the folder like this from the file. That's it, guys. So this is how you can download and install the VS Code in your system. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to install Playwright using Visual Studio Code. So there are very easy and simple 3 steps which you need to follow. The first one is step 1. You need to install one extension called Playwright Test for VS Code. And step 2 is then you need to press Ctrl Shift P, and then you need to enter install Playwright. Then finally in the step 3, you need to select the Playwright configurations, and then you need to click on OK button, and you need to wait for a couple of seconds to complete the Playwright installation in your system. So let's navigate to the VS Code and let's see how to install Playwright in VS Code. So here you need to create a one new folder, that is an empty folder. In my case, I have already created Playwright tutorial full course empty folder. If you look at here, so this folder is empty. So I'm going to open this particular folder from the VS Code. You can go to the file and here select open folder, and select the newly created folder. That's it. So let's install the extension first. So you can go to the very last icon, that is extensions. You can click on that icon and here you type Playwright test for VS Code. And if you see here, so this is the extension. And if you look at the developed by, so it is, so this particular plugin is developed by the Microsoft. So simply click on the install button. So it is already installed now. And if you see here, you are getting the uninstall button. That means, so this extension is installed in your system. And you can go back to the Explorer. And here, now you need to press the Control Shift plus P. So here you need to type install Playwright. So in my case, I have already tried installing it. So that's the reason you can see the very first option, and also you can see the recently used command. So simply you need to type the install Playwright and then select the install Playwright. And after that, here you need to select the Playwright configurations. So here I'm selecting all the browsers, Chromium, Firefox, WebKit. So we are using JavaScript for the automation code. So that's the reason here I'm checking this particular checkbox. If you are using TypeScript, by default, it will take the TypeScript as the configuration. And here I'm removing the add GitHub actions workflow. As of now, it is not required. So that's the reason I'm removing it. And then you can click on the OK button. That's it, guys. So if you look at here in this terminal, so it is started installing all the required Playwright libraries and plugins. And also slowly it will start even downloading the all the browser exe file also. So if you look at on the left side, package.json file created, and also node underscore models also created, package-log.json file also created, and also you can see the tests folder, tests-examples folder. So if you see here, it has installed the Playwright in your system. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see default Playwright folder structure. So let's navigate to the VS Code. So this particular installation we have done in the previous Playwright tutorial. So let's look at the all the folders, and at high level we will see what exactly it contains. So firstly we have the node underscore models. So this particular folder, it contains all the JS file, that is a JavaScript file, and also it contains all the plugins which are required to run the JavaScript code and as well as the Playwright automation test. Coming to the second folder, that is tests. So if you look at the example.spec.js file, so it contains very basic two test cases. So if you look at the sample test, so here they are navigating to the URL and here they are validating something. They have provided that means Microsoft has provided the sample very basic two automation test. That's it. And if I come to the next folder, that is the tests-examples. So if I open this demo-to-do-app.spec.js file, so it contains multiple automation test cases. So by using this also, we can explore how to write the Playwright automation tests. So basically it is a kind of advanced level Playwright automation tests. By referring this, you can learn how to write the automation code at high level. And coming to the next file, that is the package.json file. So in this file, so it contains all the dependency details. If you look at in the line number 10, so far it has installed the two plugins. One is Playwright test and another one is types node. And also you can see the respective version also. If I install any plugin, So automatically that will be added over here. So basically at high level, package.json file, it contains the dependency details. And the last file is playwright.config.json JS file, that is. So if you look at this particular file, so it contains the all the playwright configurations. Here you can specify where exactly your automation tests are present and whether you want to run the automation tests parallelly or not. You can also specify how many times you want to retry when test is getting failed, and also you can specify the whether you want to generate the report or not after the execution, and also you can specify the all the different types of browsers also. If you look at all this configuration, so at high level, if you think about the playwright.config file, so it contains the all the configurations which are required to run the test. Basically, for example, you have an automation test, you want to run it in the Chrome browser, so that configuration can be done here. And also you want to run your test in the headless mode, that configuration can be added or updated in the playwright.config.js file. So this is all about the default Playwright folder structure. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to run Playwright automation test in the Visual Studio Code, and also I'm going to discuss about Test Explorer, where you can run your automation test in the different browsers, and also you can filter the automation tests, and also we can run or debug the Playwright automation tests. So let's see how to run the Playwright automation test first, and then we will move on to the Test Explorer. So here I'm navigating to the VS Code. So as I said earlier, all our automation tests are present under the tests folder. So here I'm opening the example.spec.js file. And if you see here, so currently it has two test cases. That is a line number 4 and line number 11. And on the left side, you can see the one icon. Simply you can right click on that particular icon and you can see the multiple options here. You can run the test and also you can debug this particular test here. As of now, so let's run the test. Directly you can click on this particular icon. It will run the Playwright automation test, or you can right click on this icon and select the option as run test. So currently this particular test is running in the Chromium browser, and also our test is getting passed, right? So let me run the second test also. Simply I'm clicking on that particular run icon, and also here you can see that browser name, and also here you can see the status of the automation test execution. So this is how you can run the any Playwright automation test from the spec file. Now let's move on to the Test Explorer, where you can execute all the automation test at one go. On the left side, you can see the very last icon, that is the testing. Simply click on that particular testing, and here you will get the Test Explorer icon. And on the top side, you can see that the configurations. So default configuration is Chromium. If I want to run my test on the Firefox, simply I need to select the Firefox here. That's it, guys. So right now my Playwright automation tests are getting executed in the headless mode. And also let's add the one of the flag in the Playwright configuration. So if I add one flag, so that will run our Playwright automation test in the headed mode. So after the line number 29, in the line number 30, I'm adding one flag called headless : and here I'm adding the Boolean value as a false. That's it, guys. So let's make sure that our automation test is getting executed in the headed mode. So once again, I will go back to the example.spec file, and then we will move on to the Test Explorer once again. So let's run the test. So this time browser should open up. So if you look at this one, so browser is getting opened, and also our test is getting passed also. So let's try to run the second test also. So it has opened the Chromium browser and also our test is getting passed, right? So this is it, guys. Very simple flag. We have to add it in the playwright.config.js file. So that will run your automation test in the headed mode or headless mode. So right now I have added Boolean value as false. If I make it as a true, then it will run our automation test in the headless mode. So I want to run my all the automation tests in the headed mode only. So I will go back to the test explorer. So as I said, that is the very first configuration. So by default, our automation tests are getting executed in the Chromium. And if I select any of the other browsers, so it will get executed on the different browsers also. And also you can debug the test. So at the project level, and also if you see here, so we are getting only the tests folder. Under the tests, if that particular spec file is present, all the spec file will be coming inside the tests folder. So right now only one spec file we have. So that's the reason you can see the only one spec file. And this particular spec file has two automation tests, right? So you can execute this whole spec file by clicking on the run test icon. And also you can debug the spec file by clicking on the debug test icon. And also you can specifically, if you want to run a specific test, in those cases you can select that particular test and you can click on the run test. And also you can debug this particular test by clicking on the debug test. And also you can, in this test explorer, you can also filter the spec files and also the automation tests. If you click on this particular icon, so you can filter the automation test based on the failed tests and only executed tests. And also you can filter the playwright automation test in a active file manner also. And also you can write the fuzzy match. Based on that also, all the spec file and automation test will be listed over here. And based on that, you can trigger the automation test execution. So let's run this particular spec file. So if I click on this run test, so it is going to run these two tests in the parallel mode. Because if you look at this particular configuration file, playwright.config.js file, so let it finish the execution. Then we will go back to the playwright configuration file. So if you look at the result also, our two tests are getting executed. So here in this configuration file, in the line number 16, so by default flag is true. That's the reason our two tests are getting executed parallelly. So if I want to run my test sequentially, simply here you have to pass the flag as false. That's it, guys. So now it is reloading all the tests, and I will come back to the test explorer here. And once again, I will trigger the example.spec.js file. So I started the execution now. So right now it is executing the very first test case, and then it started the second test case execution. That's it, guys. So this is all about how you can run the Playwright automation test and also how you can use the Playwright Test Explorer to maintain and manage the automation tests. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to run Playwright automation test on the branded browsers such as Chrome browser, Microsoft Edge browser. So let's navigate to the VS Code and let's understand how to run the Playwright automation test in the different browsers. So this is a test explorer. From here also you can run your automation test in the different browsers. So if you look at the test explorer, beside that there is the configuration. You can click on that arrow icon. Say for example, I want to run my automation test on the WebKit browser. So simply we need to select this particular WebKit. So it will start executing all the Playwright automation test on the WebKit browser. So if you look at the result, so our tests are working fine, right? So this is a one way, guys. Now I will go back to the Explorer, and the second way is you can open the playwright.config.js file, and here, so you need to comment the line number from line number 37 to the line number 50. That's it, guys. Now we will execute the all our Playwright automation test in the Edge browser firstly. So if you look at the line number 63, from 63 to 66, you can uncomment the line. That's it. So I will go back to the our tests folder. Inside the tests, we have the example.spec file. So currently we are having the only two tests. So let's try to run the one by one these two tests. So simply I will click on this icon. It will start executing the automation test on the Edge browser. So later we will see how to execute the Playwright automation test on the Chrome browser also. So if you look at this one, so it has opened the Edge browser and also it has executed our test. So let's run the second test also. And if you look at this test results, so previously it has executed the automation test on the Microsoft Edge browser. So let's trigger the second test also. So because of some reasons so that was disabled. So that's the reason previously it was not executed. So our test second is running, and also you can see the test results also. Sorry guys. And it is executed on the Microsoft Edge browser. Now I will go back to the test explorer. From here also we can run the all the test. So here I'm going to trigger the our spec file for the test execution. So it should execute all our Playwright automation test on the Edge browser. You see here, so it is able to execute the all our automation test on the Microsoft Edge browser. So in the similar way, we can go back to the Explorer and also we can modify the code in the configurations. So far we have executed Playwright automation code on the Microsoft Edge browser. In a similar way, we can execute the Playwright automation test on the Google Chrome browser also. So here I'm uncommenting the line number 67 to the 70 line number. That's it, guys. So you can see the name as Google Chrome, and that is the desktop Chrome. So now I will go back to the example.spec file. To load the configuration, it will take few seconds. And if I execute the very first test, and it should run on the Chrome browser. And if you see this particular browser also, so it is started executing the test on the Chrome browser. And also here you can see the test results. So you can run your both the test from the Explorer. So it has loaded the configurations. Now I will execute the spec file, which has the two automation test. So right now it is running the first test and then executing the second test also. And also you can look at the results also. So our two tests are getting executed on the Google Chrome browser. So this is how you can execute the Playwright automation test on the branded browsers like Edge browser and Google Chrome browser. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to record a Playwright automation test in Visual Studio Code. And later I will discuss about where exactly Playwright HTML test report will be generated. So let's discuss the manual scenario. Then we will record that manual scenario by using the Playwright codegen. So here I will open this particular URL, that is the github.com followed by the backup in, and then I will click on sign in link. Then I will click on the text box, that is the username text box. So let's enter something here, and I will come to the next text box, that is that password, and let us enter some data over here, and then we are going to click on the sign in button. And if you see here, so we have the error message displayed over here in the alert. So finally we will validate this particular error message by using the Playwright automation tool. So this is a whole end-to-end scenario what we are going to automate it by using the record and play feature by the Playwright automation tool. So let's navigate to the VS Code, and here you need to navigate to the testing, that is the test explorer. And if you see the down left side, so there are multiple features are listed by the Playwright, and simply you need to click on the record new. And if you see here, so Playwright codegen started running, and it brings up the browser basically. So here we have to enter the URL first. So let's copy the URL. So this is a browser opened by the Playwright. So here firstly I will enter the URL, and it opens up the GitHub page, and then we are going to click on the sign in link, and then we are entering the username. So let's enter some username over here. Then I will click on the password text box. So let's enter some data over there, and then we are going to click on the sign in button. And if you see here, so error message is displayed, and we have to verify this particular error message. So there are three ways we can validate this particular element or particular text box, sorry, text displayed on the web page. So if you look at this particular grid, so that's a particular part of the UI. So it has multiple options over here. So if you look at the last three options, the very first option is assert visibility. So basically if I click on this particular assert visibility, so it validates the whether element is displayed or not. And the second feature is we can assert the text. Basically it validates whether particular text is present or not. And also the last feature is you can basically verify the specific value from the web element. So I want to verify this particular text which is displayed on the web page. So that's the reason I will select the assert text here. And once you click on this assert text, and you need to click on the text which you want to validate it. So once you click on that particular web element, and here it will open the one pop-up window, and simply you need to click on the accept button. That's it guys. And then simply you can close the browser. And if you see here in the Visual Studio Code, so already it has generated the all the code what we have performed actions in the web page. So let's navigate to the Explorer here. So by default, automatically it has created the test-1.spec.ts file. So you can rename this particular file. So in my case, I will give the file name as, so by default it will create the .ts file. So you can rename that into the .js as well. So here I'll say record test.spec.js. That's it guys. Then I will save it. So let me explain you the code as well. So in the line number 4, it is navigating to the URL. Then we are clicking on the sign in link. Then in the line number 6 and 7, firstly we are clicking on that particular username text box, and then we are entering this data. And next we are clicking on the password text box, and we are entering the data in the password field. And in the line number 10, we are clicking on the sign in button. And finally we are validating the whether that particular text is displayed on the sorry guys. So finally we are validating that particular text is displayed on the web page or not. So let's run the Playwright test. And if you see here, so it has launched the browser, and it basically is performing all the actions perfectly fine. And also you can see here, so our test is getting passed. And also over here also you can see that our test is getting passed, and also you can see the in which browser our test is getting executed, right? So now this time what I will do is, so now test is getting passed and it is able to validate the text which is displayed on the web page by using the to content text, right? So here I will enter the different text, so which is not matching with the web element text, right? So this time our test should get fail basically, right? So let's run the Playwright automation test now, and this time it should get fail. So it has opened the browser, then it has to click on the sign in link, and then it will enter the username and password, then it will verify the displayed text, right? So if you look at here, so it is showing in the line number 11, so it is getting failed over here, so it is not able to match the actual value and expected value, right? So this is the expected result, and also our test is getting failed, and also here you can see that one test is failed, right? So this is how you can record a Playwright automation test by using the codegen extension in the VS Code. Now let us see about the Playwright HTML test report. So where exactly this report will be generated. You can navigate to the VS Code, and over here you can see that by default automatically one folder will be created whenever you run Playwright automation test. The folder is playwright-report. Inside this you will find the index.html report. You can go to the location of this particular file, and where you can find the HTML report, simply open that report. And if you see here, so this is the total number of test cases, and this is a pass count, this is a fail count, and this is a flaky count and skipped count. So in our case only one test is there, and that is getting failed. So let's click on the failed one, and here you will see the test. So this is a spec file name, and this is a test case name. So simply you can click on the test case name, and here you can see the firstly test name and also spec name, spec file name, and also here you can see the in which browser this particular test got executed. And if you see here, so this is the expected value, but we are getting this particular value from the web page, right? So basically it is not matching the actual and expected value. So this particular test what we have created just now by using the record and play feature by the Playwright tool, and also we have executed this particular test. And if you come down, so here it will list down all the steps that particular test contains, and also you can see that in which step so our test is got failed also. And also here you can see on the right side the number of seconds or minutes it has taken that particular step. So let's go to the VS Code now. So this time what I will do is, so here I will pass the correct value in the expected, right? This time our test should get passed. So it has opened the browser and it has to click on the link, and then it will pass all the data, and it will click on the sign in button. And also you can see here, so our test is getting passed now, and in the test results also you can see that our test is getting passed. So let's navigate to the report now. So you can refresh this particular page, that's the index.html, and here you can see that so our test is getting passed, and here you can click on the test, and you can see the all the steps which this particular test case has, and our test is getting passed also, right? So this is how you can record the Playwright automation test, and also you can generate the Playwright test report. In this Playwright tutorial we are going to see record at cursor feature. So what does this means, right? Say for example we have the automation test already written, and you want to add some validation in between the test, and that code can be generated by using the Playwright record at cursor feature. So let me go to the web page. This particular scenario what we have recorded in the previous Playwright tutorial. So we navigated to this particular URL, and then we clicked on the sign in link, and here we have entered some data over here, and then we are clicking on the sign in button, right? So here if you want to perform some other actions, for example in our case what we are going to do is, so we will verify this particular button is displayed or not, and then we are going to click on this particular button. So visibility of this button, we haven't checked it, or we haven't written that particular set of code, right? So we will insert this particular visibility of this particular sign in button code in the already existing Playwright automation test, right? So let's navigate to the VS Code now. And here I will go to the file. So already just now I have tried it. So let me delete this particular file. So what I'm doing is simply I will copy the record test.spec.js file and I will paste it inside the tests folder. Then I will rename the file name as record at cursor test.spec.js. So that's it, guys. So if you look at this particular code also, automation test, in the line number 4, we are navigating to the URL. We are clicking on the link and we are entering the username and then password here in the line number 9. And after the line number 9, so directly we are clicking on the sign in button right here. If you look at the line number 10, so we are clicking on the sign in button directly. So what we are going to do is, by using the record at cursor feature, by using that feature, we are going to insert the code after the line number 9. So we will check the visibility of this sign in button. So in the real time project, you can insert a number. You might be having a scenarios where you want to add a specific scenario code, or where you want to generate set of codes also. So in my case, I'm generating only one line of code after the line number 9 here. So what you need to do is simply you can go to the testing grid and here you can come down, and on the left side down you can see the multiple features over here, and you need to check the show browser checkbox and you need to click on the record at cursor. And if you see here, so it will brings up the browser codegen, and here we have to enter the URL. So let's enter the URL. So before you enter the URL, what you need to do is simply you need to stop the recording. So you need to click on this particular record. So recording will be disabled, and here I'm entering the URL. So it is all about what does the record at cursor means is that inserting the set of lines or set of code generation will be done in between the automation test at a nutshell. So we navigated to this URL and click on sign in. So let's enter some data over here and then that's it, guys. Now what you need to do is again you can go back to the VS Code and now once again click on the record at cursor. So I will open the same browser where we have navigated by using the GitHub page, and if you see here on the top side, so we got the set of features enabled by the Playwright. So I will go to the VS Code, and if you see here, so I will place my cursor after the line number 9 because we want to validate this particular sign in button is visible or not. So I want to insert the visibility of the element code after the line number 9. So that's the reason my cursor is here in the line number 10 now. Now I will come back to the browser and here, so I will select the assert visibility option. Then we need to click on the element. So which element you want to check the visibility. So in our case, we want to verify the visibility of the sign in button. Click on sign in and I will come back to the VS Code. And if you see here in the line number 10, the code is got generated. If you see here, so after the element at the end, you can see that to be visible. If it is visible, then only it is going to click on that particular sign in button, right? So this is it, guys. So you can generate n number of lines code by using the Playwright record at cursor feature. Then simply I will close the browser. That's it, guys. Now let's run this particular test. So I will go back to the record at cursor test.spec file and here I will click on run test and it should work fine as of now. because all the code is working fine in our case, because we do not have the code which is actually breaking the things. That's it, guys. If you look at here, so our test is getting passed. Here you can see that check mark, and also here also you can see that one test is passed. So let me close it once again, and also we can run it once again and see the test results. So results will be very stable because the functionality is working fine here, and also the web page is constant. And if you see the output over here, so our test is getting passed, right? Now what I will do is, so here I will pass the incorrect role data. For example, I will pass something else. And this time what it does is, in the line number 10, it is unable to identify the element. So this element is not visible over here. So let's say here, instead of sign in, I will pass the some other data, right? So sign in button will be not visible and our test will get fail. So let's see the output of the automation test. And if you see here, so our test is still running, and also you can see the, so our test is getting failed in the line number 10, right? It is not able to locate that particular element. So let me rerun it once again. So it has executed in the opened browser because we have checked the show browser option. So now I have closed the browser. Let's run it once again, and it will get fail in the line number 10 because element is not visible, then it will not click on the sign in button. So it has opened the URL and it is performed all the actions, and it will be not able to locate the particular element, that is a sign in button, right? So this is the expected failure, right? And this is how you can use the recorded cursor feature by the Playwright automation tool. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see very commonly used terminologies in Playwright automation test. So these are the 5 keywords which we will be using while writing the Playwright automation test. The very first one is required, second one is async keyword, third one is await, and fourth one is page, and the last one is expect. So let's look at each keyword, what exactly that does in the Playwright automation tool. So the very first one is required. So we will use the required to include the Playwright module in the current JavaScript file, or to use the Playwright module in the current JavaScript file. So that's the reason we are using the required keyword to include the Playwright module in the current JavaScript file. And the second and third keyword is async and await. So async is a function and await is a keyword, and that will be written inside the async function only. So we can write await keywords or await keywords with the expressions. So we can write 0 or more await expressions within the async function. And whenever each time async function is called, so it returns you the new promise value, which will be resolved with the value written by the async function, or it can be rejected with the exception. So basically it is a similar to the try and catch block, guys. So whenever async function is called, so it gets the promise value, or it can get the any exception, that is a rejected value at high level. So let's look at the another keyword, page. So it is a browser context object. By using this context object, we can open the any URL, and also we can interact with browser. So we can perform the actions on the web browser elements. And the last keyword is expect. So it is a library for JavaScript and TypeScript. So it is intended for using with the test runner called jest or the playwright test. So basically we are using a expect keyword to write the better assertions for end-to-end testing and as well as the component testing. So assertions we are using to validate whether element is displayed or any web element contains the text value, or any web element contains the specific text. So those kind of validations can be written by using the expect keyword. So these are the very commonly used terminologies in the Playwright automation test. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to write first Playwright automation test, and also we are going to see pick locator in Playwright. So why we are using pick locator is to identify the web page element locator value. So by using that, we can write the Playwright automation test. So let's look at the manual scenario first, and then we will automate the manual scenario by using the Playwright automation testing tool. So here I will navigate to the first youtube.com, and then in the search text box, I will enter the Cypress by testers talk. Then I will click on the search icon, and then here we are going to click on the Cypress by testers talk playlist. So here we are going to validate this web page tab title. So if you see the tab title, so it is a video description followed by the hyphen and YouTube. So we will validate the title of this web page. Now let's navigate to the VS Code. So here let's create the quickly one JS file. So under the tests folder, I'm adding the one spec file, first test.spec.js. That's it, guys. So here let's list down all the steps what we are going to do it. The very first step is we need to include Playwright module, and then second step is we need to write a test. Then inside the test, so we are going to firstly navigate to the URL. So that's the reason here I'll write go to URL, and followed by that, so we need to search with keywords. So firstly we are navigating to the youtube.com, then we will search with the keywords, and after that we are going to click on the playlist. Click on playlist, and finally we are validating the title. That's it, guys. So these are the steps what we are going to implement automation code by using the Playwright automation tool. So let's include the Playwright model first. So here we have to write the required keyword, and inside this we need to pass the @test. So that's it. So we have to assign back to the constant variable. So that's the reason here I'm writing constant, and here we have to assign back to the object, and the very first variable name I'm giving is test, and followed by the expect. So we are using a test to create the test cases, and expect we are using to validate or to assert the web element or any text. So that's it, guys. So this is how you can include the Playwright model, and then so let's start implementing the test as well. So we have to use this particular test object. So here I'm using test. Followed by that, we have to add the test name. So here I'm adding the test name as validate YouTube title. That's it. And then here we have to use the another function called async. And here I will add the arrow function. And followed by this, I will open and close the curly braces. So firstly, I need to navigate to this particular URL, right? So simply I will put inside this test now. So firstly, we need to navigate to the URL. So if I need to navigate to the URL, we have to use the page object. So that page object we can get it from the async method. So here we need to add the page. So by using this page object, we can interact with the browser. So let's use the page. And firstly, you need to use the keyword called await and followed by the page dot. To go to the URL, simply you need to say go to method, and inside this we can add the URL. So here we have to provide the URL now. So I will go to the browser and I will copy this particular URL and I will add it inside the go to function. That's it, guys. Now we need to identify this particular search text box by using the pick locator, right? Now what I will do is I will go to the testing here, and here if you see the one option called pick locator, click on pick locator, and here let's add the URL first. So it has opened a browser where you can navigate in the web page. So firstly we have to find the search text box. So simply you need to click on the search text box and you need to come back to the VS Code. If you see here, to accept this particular locator, simply you need to, if you want to copy this particular locator, you need to press the enter. To cancel, you need to press the escape. So I'm pressing the enter. So we have copied the locator now. So here I'm using the await keyword. So if you do not have any idea about the require, async, await, and expect, so if you do not know about these keywords, you can refer the previous tutorial of this Playwright full course. So here I'm using the page followed by dot, and simply I'll paste the locator value. And then, so firstly I will click on the search text box, and followed by that, once I clicked on the search text box, then I will enter the search keyword. So here I'll call to the one method called fill. So this will enters the data in the search text box. So here I'm writing Cypress by testers talk. That's it. So we are done with performing actions on the search text box. Now we have to click on this particular search icon as well, right? So here I will go to the VS Code again and I will click on pick locator. Then I will go back to the browser and simply I will select the web element and I will come back to the VS Code, and if you see here, so we got the element, simply press the enter. We have copied the locator now. So firstly I will check whether that particular search icon is displayed or not. So that's the reason I'm using the one keyword called expect. By using this, we can validate whether element is displayed or not, or whether element is enabled or not. So that's the reason here I'm adding the locator. So inside the expect, simply we are adding the locator here, and followed by that, we can call to the one function called to be enabled. That's it. So if element is enabled, then click on that particular search icon. So simply I will copy this whole line and then I will remove the expect. So expect keyword is used to assert the element or text from the web page. So here I'm simply calling the click method. So we are going to click on the search icon. That's it, guys. Now we need to click on once we click on the search icon, so we will get the search results. And once we got the search result here, so let's add the Cypress by testers talk. And once we click on the search icon, we will get the search results. And here we have to click on this particular playlist, right? So let's identify this playlist. So I will go to the VS Code and I will click on pick locator. So let's identify the playlist. And here I will copy the locator. And then I will use the await followed by page object dot. So here I will pass the locator. Then we have to perform the click operation. That's it. So we are clicking on the playlist. Once we click on the playlist, so before we click on the playlist, so let's wait for some time. So this wait is not required, guys. So simply for demo purpose, I'm writing it page dot. So wait for timeout. So here I'm putting an explicit wait as 5000 milliseconds. That means 5 seconds. Then once we click on the playlist, we have to validate the title. To validate the title, so we have to use the await keyword, and followed by that, we can use the page, sorry. So we can use the expect keyword because here we are validating the something from the web page. So that's the reason we have to use the expect keyword, and inside this we have to pass the page object. And if I call here one method called to have title. So here I'm calling one method called to have title. So this will get the title from the web page. So here we have to add the expected title, right? So as I said, so this particular web page title is combination of video description and followed by hyphen and YouTube. So simply I will copy this text. So right now we are adding the expected text in the automation test. And followed by this, we have the hyphen, and then followed by that, we have the YouTube. That's it, guys. So we are done with creating the end-to-end test. So let me summarize once again what we have done. Firstly, we have included Playwright module and we started writing the test. And followed by that, firstly, we are going to the URL and we are searching with the keywords. Then we are clicking on the playlist. And finally, we are validating the title of the web page. So now let's run the test. So here I'll click on run test. So it has opened browser, then it is entering the URL. So it will perform the actions very quickly. And it is searching with the keywords and it is going to click on the playlist as well. And also it is validated the title of the web page. And also here you can see the check mark and our test is getting passed, right? So in the line number 22, let's say for example, if I edit something or if I delete something over here. So now this time what happens? Actual value from the web page and the expected value. So these two values will be not matching and our test will get failed. And also we will check the report. So I will run the test once again. And if you look at here, so our test is getting failed in the line number 22. So this is the expected failure, right? Now let's go to the reports, and in the reports also, we should be able to see that this particular test results. And the status of this test should be failed with the comparing the both the values. And if you see here, so this is the expected string and this is the received string from the web page, right? So this is the expected output. So if I just modify the expected value over here and if I run the test, and this time our test will work fine, and also we can see the output in the Playwright test report. So if you see here, so our test is getting passed, right? So same should be reflected in the our test report as well. So if you see here, so our test is getting passed, there are 0 failures, right? And you can see all the steps also. So everything is getting passed. So this is how you can create the very first Playwright automation test by using the quick locator. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to install Playwright using command prompt. So you need to follow the very simple 2 steps, and then you will have the Playwright installed in your machine. The very first step is, so you need to enter the command called npm followed by init playwright @test, and after entering this particular command in a command prompt, and in the step 2 you need to select the playwright configurations, and then you will have to wait for some time and playwright will be installed in your machine. So let's do this in the command prompt now. So I will navigate to the one of the folder here. So I have created a one empty folder here, playwright tutorial full course 2. So I will go inside this and then I will open the command prompt, and here we have to type the npm followed by init, then playwright @latest. So that's it. So this particular command we are using to install the playwright in the system. So here we have to select the, so after entering this particular command, we have to select the playwright configurations. So here it is asking us whether you need the TypeScript or JavaScript. So in our case, we will select the JavaScript. And here again it is asking the second configuration. So where to put the end-to-end tests. So I will say tests only. And then you want to add the GitHub Actions workflow. So I will say false. I don't require right now. And then, so it is asking you want to install the Playwright browsers. So here it is a true. That means I want to install it. And it will start installing all the configurations and Playwright module as well. So it will take few seconds to install the Playwright. So right now it is downloading the browsers, and if you look at here, so here you see the success, and it has created a Playwright test project at this particular location. So let's navigate to the location. So if you see here, so Playwright we have installed in our system. So let's open this particular folder from the VS Code, and we will see whether we have installed the Playwright properly or not. So we will run the one simple example test from the Playwright framework. So I will go to the file and I will select open folder. So this is where we have installed the Playwright. So I will select the folder where we have installed the Playwright framework. So this will have the example test under the tests folder. So simply I will open the example.spec.js file and I will click on the run button. So if Playwright is installed properly in your system, so automatically it will start executing this particular test. So if you look at here, so our test is running perfectly fine, and also here you can see the check mark. So that means Playwright has installed all the things properly in your system. So this is how you can install the Playwright in your system by using the command prompt. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to run Playwright test in headless mode. And also we will see how to open the Playwright test report from the terminal and as well as the command prompt. So let's run the Playwright test from the terminal first, and later we will run the test from the command prompt. So here I will navigate to the VS Code, and here you need to click on the terminal, and you need to use the command called npx followed by playwright, and followed by that simply you need to type the test. That's it. So by default it will run all the tests which are present inside the tests folder. So I will hit the enter. Now this particular example.spec.js file has the two tests, and basically by default Playwright runs all your automation tests in the all three different browsers. One is Chromium, second one is Firefox, and third one is WebKit. Now it is running our automation test in the headless mode. So that's the reason you are not seeing any UI. So it will take couple of seconds and it will finishes the execution. If you look at here, so total six tests were there because right now we are having two tests, two into three browsers. So it will be total six tests, and all the six tests are getting passed over here, right? So this is the total time taken to execute the all the six tests. So we can open the Playwright test report by using the very simple command called npx followed by playwright and followed by show-report. So simply we have to enter this particular command. So here I'm executing the same command now. Automatically it opens up the HTML report. If you see here, the title is Playwright test report, and also here you can see. So we have executed only two tests, and those two tests are got executed on different browser. If you look at here, so firstly it has executed these two tests on the Chromium, and same tests are executed on the Firefox browser. And if you see here in the last section, so same two test cases are executed on the WebKit browser, right? And also you can see here all the test cases are passed here, and also here you can see the total count also in the passed section. And also here you can see that total time taken, and also based on the test also you can see that how long that particular test ran on Chromium or Firefox, and also you can compare the WebKit also. So on the WebKit, this particular test has title took the very less time, and then followed by that you can see that on Chromium it has took the 4.1, and on the Firefox it has took the almost 13 seconds. So this is how you can run the Playwright test from the terminal. Now we can go to the command prompt. Here also we can use the same command npx followed by playwright and followed by test. So this command will run your Playwright automation test in the headless mode. So if you look at here, so it is running six tests in a three browsers. So we have two tests and we have the three browsers. So it will take some time to execute the two test cases in all the three browsers. So let's wait for some time. So this is a test case. Now it is getting executed, has title, and then and the browser is Firefox right now, and also it will run our test on the WebKit browser as well finally. So we have observed our report also. So it is taking more time on the Firefox browser while executing the automation test. So command is very simple, guys. So simply you need to use npx followed by playwright and followed by test. So it will execute all the test cases or automation tests which are present inside the tests folder. So still execution is going on. So let's wait for some more time. So now if you see here, so at last our tests are running in the WebKit browser. And if you see here, so all the six tests are passing here, right? So let's open the report. Simply we have to use the same command npx followed by playwright and followed by show-report. Now we should be able to run the report properly, and also we should be able to see it. If you see here, and our report is open properly, and also you can see the total test count is 6 because we have two test cases and into three browsers. It will be six count. So firstly, it has executed on the Chromium browser and then Firefox browser, and finally it has executed Playwright test on the WebKit browser. So this is how you can run the Playwright test in headless mode, and also you can open the report from the terminal or command prompt. In the previous Playwright tutorial, I have discussed about how to run Playwright test in headless mode. In this Playwright tutorial, I am going to discuss about how to run Playwright test in UI mode from the command prompt. So you can use the same command in the terminal also. So that will also work fine. So you can use this particular command in the terminal, or you can use the same command in the command prompt also. So simply, so let me give you a brief idea like what we are going to do right now. So we have created this particular project. So we have installed a Playwright in the previous tutorials, and we are going to run the example.spec.js file. So it has two automation tests. One is has title, and second one is get started link. And whenever I execute a command, so these two automation tests will be getting executed on the three different browsers. One is Chromium, second one is Firefox, and third one is WebKit. So I'm going to the command prompt now. Now we will see how to execute Playwright test in the headed mode. So simply you need to enter npx followed by Playwright and followed by that test, and then you need to type 2 hyphen and then headed. So in the previous tutorial, we were running our automation test in the headless mode. So we were entering the command npx followed by Playwright and followed by test. That's it. So if you are adding hyphen hyphen headed, that means your automation test will run in the headed mode. So now this time you will be able to see the UI. So where exactly the tests will be running, and you will be able to see the what are the actions are performing in the web page by the automation test. So firstly, it is running the Chrome browser, Chromium automation test. And if you see here, so two tests got executed. So two tests are running parallelly. If you see this particular output over here, so it is using the two workers. So that's the reason every time it is triggering the two automation test. So Firefox execution is completed. Now it will execute the two tests in the WebKit browser also, right? So it is done. Now let's wait for the output now. And if you see here, the output also. So because of some reason, one test got failed in the Firefox and the rest of the 5 tests are getting passed. And also you can see the report got generated, and also it has opened automatically. And total we have the 6 tests, and 5 tests are getting passed and one is getting failed, right? Now let's re-trigger the execution. So here I'll press Control C. And this time our test should work fine. So I'm closing this particular report now. So it has started already executing the automation test on the Chromium, and then so it will start executing the Playwright test in the Firefox browser. So this is a Firefox browser test. Now our test ran on the WebKit browser. And if you see here, so we had a 6 test and all are getting passed. So let's run the report. So let's open the report by using the npx playwright show-report. So this time all the tests will be passed. If you see here, so all the tests are getting passed. There are 0 failures. And you can use the same command. By using this, you can run the Playwright automation test in the headed mode. So you can try to run same command in this particular terminal. And if you face any difficulties in doing it, you can comment in the comment section. So this is how you can run the Playwright test in the headed mode or a UI mode. In this Playwright tutorial, we will see how to run a specific Playwright spec file. So here I will navigate to the VS Code, and under the tests folder we have only one spec file. So simply I will copy this spec file and I will create the another spec file. So here I will rename this particular file with, so here I'll say demo dot spec dot js. So that's it. So I will keep only one test inside the demo dot spec dot js file, and I will rename the test name with demo 123. So that's it, guys. Right now we are having two spec files inside the tests folder, right? Now here I will go to the terminal. So you can go to the command prompt or terminal, that is fine. So you can use the same command. So now I will try to execute the only demo.spec.js file. So simply you need to write npx npx followed by playwright and followed by test and hyphen hyphen headed. So we want to run our test in the headed mode. So that's the reason I'm adding the hyphen hyphen headed. And here we have to specify the spec file name. So in our case, we want to run only demo.spec.js file. So that's it. So it will start running our test in the different browsers. So firstly, it has executed our test in the Chromium, and if you look at this particular output also, so all the tests are getting failed. So let's see what is the issue here. So if you see here, so it is not able to load the URL. So in my case, internet got disconnected. Sorry guys, in my case, internet got disconnected. That's the reason it is not able to load the URL. So let me reconnect the internet. So just give me a few seconds, guys. I will connect the internet back, and then our test will be working fine. So let me close all the report, and I will go back to the VS Code. Now here I'll press Ctrl C. That's it. So now I will execute same command once again. So npx followed by playwright test hyphen hyphen headed, and we have given the specific spec file name. So if you look at here, so firstly our test is ran on the Chromium and then Firefox browser. Then finally it is running on the WebKit browser. And here you can see the results also. So our three tests are running perfectly fine. And also we can open the report. So we had only one test inside the demo.spec file, and test name what we have given is demo123, and the same test is executed in different browsers. So that's the reason we are having the three tests. In the similar way, we can run the another file also. So let's try to run the example.spec.js file this time. So let me close the reporting part. So here I will give the spec file name example.spec.js. So I have given the npx followed by playwright test followed by hyphen hyphen headed, then followed by spec file name. So this is how you can execute the any playwright specific spec file. So now this time we have two test cases inside the example spec file. So that's the reason we will have the total 6 tests, and it will execute all the two test cases in the different 3 browsers. So execution is going on currently. And finally, it will execute the Playwright test in the WebKit browser also. So parallel execution is going on, if you see here, and all the 6 tests are running perfectly fine. And also you can open this particular report and you can verify it. So these commands can be used in the command prompt also. You can try it and let me know if you are having any issues. You can comment in the comment section. So this is how you can execute the Playwright specific spec file. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to discuss about how to run Playwright test on different browsers using the commands. So let's navigate to the VS Code now. So if you look at the tests folder, we have 2 spec file, and I will navigate to the testing. So under the tests folder, we have 2 spec file. Under the demo spec file, we have 1 test. Under the example spec file, we have 2 test cases. So right now we are having total 3 automation tests. So I will go back to the Explorer and I will open the terminal. You can use the terminal or you can use the command prompt also. So now let's try to execute all these 3 automation tests on the Chromium. You can try to execute on the different browsers. It can be Microsoft Edge browser or it can be Google Chrome browser also. And also you can try to execute on the Firefox WebKit browsers also. So right now I'm executing our automation test on the Chromium. So here I'm writing one command called npx playwright followed by that test. And here we have to specify hyphen hyphen project equal to Chromium. That's it, guys. So if I add Chromium, then it will run our automation test on the Chromium browser. And if I add WebKit, it will execute our automation test on the WebKit browsers. So firstly, it has opened. So because already parallel mode is on, so that's the reason it will trigger the multiple test cases at the same time. And if you see here output, so we had 3 automation tests and all are getting passed, right? So we have executed our test on the Chromium browser right now. And in the similar way, even we can open the report. So let's open the report and we will validate the browser name also on the report. Then we will come back and we will execute our automation test on the WebKit browser also. If you see here, so total automation test is 3 and all are getting passed. And here you can see the 2 spec file. Under demo spec file, we have 1 test and that is getting passed. Under example spec file, we have 2 tests and those are getting passed. And here you can see the which browser also, right? Now I will come back to the VS Code. So simply I will quit this reporting and I will close the Playwright test report. Now this time I will trigger our Playwright test on the WebKit browser. So I will remove Chromium and here I'll type WebKit. Now this time our test will run on the WebKit browser. So you can see that. So all the tests are getting executed. So all the tests are working fine. And let's view the report. So by using the command called npx playwright show hyphen report. So this will opens up the HTML Playwright test report. So firstly, you can see the project. So our tests are executed on the WebKit browser. And here you can see the 2 spec file and 3 automation tests. And also those are getting passed here. So this is how you can execute Playwright test on the different browsers. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to record Playwright automation test using codegen using the command prompt or terminal. So let's navigate to the VS Code now. So simply here we have to enter the one command called npx followed by playwright and followed by codegen. So here I have opened a fresh terminal. So here we have to use npx followed by playwright and codegen. So if I hit enter after entering this particular command, so this will opens up two windows. One is browser and second one is Playwright Inspector. So let's hit the enter. So let's wait for a few seconds. So you will get the, if you see here, so it has opened the Playwright Inspector and it has the sample test, and also it has opened the browser also. So let me give you an overview on manual scenario. Then we will record that manual scenario by using the Playwright automation tool. So firstly, we will navigate to the youtube.com and then we will search with API testing by tester stock. Then once we got the results, we are going to click on the playlist called API testing by tester stock. Then we will validate the title of the playlist. So here I will enter the first URL. Here I'll say youtube.com. And then in the search text box, we are going to enter API testing by tester stock. And then, so we have to click on the this particular search icon. So before we click on this particular search icon, we will verify whether this search icon is displayed or not. So by using the assert visibility. So simply I will select that particular element after clicking on the assert visibility. And if I open the Playwright Inspector, so here you can see the code got generated. So firstly, it has navigated to the youtube.com. Then it is entering the search text box. And after that, it is going to verify the visibility of the search icon. Now I will come back here. So we have to click on the search icon. Let's click on the search icon. And once we got the results here, in the result page, we need to click on the API testing by tester stock playlist. So let's click on that particular playlist. And also we can validate the same code is generated or not in the Playwright Inspector also. Here you can see that line number 8 is generated for the action which we have done on the playlist. So that's it, guys. Once we navigated to the playlist, so here we are verifying the title of this particular playlist. So I will verify it by using the assert text. So first you need to click on the assert text and followed by the element. That's it, guys. So if I go to the Playwright Inspector, and here you can see that all the code got generated over here, right? So simply I will copy this particular test and I will go back to our VS Code. So under the tests folder, so I'm creating a one spec file. So here I'll say record and playtest.spec.js. And I will paste the code, whatever I have copied it from the Playwright Inspector. So here what I'm doing is, before we enter anything in the search text box, right, in the line number 5, so simply I'm taking this particular locator, and before we enter anything in the search text box, so we want to click on that particular search text box. So that's it, guys. And after that, what I'm doing is, so here I see that in the line number 10, some dummy code got generated. That's the line number 10. Simply I will delete this. And what I will do is, in the line number 10, so I'm putting some manual wait so that we can see the execution properly. So that's the reason here I'm using await followed by page dot wait for timeout. So here we have to pass the milliseconds. So here I'm passing 5000 milliseconds. That is nothing but the 5 seconds. That's it, guys. And also I will rename the test name as record and playtest. And I will close the browser which has opened by the codegen. And if I close the browser, and automatically Playwright Inspector will be also closed. So now the test is ready and let's run the test. So it should open the youtube.com, then it should search with API testing by tester stock, and it should navigate to the playlist, and it has to verify the text of the playlist. So it is taking a bit of time. I think it is got failed. So let's see what is the reason behind this. So it is failing in the line number 9, right? So we'll come back here and let's see the code a little bit. So in the line number 5 and 6, we are entering the search text box. Then we are going to click on the search icon in the line number 7 and 8. And after that, we are going to get the playlist, and we need to click on that particular playlist. And at the end, we are verifying the text of the playlist. That's it, guys. So what I will do is, so simply I will put the sum weight after going to the youtube.com. So simply I will copy the line number 10 and I'll paste it here. Then I will rerun this particular playwright test. So let's see this time. It should work fine. So it has opened the browser now. So sometimes if my internet is slow, because of that also it might get fail. So that could be the one of the reason. So again, it is coming here and it is getting failed. So let me verify it once again what we are doing. So let me put another weight after the line number 7, because YouTube is a heavy loaded application. That's the reason it might be taking little bit of time. So that's the reason I want to put a little bit of weight so that our test will run perfectly fine. So I'm rerunning the test once again. So if you see here, it is loading very slowly, youtube.com. And it has clicked on the search icon and it got the results. And also it is clicking on the playlist and it should verify the text also. So let me check like what is the issue here. So it is saying that test is finished because our test should get execute within the 30 seconds. So that's the reason. So this configuration is done in the Playwright configuration. So now let's rerun the test, because this time everything is working fine. And let me remove a little bit of, so let me close this run and I will put the less weight here. I will say 3000. That means 3 seconds. So I will put 2000 here. So now let's rerun the test now. So because YouTube is heavy loaded application and it needs a little bit of faster internet. So that is the main reason behind the failures. Now it should search with the search keywords and it should navigate to the results and playlist, and it should verify the title of the playlist, right? And if you see here, our test is getting passed, right? So I didn't do much modifications here, and also here you can see that our test is getting passed. So this is how you can use the codegen for recording the playwright test. Hi friends, this is Bakapa. In this chapter 2 of Playwright full course, we are going to see what are locators, different types of locators, and then next we will see how to capture element screenshot, how to take the web page screenshot, and also we will see how to take the full page screenshot. And next we are going to see how to implement hooks and how to write the preconditions and how to write the post conditions by using the hooks. Next we are going to see how to add a screenshot into Playwright test report when test got failed. And then we will see how to select the dropdown list value and how to validate the dropdown value. And then we will see how to work with iframes. And then next we are going to discuss how to select the dates. So it can be today's date or any customized date. Then next we are going to see how to perform the mouse actions, keyboard actions, and how to drag and drop the element using Playwright. And next we are going to see assertions. So we will be discussing about the hard assertion and soft assertions in Playwright. Then next we are going to see what is watch mode and how to enable the watch mode to write the Playwright automation test. And then finally we are going to see how to enable the traces so that we can attach traces information into the Playwright test report. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to discuss about locators in Playwright. So there are multiple ways of identifying the web element by using the Playwright. So let's see one by one. The very first one is by role we can identify the web page element. So this is an example here. You can see that await keyword followed by page dot get by role. So here I have added link. So this can be checkbox or even it can be the button also. And also we have to specify the respective value over here. So this is the name is the constant field. So which we have to add it. And after that we can perform the respective action. So it can be click on the checkbox or button, and we can use the fill also to enter some data into the text box if it is a text box. And second one is by label we can identify the web page element. The example is very much similar to the above example, and in this case we are using the label value. That means the wherever you see the tag is having a multiple attributes. So within that attributes, if you are able to find the area label, you can pass that particular value over here, and then you can pass the whether you need a partial match or the exact match. If you want a exact match, you need to pass the true here, and then you can perform the respective action. It can be click or fill the value into the text box. And third one is by using the alt text. So here also example is very much same. So here you can use the await keyword followed by page dot get by alt text. So here, so wherever you are seeing the alt attribute, then that has the text. So that text can be passed over here, and then you can perform the actions, whatever it is. It can be click or you can enter the some data into the text field. And next one is by using the test ID. For example, so by using the test ID also we can identify the web page element. So this is a very custom attribute. This attribute name will be configured in the Playwright configuration file. So it is very simple, guys. So this particular attribute name will be configured in the configuration file, and then simply you need to pass the respective value over here. So this particular configuration will be done only to the field which is very common across the whole project only. Then you can perform the respective actions. And the next one is by using the text you can identify the web page element. So if you are using directly by text, and if you're not specifying the exact colon true, that means that is a partial match and it will perform the actions on the web page element. And if you're adding the exact colon true, so this is the complete match with the text what you are adding inside the get by text method. And coming to the next way of identifying the web page element is by using the title. So wherever you are seeing the tag is having the title attribute, simply you can pass the title value over here. And so this is a method what we will be using to identify the element by using the get by title. So title attribute value we have to pass on to this particular function. Then we can perform the respective actions. And the Seventh locator type is XPath. So in this case, so if you see this particular example, right? So there's await and followed by the page dot locator. So previously we were using the get by title, get by text, or get by role, or get by test ID. But in this case, when we are using the XPath, so we are using only locator. So here we have to add the within a double quotes or a single quotes, we have to specify the XPath here. So this XPath can be added or it can be ignored also. So directly you can specify the XPath value also. So that is also accepted in the Playwright. And similarly, we have the CSS selector. So we can write the CSS selector and that can be used as the locator to perform the actions. Thus, example is very much similar to the XPath only. So we have to use await followed by page dot locator, and here we have to pass the CSS. So if you are passing CSS equal to, or simply you can directly pass the even the directly CSS selector also. So this is an optional value what you can pass onto the CSS selector and also to the XPath where you are passing the XPath equal to. So this is not the mandatory value you need to write into the locator method. And coming to the last one, by placeholder we can identify the web page element. So wherever you are having the placeholder attribute, so that value can be passed on to the page dot by placeholder. And here once you add the placeholder attribute value over here, and you can perform the respective actions. So let's see all these examples with respect to the real-time web applications. Let's see the very first example, that is by using the role, how you can identify the element and how you can perform the actions on the web page element. So let's quickly create the one JS file inside the tests folder. So here I'll say locators dot spec dot JS. So that's it. I will go to the first test dot spec dot JS file. Simply I'll copy this test and I will keep only the skeleton of the test. Then I will delete the rest of the details. And here I will modify the test name. So here I'll say locators test. That's it. So we are using await page dot go to navigate to the URL. So I will remove this URL and we will use the new URL. So here I'll say firstly by role. So by role we are going to identify the element and then we will perform the actions on that particular element. So firstly here I am navigating to the google.com and searching with Cypress by testers talk. And that's it guys. So simply I will take this particular URL. So this is the URL for us. And if you see the videos, images, shopping, news, so these are the links here. So let's click on this particular videos or images or shopping, sorry. So if I inspect this particular videos, right? So this is the link guys. So you can take an example of any button or checkbox also, it will work fine. So I'm showing an example with respect to the link, how you can use the link to identify the element by using the role. So if you see here, so this is the anchor tag. That means it is a link, right? So simply I will copy this particular URL and then we will click on this particular videos very first time, then we will click on the images. So here I'm navigating to this particular URL by using the page.goto method. And after that, so here I'm using the await followed by page.get by role. So here we have to pass the, firstly here we have to say whether it is a link or checkbox or button or, yeah, so these are the few values, or a combo box also. If you see here, so here you can see that some of the examples also. So right now we are adding only link. Here you can see that combo box, checkbox, and there are many other inbuilt value can be passed over here to the get by role. So firstly I'm passing the link and followed by that we have to pass the object. So that is the name colon, and in the single quotation we have to add the videos. Right now I want to click on this particular videos. This is a link, and then later we will click on the images as well. So that's it guys. Then I will perform the action as click. So let's wait for some time. So after clicking on the videos, so here I will use the await followed by page dot wait for timeout. So here I will pass around 7,000 milliseconds. That means 7 seconds. That's it guys. Now let's run this particular test and we should be able to click on the videos. And I will come back and I will show you what are the different ways of using the get by role. And if you see here, so it has already clicked on the videos link. And already it is closed the browser, and also our test is getting passed. Now let's pass the images now. And this time it should click on the images. And if you see here, it has clicked on the images also, right? So this is how you can use the get by role locator. And if I hover my mouse on the get by role, so here you can see the possible examples also. So get by role can be used by using the, you can pass the heading, checkbox, button also. You can pass even the link also. So these are the couple of examples to identify the element by using the get by role. Now let's identify the element by using the area label. So here I'll say label. That's it guys. So what I will do, right, in this example, let me comment out this let me take this particular first line. We will navigate to the one of the URL firstly. So we will navigate to the google.com, and here if I inspect this particular search text box, so which is the text area tag, and inside this we have the one attribute called area label. So if you see here, so area label is equal to search. So we will pass this particular search value inside the get by label function. So I will go back to the VS Code, and here I will add the URL as google.com, and then so we have to identify that element by using the get by label. So here I'll say page dot get by label. So here I'll pass the search as the value, and after that, so here we have to pass the another object also. So here we have to say exact colon true. So I'm finding an element by using the area label which has the exact search as the value. So that's the reason here I'm passing the true. So let's enter something in that Google search text box. So here I'll say API testing by tester stock. That's it. And once we enter value inside this text box, so we will hit the enter by using the keyboard. So simply I will take this particular locator, and then I will call to the one method called press. So inside press, simply I will pass the enter. So this will presses the enter from the keyboard. That's it guys. So here we are using the get by label, and we are passing the value of the area label attribute. That's it guys. So let's run this particular test. So you have seen how you can use the get by role previously, and now we are going to see how we can use the get by label also. So I'm showing one way. So if you see here, so it has entered the text, and also it has pressed the enter also. We saw the results for the required search keywords. And if I mouse over on the get label, so there are different ways of using the get by label also. So if you see here, so we have the input tag where we have the array label and respective value, and second tag where it has the label as the tag name, and we have the value as a password, and next tag we have the input and we have the ID. And if you see here down, so these are the possible ways of using the get by label, and where you are passing the respective just keywords and we are performing the respective actions. So this is how we can use the get by role and get by label. Now let's see how to use get by alt text and get by test ID. So here I will navigate to the web page, and here so we need to navigate to the github.com/buckupan. So you can take any web page example where you are able to find the alt as the attribute. So if I inspect this particular image, so we have the one attribute called alt, and if you see here, so we have the attribute called, so we have the attribute and which has the view buckupan's full sized avatar, right? So we will use this particular value and we will identify this particular image, and we will click on this particular image by using the get by alt text. So here I will navigate to the VS Code, and so here I will comment out this particular part, so which is not required, and we are going to identify the element by using the alt text, right? So firstly we have to navigate to the URL. So here I'll say page dot go to, and here we will add the URL, and after that we have to identify the element, so by using the page dot so get by alt text, and inside that we have to simply add the text. So here I'll say text added or inside the alt text method, and after that we have to click on that particular image. That's it. So we have performed the click operation here. So before that we have to add the URL. Let's copy the URL, and I have added the URL. That's it, guys. It's very simple. So wherever you see the alt attribute and which has the value, and you can use the get by alt text. So I will run the test now. So it has opened the browser and it has navigated, and if you see here, it has clicked on that particular image also, right? So it is waiting for some seconds and our test is getting passed also. Here you can see the check mark also, right? So this is how you can use the alt text. Now let's see how to use the get by test ID. So here I'll say by test ID. So here I will navigate to the github.com followed by that. So simply I will pass the login. So this will navigate to the sign into GitHub page. So if I inspect this particular username text box, which has the multiple attributes and respective values. So here we are taking the one attribute called autocomplete. So whatever this particular way of identifying the element, if you have seen, right? So as I said earlier also, get by test ID. So this particular attribute, we are going to add it in the configuration file. And this particular attribute should be used across the project. Such kind of attribute can be added in the configuration file. So I will go back to the web page once again now. So here I'm considering this autocomplete is the attribute, so which is repeating again and again in my project. So I will take this particular attribute, and after that I will pass only the respective value wherever I'm using the autocomplete attribute. So let's add this attribute into our configuration file. So it will say test ID attribute colon, and then in the single quotation simply add the attribute name and put the common. That's it. So once you add this particular test ID attribute into the configuration file, come back to your test file, and here, so let's navigate to the URL first. So here we are navigating to the github.com/login. So we will enter something in this particular username text field. by using the autocomplete attribute value. So here I will enter the URL first, and then let's identify the element by using the page dot get by test ID. So we have added the test ID attribute in the configuration file. So that's the reason. So simply I will pass this particular respective value. So wherever you see autocomplete as the attribute and respective value, so you can use the get by test ID where you can simply pass the respective value. So no need to worry about the attribute name. So then here I'll say fill, so that I can enter something in the username. So here I'll say tester stock. That's it, guys. So we are done with adding the configuration in the Playwright configuration file, and also we have written the locator for the get by test ID also. So this will opens up the github.com login page, that's sign in page, and it will add the username value in the field, and then it will closes the browser. So if you look at here, so it has added the value which we have passed from the Playwright test, and it is closing the browser, right? So we are seeing the check mark here, and also here we can see the results also. It's working perfectly fine. Now I will discuss how to use the get by text, where we can pass the complete text and as well as the partial text. And also we will see how to use the get by title also to identify the web page element. Now let's see how to use the get by text. So here firstly we will navigate to the youtube.com/testerstalk. So we will use this particular URL, and once we come down here, so we have the multiple playlist. So firstly we will use the partial text. By using that we will perform the action on the web element. So here I will just use the Cypress by, and we will click on the this particular playlist. So if you see here, the complete text is Cypress by tester stock, but we are mentioning just Cypress by. So here I will navigate to the VS Code, and so here I'll say by text, and after that I will use the directly await keyword. Followed by that I will use the page, and then here I'll say go to. Inside this I will add the URL, and after that we will identify the element by using the get by text. So here I'll say page dot get by text. So here we will add the partial text. So here I'll say only Cypress by, and we will click on the playlist. So here I'll say just click operation. That's it, guys. Now let's execute the Playwright test, and we will see the results. So it has navigated to the YouTube link, and it has to open the Cypress by tester stock playlist, and also it has done that, and our test is passing, right? So this is how you can pass the partial text. Now this time I'm passing the complete text. So here I'm saying Cypress by tester stock. So I will run the same test once again. This time also it opens the YouTube page, and it goes to the Cypress by tester stock playlist. And if you see here, so it has clicked on the Cypress by tester stock, and it is closing the browser. And if you see here, our test is getting passed. So this is how we can use the get by text, where you can pass the partial text or the complete text. Now let's see how to use the title. So here I'll say by using the title. So we will navigate to the same URL. So that's the reason I will copy this particular line, where we are navigating to the youtube.com/tester stock. And if I inspect this particular playlist, Cypress by tester stock, so we have the attributes, multiple attributes, And within that, you will be finding one attribute called title equal to Cypress by tester stocks. So simply copy this particular value. Now we are going to identify the Cypress by tester stock playlist link by using the get by title. So we navigated to the YouTube link, and now we have to identify the element. So here I'm saying page dot get by title, and here I'm adding the value of the title attribute, and then I'm calling to the function called click. That's it, guys. So we are done with writing the simple one line of code. So here we are using the get by title, and we are performing the click operation. So let's run the playwright test now. So it has to open the Chrome browser, and it has to navigate to the YouTube link, and then finally it will navigate to the Cypress by tester stock playlist. And finally our test is getting passed, right? So this is working as expected. That's it, guys. Now let's see how to use the XPath and CSS selector. So we will navigate to the just youtube.com, and here we are going to identify the search text box by using the XPath first. So here I'm using the attribute called name, so which has the search underscore query as the value. And firstly, I will write the 2/* and in the square brackets @ attribute and followed by the value. We have to pass it. So this is a simple XPath I'm writing it. And if you see here, so it is matching with that particular search text box. Let's copy this particular XPath. So before that, so let's copy these two lines, and here I'll say by XPath, and I will pass the youtube.com link here. That's a URL, and let's identify the element. So here I'll say await followed by page, and here I'll say get by. Sorry. So for XPath and CSS selector, we have to use the locator. So here simply you have to pass the XPath equal to the XPath value. We have to pass it. So I will pass this particular XPath here. That's it. Firstly, I will click on that particular search text box, and after that I will pass the search keywords. So firstly I'm using the click method, and then next I'm using the fill method to enter the search keywords. So here I'll say JavaScript by testers top. That's it, guys. So after entering the text in the search text box by using the same locator, so I will press the enter from the keyboard. So here I'm using the one method called press, and inside that I'm passing the value as enter. So that will presses the enter from the keyboard. So this will navigate to the youtube.com, then it will enter the search keyword, and it will press the enter, and it will wait for some time, and it will close the browser. So this time we are using the XPath to identify the web page element. So as I said just before, XPath equal to is an optional value where you can pass it inside the locator method. And if you see here, so it has navigated to the search results of the YouTube page, and our test is getting passed, right? So this time what I'm doing is simply I will remove this particular XPath equal to. So this is an optional value. You can pass it or you can ignore it. And if I run this test, it will work fine. So it has entered JavaScript by test stock, and it got the results also, and it is closing the browser, and our test is getting passed, right? In the similar way, so what we will do is let's add the CSS selector now. So for CSS selector, simply we have to remove the two forward slash and star and at the rate. That's it. So this is our CSS selector. So I will go back here and I will copy the whole thing and I will comment out these 4 lines. And here I'll say CSS selector, and here I will pass the CSS selector value. That's it, guys. So I will copy this CSS selector value. So that's it, guys. We are done with adding the CSS selector to identify the element by using the CSS selector. Now let's run the Playwright test, and next time we will pass the CSS equal to value in the locator method. So this time we are passing directly CSS selector value. So it has entered the JavaScript by tested stock and it got the results also, and our test is perfectly working fine. And here you can pass the CSS equal to. So this is an optional value. You can add it or you can ignore it. So that's it, guys. So let's run the Playwright test now and it should work fine. And if you see here, we got the results also, and our test is perfectly working fine. And if you see here, our test is getting passed, and here also you can see the check mark here. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to discuss about how to capture the screenshot in Playwright. So we will capture the screenshot by using the Playwright. So it can be the element screenshot, it can be the page screenshot, or it can be the full page screenshot. You will see how to capture the all these screenshots using the Playwright tool. So now I will navigate to the VS Code, and here under the tests folder, I am creating one file called screenshots.spec.js. So that's it, guys. Now I will go to the first test.spec file, and here I will take this test and I will copy the test here. So simply I will keep the only skeleton of the Playwright test, and rest of the details I will delete it. And here I will give the test name as take screenshot in Playwright. And that's it, guys. Now let's look at the manual scenario. Then we will come back here and we will see how to capture the element screenshot, and then we will see how to capture the page screenshot, and also we will see how to capture the full page screenshot in Playwright automation tool. So here I will navigate to the web browser. So firstly we will open the youtube.com/@testerstock. So here we have a one element called channel header. If I inspect this particular channel header, so we are going to identify this channel header and we are going to capture the element screenshot. So you can identify any element in the web page and you can try to capture the screenshot. So if I inspect this particular channel header, and if you see here, so this particular div tag has the ID. So I will copy this particular ID, and here I'm just using the hash followed by the ID value. So here I have written a simple CSS selector, and by using this we can identify the element and then we can see how to capture the screenshot in Playwright. So let's navigate to this URL first, and I'll copy this URL and I will enter the URL here. So that's it, guys. Now we have to identify the channel header element first. So here I'm using await keyword followed by page dot. So here I'll say locator, and inside the locator function I will pass the CSS selector value. That's it. Once we pass the CSS selector value over there, and simply you need to call the one function called screenshot. So here we have to pass the one object, that is the location of the file. So let's create a one folder inside our project. So here I'm creating one folder called screenshots. So we will keep all the screenshots inside the screenshots folder. So firstly, we will keep the element screenshot inside the screenshots folder. So here we have to specify the path. So here I'm saying path colon in the single quotation. So I'm adding dot slash and the folder name screenshots, and followed by that we have to specify the screenshot name. So here I'll say element dot png. So that's it, guys. So firstly, we have identified the element by using the CSS selector, and here we are adding the location where we want to capture the screenshot, and also we are adding the screenshot name as element.png. So that's it, guys. And finally, I will add some wait here by using the await followed by page dot wait for timeout. So here I'll pass 5000 milliseconds, and that's it, guys. Under the screenshots folder, right now we don't have anything. So after running this particular automation test, so it is going to capture the screenshot of the web page element, and also it will keep inside the screenshots folder. That's it, guys. And if you see here, so our test is getting passed. I will go to the screenshots folder, and if you see here, so already it has captured the element screenshot, and also it has added inside the screenshots folder. So let's go to the location where exactly it has placed. So simply I will open the screenshot, and if you see here, so Playwright has captured the element screenshot, right? So this is how you can capture the web page element screenshot. Now let's see how to capture the page screenshot. So it is very easy. So we have to use the await keyword followed by page. So I don't want to capture the particular element screenshot here. So I want to capture the current page screenshot. So that's the reason directly I'm calling the screenshot method. And here again we have to pass the location of the file where we want to keep the screenshot also. So simply I will copy the same location and we will update the file name. So here I will give the screenshot name as page.png. So our screenshot name would be the page. So that's it, guys. Let's run the test now. So this time Playwright will take the current page screenshot. That's it, guys. And if you see here, so our test is passing. And if you see the screenshots folder, so we have the another screenshot called page.png got added. So let's go to the location. So let's open the page screenshot. And if you see here, so Playwright has captured the current page screenshot. So this is how you can capture the screenshot of the element or the current page. Now this time we will capture the full page screenshot. So it is very much similar, whatever the syntax what we have used for the capturing the screenshot of the current page. And here we have to pass the another object called, so that's another flag. So here we have to use the full page colon, and here we have to pass the true or false. So here I'm passing the true as the value so that it is going to capture the full page screenshot, and I will give the name of the screenshot as full page.png. So that's it, guys. Now I will run this particular test now. This time we are going to capture the full page screenshot using Playwright tool. And if you see here, so our test is passing, and you can see the test results also. So our test is getting passed. And if you see the screenshots folder, so there is another screenshot added in the same location, full page.png. So let's go to the location. And if I open that particular screenshot, so if you see here, so this is a full page screenshot. So currently the page is not loaded, and you can try to scroll down and you can take the full page screenshot. That time the whole page will be visible properly. So this is how you can capture the element screenshot, page screenshot, full page screenshot using Playwright. In the next Playwright tutorial, I will be discussing how to capture the screenshot and how to add into the report when test is failed. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to take a screenshot and how to add the screenshot into the Playwright test report when test failed. So let's navigate to the VS Code now. So here I will open one of the spec file called first test.spec.js file. So I will simply run this particular test. So this is a currently working test. So our test will pass. So it will not capture the screenshot, and even if it is failed also, it will not capture the screenshot and add into the Playwright test report. And we'll see how to do that. So if you see here, our test is getting passed, and if I open the HTML report, so you will be not seeing any screenshot here. So whenever test is getting passed or failed also. So if I scroll down, so there is no screenshot, and our test is getting passed. So now I will make intentionally this test getting failed. So I'll make this test failure. So it will pass the incorrect expected value. So our test will fail now because actual value and expected value is not matching. So once our test got failed, so this time also it is not going to capture the screenshot. And if you see here, so our test is getting failed where it is not able to match the actual and expected value. So let's go to the report and let's refresh the report. And if you see here, so this is the expected string and this is the actual string. So it is not matching both the strings. And if I scroll down, you'll be not finding any screenshot here. And here you can see that where exactly our test got failed also. So let's see how to add the screenshot into the Playwright test report when test is getting failed. So here I will go to the playwright.config.js file and under the define config. So I will come down. So there is another object called use. Inside this we have to add the one flag called screenshot colon, and here we have to pass the value as only on failure. That's it guys. So this is the very simple configuration. You need to do it in the Playwright config file. Now I will go back to the our VS Code test here. That's the first test.spec file, and I will rerun the test. So this time our Playwright will capture the screenshot and also it will add the screenshot into the Playwright test report whenever the test is getting failed. And if you see here, our test is getting failed. I will go to the report again. Then I will refresh the page. So our test is getting failed. So because of expected string and received strings are not matching. And if I scroll down, here you can see the step. And also you can, if I scroll down a little bit down, so here you will be seeing the screenshot section. Under the screenshots, you'll be finding the screenshot where exactly Playwright test is getting failed. So this is how you can capture the screenshot, and this is how you can add the screenshot into the Playwright test report. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see what are hooks and how to implement hooks in the Playwright framework. So let's understand what are hooks. So hooks are nothing but the block of code and that will be getting executed before executing your tests or after executing your tests. So these are the four hooks we have in the Playwright tool. The very first one is before each, second one is before all, third one is after each, and fourth one is after all. So let's understand what exactly each hooks does. We have the before each. So that name itself says that this particular block of code will be executing before each test. And coming to the next one, before all. So this is a function. So it will contain the block of code. That block of code will be getting executed before executing all your tests. And coming to the third one and fourth one. So these two are exactly opposite to the before each and before all. So after each is nothing but, so this block of code will be executed after executing the each test and coming to the final one after all. So this is a function. It contains the block of code and that will be getting executed after completing the all the test execution. So let's see how to implement hooks in the Playwright. So I will navigate to the VS Code now. So here I'm creating a one spec file inside the tests folder, hooks dot spec dot js. That's it, guys. So I will go to the one of the spec file called first test dot spec dot js file, and I will copy the all the code from the this particular spec file, and I will come inside the hooks dot spec dot js file. So here I have copied the first test spec dot js file test into the hooks dot spec dot js file. So let me explain what exactly this test is doing, and we will update the test name later. So firstly, we are navigating to the youtube.com. Then we are searching with Cypress by tester stock. So that means we are entering this particular text in the search text box. Then we are clicking on the search icon. So once we got the results, we are clicking on the playlist, and then we are validating the title of the web page. So that's it, guys, at high level. So here I will rename the test name as hooks in Playwright. So that's it, guys. So if you see here, if I'm having right now, I'm having only one test. And if I need to write the 10 automation tests like this, so I need to use the await followed by the page dot go to. So this precondition is required for each and every test case. That means launching the browser and entering this particular URL. So I don't want to write it in the all the 10 automation tests. So I want to keep it in only in single place. So that will be used across the all the test. So that's the reason what I'm doing is simply I will cut this particular part and I will place it inside the one hook called before each. So let's implement the before each now. So here I'm using the test object, and here I will add the test dot before each. So here we have to say which hook we are using. Then here I'm adding the name of this function as run before each test. That's it. And followed by this, I'm using the async function. So here I'm adding the page object, and followed by that, so I'm using the arrow function. That's it, guys. So simply I will paste the code which is launching the browser and entering the URL, right? So now I will run the test. So now this time also it should work fine. So let me run the test now. And if you see here, it has opened the browser and also it is entering the URL, and also it is navigating to the playlist and it is validating properly. And if you see the test results also, our test is getting passed, right? Now, so here I will add one log, that's a console dot log, and here I'll add the message as running before each test. That's it, guys. So this is how you can implement the before each test, or some data you want to clean up, or some data you want to create it. So those kind of functionalities can be implemented inside the before each. Now let's implement the before all also. So it is very much similar. So here we have to replace this before each with the before all, and here I'll say before all test, and I'm not doing anything inside the before all. So simply I'm writing the one simple message called running before all test. That's it, guys. Say for example, if we are having test data which you want to read it from the different sources, it can be the CSV file, Excel file, JSON file. So that data can be loaded inside the before all hooks. So if I run the test, so this particular block of code will be getting executed before running any of the test. So as of now, we have only one test. So we will try to use the, sorry guys. So we should not use the page object here. Sorry guys. So we should not use the page object inside the before all. So let's remove that and let's run the test now. And we will add the same test once again. Then we will have the two automation tests. So it is able to navigate to the URL and it is performing all the actions properly. And our test is getting passed also. So I will take the same test and I will create a second test and I will remove some of the actions here. So simply it will navigates to the youtube.com and it searches with the Cypress by tester stock. So instead of Cypress by tester stock, here I'll say API testing by tester stock this time. And here I will say the test name as hooks in Playwright 2. So that's it, guys. So right now we are having total two tests. So before running this particular test, so our browser should get launched. And before running the second test also, it should launch the browser and it should perform all the actions. So here I'm going to the testing and then I will run the hooks spec file. So far we have implemented before each and before all hooks in the Playwright, and let's quickly implement the after each and after all hooks also. So firstly it is searching with the Cypress by tester stock, and second time so it has to search with API testing by tester stock. And if you see here, so it is able to search with the second set of search keyword. And if you see here, our two tests are working fine. So as I said before, after each and after all, so those two hooks are exactly opposite to the before each and before all. So here I'll say after each and I will update the description and also I will update the log also. So here I'm not doing anything inside the after each hook also, and here I'll say after all, and same thing I will update inside the console.log. Say for example, if you want to clean up the data or if you want to close the connection with the external sources, so those kind of things can be written inside the after each and the after all. So if I execute this particular test, right, so let me trigger the whole test and we will go back to the report and we will see in which order all the hooks are working, and also we'll see how the tests are getting executed also. So firstly it will work the before all and then before each, then test, then after each and after all. So this is a usual order Playwright test will work when we are using the hooks in the Playwright. So if you see here, so all the two tests are working fine. So let's go to the report. And if you see here, so our tests are working fine. So I will go down and I will click on the std out. So if you see here, so firstly it is running the before all test, then before each test, and after that running after each test. So this is the very first test. That's the reason after all test is not got executed. So if I go to the test 2, so this is a test which got executed last. And if I go to the std out, so here you will be able to see the firstly before each test, then after each test, then at last it is running the after all the test, right? So this is how you can implement the hooks in Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to handle dropdown list in Playwright. There are two ways we can select the any dropdown value. The first one is by using value we can select the dropdown list, and second one is by using visible text we can select the any dropdown value. So let's see the manual scenario first, and then we will perform all these actions practically. And at the end, we are going to see how to verify the drop-down value. So you can verify the default value or you can verify the even selected value as well. So let's look at the manual scenario first. So we will navigate to the facebook.com and then we will click on the create new account. And then, so we will come here. So we will select any value from the month drop-down list, and also we will validate the default value, and also we will validate the any selected value after the selecting it from the drop-down list. So let's navigate to the VS Code now. Let's quickly create a script. So let me close all the windows. So under the tests folder, so I'm creating one file called dropdown list dot spec dot js. So that's it. So I will go to the first test dot spec file. Simply I will copy the test here and I will come to the drop down list spec file. So simply I will delete the some lines of code which are not required. So here I will keep only skeleton of the Playwright test. And here I will update the test name as handle drop down list in Playwright. So that's it. Firstly, we have to navigate to the one URL. So here I will add the URL by using the goto method. So I will navigate to the facebook.com. So once we navigate to the facebook.com, so we have to identify the one element called create new account. So I will use the visible text. By using that, we will identify this button and we will click on the create new account. So here I'll say get by text and I will pass the text, that is the create new account. Then I will call the method called click, so that will perform the click action. So once we navigated to the pop-up, that's the alert. So here we have to identify this particular drop-down list, that's the month. So I will inspect the month drop-down list. And if you see here, so this particular select tag has the array label name ID. So here I will use the ID, and by using the ID, so simply I'll say hash and followed by the ID value. So I have written a simple CSS selector and I'll copy this CSS selector. And here what I will do is simply I will use the page dot locator. Then I will add the locator here. Then I will assign back to the one constant variable called dropdown list. So that's it. So by using this element, I can select the any value from this particular drop down value. So let's see by using the value how we can select the drop down list. So if I navigate to the DOM details of the month, and if you see here, so for the Jan value is 1, for Feb it is a 2, and if I scroll down, for May it is 5, for June it is a 6. So let us select the May. So simply I will pass the value as 5, and here I will use the drop down list dot select option, and simply I will pass the value because I want to select the May now. So that's the reason here I'm passing the 5. That's it. And here I will provide some wait so that we can see the execution properly. So here I'll say wait for timeout. And here I'll pass 5000 milliseconds. So by default, our web page is selecting the December as the month, and our test will select the May. So I will run the test now. So it is navigating to the facebook.com, and then if you see here, May got selected and our test is working fine. If you see here, so we got the check mark and also we got the test got passed. So this is how you can select the drop down value using the Playwright. So let's try to select the June this time. So I will pass the 6 here. So if you see the DOM details, so to select June, we have to pass the value as 6. So that's the reason I'm passing the value as 6 here, and I will run the test. And if you see here, June got selected and our test is perfectly working fine, right? So these are the two examples what we have seen how to select a drop down using the value. So this time what I will do is I will pass the visible text. Say for example, I want to select August. So simply I will pass the August here. So previously we were passing the value, but this time I'm passing the visible text. So if I run the test, so at the end of the test, it will select it is going to select the August as the month from the drop down list. And if you see here, August got selected. So this is how you can select the drop down value using value and visible text in Playwright. Now let's see how to verify the drop down value. So for example, if I after navigating to facebook.com and then once we click on create new account, so default value is December. For December, if I inspect in the DOM, so let's check the value of the December. So it will be 12, right? So let's assert this particular value whether December is getting selected or not. We will verify it. So here what I will do is after navigating to this particular web page, then here I will assert the before selecting anything in the drop down list. So I am going to assert the December as the value. So here I am using the await followed by, as I said previously, we have to use the expect keyword, and followed by that we have to use the element, and then here we have to say to have value, and here we have to pass the value. That's it. So by default value is 12 this time, so that's the reason here I'm passing 12, and if I run the test, and this will work fine. So basically we are checking the default drop down value is correctly displaying or not. So this time our test will work fine because December is the month. By default it is getting selected. Let's say if I pass 2, and this time our test will get failed. So you can assert even the after selecting the any drop down value in the similar way. So I have showed you how to validate the default value. So default selected drop down value, and if you see here, so we have the assertion failure here. The expected string is 2, but we have received the 12 as the string. So this is the expected failure. So this is how you can select drop-down values in Playwright, and also how this is how you can validate the drop-down values. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to discuss how to handle iframes, and also I am going to discuss about how to drag and drop elements in Playwright. So let's navigate to the web browser. We will see the manual scenario first. So we will navigate to jqueryui.com/droppable first. Then here if you scroll down, so here we have two elements. One is drag me to target. So this is a source element, and drop here is a destination element. So simply we can take this source element and we can drop inside the destination element. So this is the overall scenario, guys. So I will go to the VS Code. Let's create a Playwright test now. Under the tests folder, I'm creating iframe, then drag and drop dot spec dot js. That's it, guys. Then I will go to the first test spec file. So here I will copy the test and I will come back to the iframe drag and drop spec file. So here I will keep the only skeleton of the Playwright test. And here I will update the test name as handle iframes in Playwright. And I'll say here drag and drop. So that's it, guys. So firstly, we have to navigate to the URL. So here I'm using the goto method. By using that, we will open the browser and we will navigate to this URL. That's it. Now, if I go to the web browser and let me refresh this page. So I will open the DOM details now. So if I inspect the source element, and this is a destination element, below one is, and if I go a little bit up here, so here we have the iframe. Firstly, we have to identify the iframe, and then we have to switch to this particular iframe. Then we can perform actions on the elements which are there inside the iframe. So let's identify the iframe now. So here we are having the class equal to demo-frame. So I will take this particular value, class value, and simply I will press dot and the value. So we are able to identify the iframe by using the CSS selector. So here I will copy the CSS selector and I'll come down here. I'll say firstly we will find the iframe, then we will find the drag and, that is the source and destination element. Then finally we will perform the drag and drop the element. So that's it, guys. It is very simple. Now let's identify the iframe now. So here I will use the await. Sorry, I will not use the await here. So directly I will use the page dot. So here I'll say frame locator. And inside the frame locator method, I will pass the frame, whatever we have written the CSS selector to identify the iframe. Then I will assign back to the constant variable called iframe element. So that's it, guys. So we have identified the iframe now. Now we have to identify the source and destination element. And once we are having source and destination element, directly we can drag and drop the element into the destination side. So let's identify the source element now. So here I will inspect the source element. So if you see here, this particular div tag has the ID. So that's the reason ID equal to draggable. So I will simply use this ID equal to draggable and I will write the simple CSS selector. And I will remove the double quotes. I will put the single quotes. That's it, guys. So we are able to identify the source element, right? So it is highlighting the source element. To identify this particular drag, that's the source element, draggable element. So this element is present inside the iframe. So that's the reason I will use this particular iframe element. After that, I'm going to use the locator method. So firstly, we have to switch to this particular frame. By using this frame, we are going to find the source and destination element, and then we can perform the action. So here I'm saying iframe element. So we are using the frame. Then we are locating the element, that is the source element. So here I'm adding the source element locator value. Then I'm assigning back to the constant variable called, here I'll say drag element. In the similar way, let's identify the destination element, that is a droppable element. So here I'll say drop element, and here we will replace the ID. So I will go to the web page, and if I come down here, so it is highlighting the respective drop element. So simply I'll take this ID of the drop element and I'll add it here. That's it, guys. So we have the iframe and we have the source and destination elements. Now it is very easy. We can directly drag and drop the element. So we can use the await followed by, so here I'm using the drag element first, and followed by that I'm calling one method called drag to, and inside this we have to simply pass the drop element. That's it, guys. So we are done with most of the work here. So I will give some wait here. So here I'll say page dot wait for timeout. So that's it, guys. Now our test is ready. Now I will run the test now. So it is very simple. We have opened the URL, then we have identified the frame, then source and destination elements. Then we are simply dragging and dropping the element. If you see here, so this is perfectly working fine. So we are able to drag the source element into the destination side. So we are able to drop the element into the destination element. And also you can see here, our test is perfectly working fine and our test is getting passed, right? So this is how you can handle the iframes in Playwright. And also this is how you can drag and drop the element in Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to perform the mouse actions using Playwright tool. So let's navigate to the web browser and let's look at the scenario. So we will navigate to the google.com, and here I will search with tester stock, and I will take the some part of the URL. So I will take this part of the URL. So we will enter this particular URL and we will do firstly just normal click, double click, and right click from the mouse, middle button click from the mouse, and left button click from the mouse. And also we will see how to hover the mouse on the elements also. So if I hover my mouse here on the voice, so it is displaying the some text, search by voice. So if I hover on the image, so it is saying search by image, like that. So at the end we will see how to hover the mouse on the particular element. So now I will navigate to the VS Code and we will use this particular URL. And here I'm creating one simple spec file under the tests folder. So here I'll say mouse actions dot spec dot js file. So that's it. I will go to the first test dot spec file, and here I'll copy this test and I will keep only the skeleton of Playwright test. And here I will modify the test name as mouse actions in Playwright. That's it, guys. So let's enter the URL here first. So I will go to the browser and I will take the URL, and then I'll come back to the VS Code now. So here I have entered the URL. So let's do the very normal click and double click. So these are the generic clicks what we will do. So here let's say just click, and then we have a double click. So we'll see one by one how to do all these. And here I'll say mouse, right click, and in the similar way we have the mouse, middle button click, and then we will perform the left button click from the mouse. And at the end we are performing the mouse hover. So these are the things we will be doing it in couple of minutes. So that's it, guys. Now, so let's perform a normal click. So here I will go to the page. So let's identify this particular tester stock link by using the get role. So here I will go to the VS Code. So here I will use await keyword followed by page dot, and here I'll say get by role. So here I will mention as a link. By using the link text, we are going to identify the element. Then I will pass the object, and inside the object I will pass the value as tester stock. That's it, guys. Now, so there might be n number of matches to the our link text. So that's the reason. So if you look at this particular search results, so there can be a number of matches. So that's the reason here I'm calling one function called first. So this will focus on the only very first element. Then I will say the regular click method. That's it, guys. So I will put some wait so that we can see the execution at the end of the test. So here I'll say wait for timeout. So here I'll add some seconds. So that's it, guys. Now let's verify whether we are able to perform the normal click. So I will run the test now. So it is launching the browser and it is entering the URL, and it should click on the tester stock, and it is navigating to the tester stock channel. And if you see here, so our test is perfectly working fine. So this is how you can perform our regular click or the normal click. So I will take the same locator and we will see how to perform the double click on any element using Playwright. So previously we have called click function. Now we have to call the dbl click. So that's it, guys. So that means a double click. So now we are double clicking on this particular tester stock link. So here I will run the test once again. So dbl click is nothing but the double click. So if you see here, it is navigating to the YouTube channel, and finally it is closing the browser. So this is how you can perform the double click. Now let's see how to perform the mouse right click. So we will take the same element. So basically I'll take the same element here, and then if I go to the web browser, so simply we will right click on this particular link like this, right? So I will go back here, and so here I'm calling one method called click. So inside the click method, so here I'm passing as button. So we have to pass the object, guys, not directly button. We can pass it. So inside the object, we can pass the button colon. Then here we can pass the values inside this. So firstly, let's perform the right click from the mouse. So simply you need to pass the right, and this is going to right click on the element by using the mouse. So let's run the test now. And if you see here, so it has performed a right click on the web page element. and then it is closing the browser. And if you see here, so our test is getting passed, right? Now let's take the same line of code, and simply we have to pass the different value to the click method. So firstly, we have clicked on the element. That means we have performed a right click on the element. Now this time we are going to perform the middle click. So here I'll pass as middle. That's it, guys. So I will go to the web browser, and if I do the middle click on the web page element, so this is going to open the next tab like this, right? So let's verify this whether it is properly performing the action or not. So let's run the test now. So we are performing the middle click, and if you see here, it has opened the another tab. So it has opened that particular link in the second tab. So that's it, guys. And if you see here, our test is perfectly working fine. So this is how we can perform the middle button click from the mouse. Now this time we will perform the left button click from the mouse. So simply here we have to pass the different value. So here we have to pass the left as the value to the button. So that means we are passing the object to the click method. So that's it, guys. Now I will run the test, and this time it will perform the left button click from the mouse. So it is basically it navigates to the channel. So that's how it is. And that's it, guys. And if you see here, so our test is getting passed. Now let's see the final one, how to hover on the any web page element. Let's say, for example, I want to mouse hover on any of these elements, right? So let's inspect this particular element, and we will do the mouse hover on the element. So I'm inspecting search by wise. So if you see here, so we have the div tag, and under that we have the area label equal to search by wise. So simply I'll take this particular attribute and value, and I'll paste it here. That's it, guys. And we are able to identify the element by using the CSS selector. That's attribute equal to value. Simply I'll take this CSS selector, and I'll come down here. So here I'm using await keyword. So we are going to identify the element now. So I will use the page dot locator, and here we have to pass the locator value, whatever we have identified it. So that's it, guys. So we have identified the element. Now I'm calling one method called hover. So this function does the mouse hover on the web page element. So that's it, guys. So if you see here, so whenever you open the page normally, so this particular text will be not displayed. Only if you hover on the page element, then it will display the text as search by voice, right? Now let's run the test and see the results. And if you see here, guys, so it has performed the action because I have used my mouse. Just I was rolling my mouse. So that's the reason that text got disappeared. So let's run the same test once again. I will not do anything this time. And you will be seeing the text as search by voice. If you see there, search by voice is displayed. So this is how you can perform the mouse hover on any element using the Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to perform keyboard actions in Playwright. So I will show you a couple of examples over here. So we can perform many actions from the keyboard. And if you see here, so there are multiple options. So very commonly used actions from the keyboards are pressing backspace, tab, enter, escape. And you can also press the enter, insert, page down, page up. And also you can press the functions from F1 to F12. And also you can press the digits from the keyboard. And also we can press keys from A to Z as well. So like this, there are many actions we can do it from the keyboard. So let's see a couple of examples in the VS Code now. So here I will quickly create a one spec file. So here I'll say keyboard actions dot spec.js. So that's it. So I will go to one of the spec file and I will copy the test. And here I will keep only the skeleton of playwright test. So that's it, guys. So let's update the test name as keyboard actions in playwright. So that's it. Now let's discuss the manual scenario, what we are going to do it in few minutes. So firstly, I will navigate to the google.com and we will identify this search text box. Then we'll fill some data over here, and by using the keyboard, we will hit the enter first. So let's perform this action first. So let's copy the URL now. Here I'll go and I will add the URL inside the goto method. And let's identify the search text box. So here I'm using the one attribute called area label equal to search. So simply I will add the square brackets. So inside the square brackets, I will add the attribute name and attribute value. So here I'm trying to add the single quotation. In between the single quotation, I'm adding the value. So we are able to locate the element, right? So let's copy that element. And here, so I'm using the, so let's add the steps here. Firstly, we will press the enter. So I will say press enter. And then we'll say control plus A, sorry. So control plus all. So we will see how to press the control plus A. Sorry, let me add here press control plus A, and also we'll see how to press tab also. And also we will see how to press the delete from the keyboard. So these are the couple of examples we will be seeing in few minutes. So I will identify the element first. Here I'll say await followed by that page dot. Here I'll say locator, and inside that I will add the locator value what we copied it from the Google page. And firstly I will perform the click operation. So I want to click on that search text box firstly. Then we will enter something in the search text box. So here I'm adding playwright by tester stock. So that's it. Now let's verify whether this test is working fine or not. Then finally I will use await followed by page dot. Here I'll say wait for timeout. So here I will give some seconds. So after completing the test, so it will wait for some time. So let's see whether this test is working fine or not. Then we will see how to press enter, how to press Ctrl A, how to press delete, and how to press the tab also. It looks like it is not working. So let's see what is the issue also. So I will navigate to the VS Code. Still it is running. And if you see here, sorry. So here we have given the press. So here we have to call the method called fill. So that is the reason so our test got failed. Now this time we should be able to open the google.com and we should be able to enter the some value in the search text box. And if you see here, so we are able to enter the playwright by tester stock. Great. So now let's see how to press the enter from the keyboard. So I will take this locator and followed by that. So here I'm calling to the one method called press, and inside the press I'm passing the value as enter because I want to press enter from the keyboard. So that's the reason I'm passing the enter value. So you can pass any value from this particular list, right? So it will be acceptable value. So right now I'm pressing the enter. So once I add the text here, let's say playwright by tester stock. If I press enter from the keyboard, we got the search result here, right? Now let's see this test, whether it will fetch the results or not. So I'm running the test now. If you see the results here, so we are able to fetch the results after pressing the enter. So here I will be doing a very small modification. So after the web element locator value, I'm calling one function called first, and same thing I will do it for the line number 10, also in the line number 13 also. So why I'm doing this particular, why I'm adding this particular statement is, so if it is this particular locator is matching with multiple elements, and it will perform the action on the very first element. So that's the reason here I'm saying identify the first element and perform the action. That's what I'm saying here. So that's it, guys. We know how to press enter from the keyboard. Now let's see. So after pressing enter, right? So if I close this particular inspector, so what I will do is next action. So we will use the control plus A, and also we will use the delete. So in this scenario, again I will click on this text box. I will select all the text, and then I will delete it from the keyboard. That's it, guys. So this is the action what we are doing it now. So firstly we have to click on the text box. So that's the reason I'm copying the line number 9, which is clicking on the search text box. Then we have to press the control A from the keyboard. So that's the reason I will copy this particular part where we are performing the enter. So here I'm passing the value as control plus A. So this will select all the text which is there in this particular search text box. That's it, guys. Once we are able to select the text which is there inside the text box, simply we can delete it by using the delete. So here right now I'm passing the delete as the value for the press. So this is going to delete the value whatever we selected by using the control A. That's it, guys. Our scenario is very simple. So firstly we have entered the search text box, and after that we are pressing enter from the keyboard, and again we are selecting the same text box here. Then we are selecting all the text which is there inside the text box. Then finally we are deleting that text. Now let's run the test and see the results. If you see here, guys, everything got cleared. So, and if you see the output also, our test is perfectly working fine, right? So this is how you can use the control A that selects all the text, and also we are deleting the selected text. Now let's see how to press tab. So the scenario is very simple, guys. So I will go to the google.com. So already we have identified this search text box. Firstly, we will click on this search text box, and after that I'm pressing one tab, and after that after pressing the tab, cursor is going on to the search by voice, right? And if I hit enter from the keyboard, it is going to open up the one alert, right? So let's perform this particular action. We will see how to use the tab and enter also. So right now I will comment out the line number 10 and line number 13 and line number 16, 17 and 18. So that's it, guys. So we have opened the google.com, and we have clicked on the search text box, and now we have to press tab and enter. So here I'm using the await keyword followed by the page dot keyboard, because already we are clicking on the text box here. So directly we have to click the tab and then we have to press the enter from the keyboard. So that's the reason here I'm saying press. So firstly we have to press the tab. So that's the reason here I'm passing tab, and followed by that we have to press the enter as well. And then I will press the enter. So that's it guys. So I will give a little bit more weight. So we are done with how to implement or how to use the tab and enter from the keyboard in a Playwright automation tool. So let's run the test now. And if you see here, so we got the alert which we expected it. So it will wait for some time, and if you see here, our test is getting passed, and also here you can see the check mark. So this is how you can use the all the keyboard actions in the Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to work with the DatePicker. So I will be discussing how to select the today's date and how to select the custom dates as well from the DatePicker field. So let's navigate to the browser. We will see the scenario and then we'll come back to the VS Code and we will create the spec file and we will create the Playwright test. So we will navigate to the this particular URL jquery ui.com/datepicker. So here we have the one field called date and where we can select the any dates, right? So this is the scenario what we are going to automate it in few minutes. So let's navigate to the VS Code, and here I'm creating quickly one spec file as datepicker.spec.js. So that's it. So I will copy the one of the test and I will come back to the datepicker.spec file and I will delete the respective code. Here I need just the skeleton of the Playwright test. And here I'm updating the name of the test as DatePicker in Playwright. So that's it guys. So firstly we will navigate to the URL. So here I will add the URL first. And once we navigated to the specified URL, we have to identify this particular element. So this element is present inside the iframe. If I inspect the element, so we have the one iframe. Firstly, we have to switch into this particular iframe, and then we can perform the action on this particular date field element. So let's identify the iframe first. So we have the class equal to demo frame. So simply I will take the class value and here I'll say dot followed by class value. So we are able to locate the iframe and simply I will copy the iframe now. So we have the iframe locator name and here I'll say page dot. So here I'll call to the one function called frame locator. So firstly we have to switch into this particular frame. Then I will assign back to the one constant variable called frame element. So we have the frame. Now by using this frame, I can perform the any action on this particular date field element, right? So let's inspect the date field now. And if you see here, which is a which has the input tag and it has the respective attributes and values. So I am identifying this element by using the class value. Simply I will copy the class value. Again I will put the dot and I will add the class value. So if you see here, so we are able to locate the date field. So let's copy the locator now. So here I will use the frame element followed by locator. So let's add the locator value here. Then simply I will use the fill. So here I can pass the date format. So let's see which format of date is this field is accepting now. So if I select today's date, so it is accepting month followed by date and year. So let's pass the any date here. So let's pass 22 or let's pass 20. Sorry, first we have to pass the 12, that's a month, followed by date. Let's pass 20 as a date and followed by the year. So that's it, guys. So we are done with identifying the frame, and by using the frame, so we are going inside the frame, then we are identifying the date picker field and we are selecting the date in that field. So I will put some wait so that we can see the execution properly. So that's it, guys. So this is a one way, guys, how we can select the custom date. And next we will see how to select the today's date. So we don't know like what will be the today's date, right? So dynamically how to select the date we will see after executing this test. So this is the very simple way how we can select any custom date. So it can be today's date, you can pass it, or you can pass the, if it's here, so we are able to select the 12/20 and 2023. And if you see here, our test is getting passed. So this is the one way of selecting the date from the date picker. So let's look at the second way, how we can select the dynamically today's date. So I will go back to the web page now. I will refresh it. Once again, I will inspect the date field. So if you see here, so today date is 2022. So I have clicked on this particular input box firstly, and then I'm going to inspect the today's date. So if you see here, this particular TD tag followed by the, we have class, and if you see the class value, right, which is ending with UI date picker today. And if I inspect the next date or even previous date, so this particular TD tag and followed by the class does not have the whole value whatever we have seen in the today's date tag, right? So if you see here, the above one, which has the different value together, right, altogether. So this is a very unique value which will be there if it is the today's date. So let's identify the element by using the class. So firstly, let's click on the this text box. Then we will get the calendar. Then we will select the today's date by using the class. So here I'm firstly using this particular locator. So previously we have used to enter the data. Now I'm using the same locator. Then I'm simply calling the method called click. So this will clicks on the date field text box. Then now we have to identify the today's date. So if it is, let's say today is 22, so it will select the 22. If I execute tomorrow, if it is 23, it will select the 23, because based on the class value we are going to identify the element. So simply I will press Control F and followed by that it will say dot value. If you see here, so it is highlighting the respective element on the calendar, right? So today date is 22. Let's copy this inspected value, and here I will use the await followed by, then I will say frame locator dot locator, and then I will pass the CSS selector, and here I'll say just click on that date. That's it, guys. So this time, so our test should select the today's date, that's the 22 date. Let's run the test and see. And after this test we will see the next way of, if you see here, guys, So it has selected the 1222, and if you see here, our test is getting passed, right? So these are the two ways of selecting the date picker. So there is another way also. So that is the another way of selecting the custom date value. So let's see how to select the custom date value. So based on the today's date, for example, today date is 22. Say for example, I want to select the 3 days back date, that is a 19 date. Or say for example, I want to select future date. I want to select after 4 days date. So like this custom date can be selected by using this particular approach. So let's see what is this approach. So simply I will take this particular locator we have written to identify the today's date, right? So if I put this particular locator, so it is highlighting the, sorry guys. So let me refresh the page once. Now let's add the locator. So if you see here, so it is highlighting the today's date. So if I go inside the TD tag, we have the another tag called anchor tag. So I will put one arrow and here I'll say arrow A, anchor tag. So right now it is highlighting the this particular today's date anchor tag. And if you see the details of this anchor tag, so there is a one attribute called data-date, which has the exact value of the today's date, right? So we will get this particular date by using this. We can add the days or we can subtract the days. And based on the result, we can select the custom date. So now what I will do is simply I will take this particular CSS selector, and here I'm using the frame element dot locator, and here I will add the locator value. So I will save back to the constant variable called default date. So that's it guys. So once I'm having the locator, by using this one, so I will get the data-date value by using the get attribute. So here I'll say get attribute, and inside this we have to specify the attribute name as data-date. So this returns me the 22 right now. So I will assign back this to the another variable called, here I will say let, and I'll say date value. So that's it guys. Now once we are having the, so let me add it as a current date value. So once we are having the current date value, so we will simply perform some arithmetic operation. Let's say for example I want to select the 3 days back date. So I will take this current date value, and here I'll say, so I'll put the brackets, and then here I will say 3. That means it is going to return me the 19 as the value. And once the operation is done, then here I will convert back to the integer. So here I'll say %. So that's it guys. So I will put the brackets and I will assign back to the one variable called custom date. So here I'll say const, and variable name is custom date. So that's it guys. It's very simple now. So once we are having the custom date, so right now this is going to return me the 22 as a value, and then here we are doing the calculation, and this calculation returns me the 19 as value, right? So now what I will do is, so here I'm creating one locator as, so here I will say element. So what I'm doing is here I'm writing a simple CSS selector guys. So the CSS selector is very simple, bracket, open bracket, data-date, and followed by that I need to pass the So this particular custom date over here, so that it will matches to the respective data date. Say for example, I want to select 23. So here I need to pass the 23 as the value. So in our case, based on the calculations, so it may return the 19 as the value. It is going to select the 19 as the value. So here simply I will say custom date, and then I will say here toString. That's it, guys. Now after that, so I need to pad the single quotation. That means I need to write this particular data in the single quotation. So that's the reason. So here I'm writing single quotation. So this is the closing single quotation. In the similar way, I need to write the another opening single quotation. So that's the reason here I'll add single quotation. And after that, simply we have to close the this particular bracket. So I will say here bracket. So that's it, guys. We are done with creating the element also. Now what we will do is by using simply this particular locator, that is element, then we will click on the element. So firstly we have to use the frame because we have the date picker inside the frame. And here I'll say locator, and inside the locator I'm passing the element what we formatted just now by using the custom date. And then so simply I'm calling a method called click here. So that's it, guys. So we are done with the implementation. So now it should select 19 as the value because current date is 22. 22 minus 3 is 19, right? So let's run the program and we will see the output. So let me comment out selecting the today's date, which is not required. So let me summarize what we have done once again. So firstly, we are navigating to this URL. Then we are identifying the frame. By using the frame, we are clicking on the date selecting field. And after that, we are identifying the today's date. So based on the today's date, we are performing the some calculations here. And based on the custom date, then we are forming the locator. By using that locator, simply we are performing the click operation here. So that's it, guys. So let's run the test and we'll see the output. So if you see here, guys, so there is some problem. We are not able to pass the proper data inside the data-date attribute, right? So let's see what is the problem here. So here we missed to pass the await keywords for the line number 22 and line number 26. So let's pass the await keyword here so that it will get the promised value from the data-date. And also I will pass the await keyword here for the line number 26. So that's it, guys. Now let's rerun the playwright test now. So it should select the 19 as the date. So 12/19/2023 it should select. If you see the date here, so it is selecting the proper date. Say for example, I want to select the today's date plus 3. That means it will, let's say today date is 22, and if I add 3, it will be 25. So it should select 12, 25 and 2023. So let's run the test now and let's verify the output. So if you see here, so right now it is selecting the still 19. Let me check what is the problem. So here we have not added the plus. Sorry, I missed it. So this time it should select the 12/25/2023. So if you see here, so it has selected 12/25/2023. So this is how you can select the custom dates in the Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see assertions in Playwright. There are two types of assertions. One is hard assertion and second one is soft assertion. So let's understand what is hard assertion. Say for example, we have a one test case that contains 5 steps. Say for example, I have written an assertion after the second step. In that case, if assertion got failed in the second step, that test will be terminated then and there itself. But in case of soft assertion, the execution will be happen till the fifth step basically. So soft assertions are nothing but, so these are the type of assertions. So whenever assertion got failed, so it will not stop the test execution. It will complete the test execution if you are using the soft assertion. If you are using the hard assertion, your test will be terminated when assertion got failed. So let's see the important assertions you will be using across the project. The very first one is URL. So we will see how to verify the URL, and second one is title, how you can verify the title of the web page, and the third one is text. For example, you want to validate a text displayed on the web page, so that can be validated by using the method called to have text. And next one is editable. So let's say for example we have a button, so we want to check whether that button is editable or not. Let's say we have the text box, so we'll check whether text box is editable or not by using the to be editable method. And next one we have visible. So we will be using the to be visible. We will be checking the element is visible or not so that we can perform the next action. So it can be click or it can be entering some data into the element. And next one we have is enabled. So we will check whether element is enabled or not, so that if it is enabled, we can perform the action on that web page element. And the seventh one we have is disabled. So many times we will be checking whether the element is disabled or enabled. So such kind of scenarios. So there might be a scenario after entering the data and we will be saving the record. And after that, we will be seeing that whether that data is editable or not, whether it is disabled or not. So that can be checked by using the to be disabled. And next one we have the empty, to be empty method. So for example, we have the text box. So we'll check whether that particular text box is empty or not by using the to be empty method. And the last one we have is to have count. So basically, let's say for example, we have identified a element and we have let's say 5 elements. So we have written XPath or CSS selector. So that matches with the 5 elements. So whenever I open the web page, all the 5 elements should be present in the web page, right? So that count can be asserted by using the to have count. So let's see all these examples in the real-time web application. Now I will navigate to the VS Code and let's create a quickly one spec file. So here I'll say the file name as assertions.spec.js. And I will go to the one of the test and I will simply copy the test and I will come back to the assertions spec file. So I will keep the only playwright test skeleton. So let's update the test name as assertions in playwright. So that's it guys. Now let's see the scenario. So firstly we will validate the URL, title and text. So here I have opened the google.com and here I will search with playwright by testers talk. So here I will take the some part of the URL and I will open the another tab. So this is the URL what we are using it. So after hitting the URL, we are getting this Google search results, right? So let's use this URL and we will validate this URL is correctly appearing or not. So firstly, I will add the URL. Let's navigate to the URL first. To assert anything, we have to use so let's say here I'll assert URL. So we have to use the one keyword called expect to verify anything. To get the URL, simply I am using the current page object followed by simply I'm calling one method called to have URL. And inside this function, simply we have to pass the expected value. So I will pass the correct value this time. So this is what we are expecting in this URL, and I will put some weight. Here I'll say await followed by page, wait for timeout, and here I'll pass some seconds. That's it, guys. So if I run this test, it should launch the browser and it should enter the URL and it should validate the URL also. And if you see here, our test is getting passed. Let's say, for example, I will remove some part of the URL in the expected result. And this time it will get failed because the actual URL and the expected URLs are not matching in this case. And if you see here, so this is the expected string and this is the actual string. So those both the strings are not matching. So that's the reason our test is getting failed. So this is the expected failure. Now let's see how to assert the title. So if you see the title of this particular web page, so it is displaying Playwright by tester stock hyphen Google search. So let's assert this particular web page title. So here I'll say assert title. So it is very simple, guys. Same syntax we have to use it. And here simply we have to call to the method called to have title. So this function will get the current page title. And here we have to add the expected value. So expected value is Playwright by tester stock. After that, there is a hyphen and followed by Google search. So let's add that text here. So Google search. So that's it, guys. Now let's run the test now. And if you see here, so our test is getting passed, right? Say for example, if I remove something here, let's say I will remove by. So this time our test will get failed because the titles will be not matching. So whatever the actual and expected value will be not matching. So if you see here, expected and actual values are not matching. So this is the expected failure. Now let's see how to validate the. So here I'll say assert text. Say for example, in this web page, we will inspect this particular search text box and we will get this particular text and we will validate with our actual value. So simply I will inspect the element and we will write a simple CSS selector. By using that, we will identify the element. So here I'm writing just a single quotation and the brackets for the attribute and value. And if you see here, so it is matching with 3 elements, but we will focus on the very first element. So let's copy the CSS selector. So this time we are asserting the text from the web page. So here I'm using await followed by, so expect keyword I'm using. And inside this, I'm using the page object dot. So here I'm saying locator. And inside the locator, I'm adding the locator what we just copied it from the Google. And once we are having the locator, so here I'm saying the first. So this particular element was matching with 3 elements. So that's the reason I want to find only first element and perform the action. That's it, guys. So here we have the locator now. So I want to verify this locator text, right? So that's the reason here I'm calling to the method called to have text. And here we have to pass the expected value. So this is the expected value. So let's copy the Playwright by tester stock. That's it, guys. Now let's run the test and it should compare the web element text and the expected text. And if you see here guys, so our test is perfectly working fine. So if I pass some incorrect data in the expected, that time it will not match the expected and actual value, then obviously our test will get failed. And if you see here, actual and expected values are not matching. So this is the expected failure. So that's it guys. So we have seen how to verify the URL, title and text. Now we will see how to use the to be editable, to be visible and to be enabled. So already we have identified the text box. We will see whether that particular text box is editable, visible or enabled or not. So here I'll say assert editable, enabled and another one is visible. So let's do all the three things in a single time. So what I will do is simply I will take this particular element. So this particular element is nothing but the search text box, what we have identified just now. So that's it guys. So here simply I'm calling to the one method called to be editable. If it is editable, then our test will be passed. If it is not editable, our test will get failed. So in our case, it is editable. So our test will get passed. In the similar way, we can use the to be visible. So basically we can check whether element is visible or not. By using that, we can perform the next set of actions. So here I'll say to be visible. And in the similar way, I will call to the another method called to be enabled. So in our case, so all the assertions will get passed because our text box is editable, it is visible, and it is enabled also, right? Now let's run the test now, and our test will pass. And if you see here guys, so our test is perfectly working fine. So there are no failures also. Now let's see how to use to be disabled, to be empty, and to have count. So basically disabled, we are verifying whether element is disabled or not. And we are using to be empty to check the element is empty or not. And final one, we are checking the count. So let's see all three examples. So here I'll say assert disabled and followed by that empty. We are checking the element is empty or not. Then we are checking the final one is count. So we have already the locator, that's the text box we have identified. We'll check this text box is disabled or not. So in our case it is enabled. Our test will get fail. So that is fine. So here I'll say to be disabled. So our test will find, our test will get fail because we are checking this element is disabled or not. But in our case, it is got enabled. The expected behavior is our test will get fail. So our element is active now. And if you see here, received is enabled and expected is disabled. So this is the expected failure, guys. This is how you can use the to be disabled. You can apply this to be disabled where you can see the element got disabled. Now let's use how to check the empty. So for example, here I'm calling one method called to be empty. So I'm using the same element. I'm checking whether this element is empty or not. In our case, this element is not empty. It has already some text in it. the behavior of this particular assertion is it will get fail. That is fine. We can run it. So you can check any text box where it is empty. So in that case, this assertion will get pass. And if you see here guys, so expected value is empty. We are expecting empty as a text box, but we are receiving not empty. So here you can write after the bracket, simply we can pass the dot not. So here I'm checking not empty, that particular text box, right? So if I run this test, and this will work fine. So previously we were checking only the text box is empty or not, but this time we are checking text box should not be empty. It should have some value. So this time our test will get passed. And if you see here, our test is getting passed, right? So this is how you can use the to be empty method as well. Now let's see how to use the to have count. If you see here guys, so we have the one method called to have count. So by using this one, we can get the current page elements. For example, if we have located one element, and if it is matching with multiple elements, basically that will return you the count of that element, and then we can compare it by using the to have count. So if you see the XPath, sorry, if you see the CSS selector, whatever we have written, right? So this CSS selector is matching with the three elements, right? And if you see the third element, guys, so this is the third element. If you see here, 3 of 3. And if I go a little bit up here, right? So this particular element is there inside the iframe. So that's the reason the count is here only 2. And here I'm again using the same locator. And this time I'm not using the first. And after that, here I'm calling to the method called to have count. And inside that, I'm passing the expected value as 2. That's it, guys. So our test will get passed because this particular locator is matching with only 2 elements. As I said, the third element is there inside the another iframe. So we will be not able to identify the third element. So that's the reason count of this locator is 2. Let's run the test now. And it should find the locator count, and it should match with the expected count value. And if you see here, so we have the some error. So directly we have to pass the number, not a string. So that's the reason let's remove the quotations. That is fine. Now I will rerun the test once again. So if you see here guys, our test is perfectly working fine, right? Say for example, if I pass 3 number here, so our test will get fail because the element is matching with only 2 elements. And if you see here guys, the expected value is 3, but we received only 2 from the web page. So this is the expected failure, guys. So this is how you can use the all different types of assertions in the Playwright. Now let's see how to use soft assertions in Playwright. So far you have seen all the assertion examples with respect to the hard assertion, right? So let's see a couple of examples for the soft assertion as well. So as I said, so when we apply the soft assertion, so our test execution will continue. It will not terminate there exactly, right? So our test is working fine right now. So I'm just running the test. So there are no failures in the Playwright test. So all the assertions are working perfectly fine, right? So intentionally I will fail this assertion. I will run the test. So where we are asserting the URL, I'm failing it. And our test will fail in the verification of the URL. And if you see here guys, so it is getting failed. It is not able to match the expected URL and the actual URL. So this is the expected failure. So what you can do is simply to apply the soft assertion, you need to say after the expect. So simply you need to call to the one method called here called soft. That's it. So here I have called to the soft method after the expect. And if I run this test right, so it will make only this particular step as a failure and it will run the rest of the steps in the test. So that's the beauty of the soft assertion. But still our test will be getting failed in that particular step. And if you see here guys, our test got failed in while validating the URL. So let's look at the report now. So I will go to the report and let me open the index.html report. And if you see this test, right guys, only our test is getting filled in this particular step. But if you see the rest of the steps, so rest of the steps are perfectly working fine, right? Now let's apply another soft assertion. So here I will make, so while validating the text, I will pass the incorrect expected value. So our test will get fail here also, right? So that's the reason here I will apply the soft assertion in Playwright. So that's it guys. So I will run the test and this time our test will get fail in two steps. So previously our test was getting failed in the only one step and the rest of the steps were getting executed successfully. So that's it guys. So here you can see that expected and actual results. And I will go back to the Playwright test report and I will refresh it. So let's go to the steps. And if you see here also, it is listing down the first assertion failure, first step failure, and this is the second step failure. And if you see the steps also of the test, the first failure is there here while validating the URL, and the second failure is there in the while validating the text. So this is how you can apply the soft assertion in the Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see what is watch mode and how to use watch mode in Playwright. So let's understand what is watch mode first. So watch mode is nothing but, so whenever I am making some changes in the Playwright test, right? So after making the changes, automatically that test execution will be triggered after making the changes. And once you save the file, automatic test execution will be triggered if you switch on the watch mode to the any spec file or any test. So let's see how to use the watch mode now. So I will go to the VS Code and here I will navigate to the terminal. So let's open the Playwright test runner first. So here I'll write npx followed by playwright test and followed by --ui. This command will open the Playwright test runner. If you see guys, so it has opened the Playwright test runner. So it lists down all the spec file and all your automation tests. So here I'm selecting one of the spec file called assertions.spec.js. So if I select this particular test, right? So if I come right side, so there are three icons. And if you see here guys, so there is a one icon called watch. So before we switch on this watch mode, so let's run the test and we'll see whether this test is working fine or not. Then later we will switch on the watch mode and we'll make the changes to this particular test and we will see whether it is Playwright is automatically triggering the test or not. So if you see here guys, so our test is perfectly working fine. And also here you can see the check mark and here you can see that. So our test is passing 1 of 1. So here I will simply click on the eye icon, that is the watch mode. So if I click on that one, so it is turned on now. So if you see the other Playwright test, so these are the automation tests. So it is not enabled with the watch mode. So only this particular test is switched on with the watch mode. So I will go to this particular spec file and I will make the changes. Automatically this test will be triggered for the execution. So I will go to the VS Code and this is the spec file what we are referring it. So here I'm writing very simple statement here. So console.log. So simply I will write some statement inside the log method. So I will say assertions in Playwright test is running. That's it guys. So I have saved it, and if I come back here, so if you see here guys, so it has started the execution because I did not actually click on the run for this particular test, so automatically test execution is started. So this is the beauty of the watch mode guys. So I will go back to the VS Code once again. So I will make small change here, and if you see here guys, I have not saved this particular file, right? If you see here, so this file is not saved yet, and I will go to the Playwright test runner. So this execution is not started now. So let me save it and we'll come back and we'll see the execution once again. I have saved the file, and if you see here guys, so it is already queued for the execution, and also execution is started. And if you see here on the right side window guys, so our test is getting executed, and also here you can see, so our test is getting passed. So this is how you can use the watch mode in Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to enable traces. So whenever the test got failed, so we will add the more information about the test execution lifecycle. So these traces will be added into the Playwright test report where we will be seeing all these information. So we can see all, what are the actions done, metadata, console data, logs, network details, and also we can see the screenshots with respect to the time frame also. So now I will go to the VS Code, and here I will quickly create a one spec file. So here I will give the spec file name as failed test.spec.js. That's it. I will go to the one of the test and simply I will copy the test, and I will go inside the just now created test and I will paste it. So intentionally I will fail this test, and we will check the Playwright test report whether test failure traces are added or not. So we have to modify one flag in the configuration file, then we will get the traces added into the Playwright test report. Now we have not enabled it, so you will not find the any trace information. And if you see here guys, so our test is getting failed, so it is not able to match the actual string and the received string. So this is the expected failure. And if I go to the Playwright report, I will open the index.html report. And if you see here guys, so our test got failed. And if I scroll down, only we have the screenshot. That's it, right? So we will see how to add the trace information as well, where you can see lots of details about the test execution lifecycle. So I will go back to the VS Code. So you need to add the one flag called, so under the define configuration, so you need to go inside the use object. So there is the one flag called trace colon, and here we can pass multiple values. So if you have enabled retry mechanism, you can keep this particular value, otherwise, so for demo purpose I'm editing it. So simply you can select the retain on failure. So if you are not enabled retry mechanism, simply you can keep the retain on failure. So that's it guys. So this particular flag you need to update it in your Playwright configuration file, and then you can close it. So here I'm using the terminal to run the test now. So I will clear all this data. That's it, guys. Now I will run this particular spec file, failed test.spec.js file from the terminal. So here I will use npx followed by playwright test hyphen hyphen headed, and then I will specify our spec file name, failed test.spec.js. So that's it, guys. Now I'm executing the spec file, and when test got failed right, it should attach the trace information to the playwright test report. So previously playwright was not doing it. We have enabled that particular flag. So now it will attach us the trace information. And also automatically it is going to open the report, guys. And if you see here, guys, so our test got failed. So this is the expected failure, right? If I scroll down a little bit down, so here you can see where exactly this test got failed. And also you can see the screenshot. And if you scroll down here, so there is another section called traces, right? So let's click on the traces. And if you see here, guys, in the top, you can see the time frames. Based on the time frames, you will be seeing the screenshot, right? So you can verify all the screenshot. And also here you can see the test and the respective test steps. So what are the actions it has performed here, right? So if you select any test, and on the right side, you can see the screenshot also. So here I'm selecting the test step. And if you see here, guys, there is another section, action and before and after. So before means here I have selected the very first step. So before means, so before entering this URL, so you can see the what is the screenshot of the browser. So browser was very blank. That's the reason you will be seeing the blank screenshot. And once it is navigated to this particular step, or once it is executed the first step, you can see what is a screenshot, like what was the web page displayed, right? So you can select the step and you can see the before and after what happened here. You can see the respective screenshots also. And also you can see the metadata. So when test execution started and browser details and how many actions are done or how many events are done, all those metadata you can check inside the metadata section. And coming to the below section, so here you can see the call details. Say for example, if I selected one of the step from the test, so it will display what is the call made. You can see all the call details. Coming to the logs, so it will display all the logs, what are the logs it has created during the test execution. So coming to the error information, so it will display all the error details. What is the reason our test got failed? And coming to the console, so this console is very much similar to the what you see in the browser, guys. So it has all the details, console details. And coming to the network, so here you can see what are the calls it has made. And these two tabs, you'll be seeing it in the web browser as well, console and network tab. So all those details you can find it here. Coming to the source, so it has the source code, like we have written the test right by using the JavaScript. So that source code you can find it here. And also you can see the where exactly our test got failed also. And also it is displaying the all the error information here, right? By using that we can easily track it. And coming to the last section, that's the attachment. So here you will be finding the screenshot where exactly our test got failed. So this is how we can verify the traces when playwright test got failed. And also you can verify all these details in the playwright test runner as well. In the previous tutorial, I have showed how to use the playwright test runner. So all these sections are available in the playwright test runner as well when you are running it manually, any playwright test. Hi friends, this is Bakapa. In this chapter 3 of Playwright full course, we are going to see what are annotations and what are the different types of annotations we are using in the Playwright. So we will see how to skip a test and how to run only selected tests by using the Playwright annotations. And then next we are seeing how to group the automation tests and how to execute it based on the groups. And next we are going to see how to tag a test and how to execute the only tagged test throughout the project. And next we are going to see how to repeat a test multiple times, so based on the need or demand. And next we are going to see how to automatically retry the failed test cases. And next we are going to see how to perform parallel testing using Playwright. And next we are going to see how to parameterize tests in Playwright. So where basically how you can pass the different sets of test data to the Playwright tests. And finally, we are going to see how to perform the visual comparison testing using Playwright, where we are comparing the two images, that means screenshots of the actual web page and the expected web page. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to skip a test and how to run only selected tests in Playwright. So there might be a situation where you want to run only few test cases from the spec file. So that can be achieved by using the only keyword. So let's see how to skip a test. So here I will go to the VS Code. So let me create a quickly one spec file here, annotations.spec.js. So that's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file. Simply I will copy the test and I'll paste it here. That's it, guys. So this particular spec file has the only one test. So I will copy this particular test and I will add total 3 Playwright test. So that's it, guys. Then I will rename the test with, so this is the third test. I'm adding the name as assertions in Playwright 3. So this is the third test and this is the second test and this is the first test, right? So currently we have 3 automation tests in this annotations.spec file. So let's run all these 3 automation tests. So we will verify whether all the 3 automation tests are working fine or not. So I will run the test. So here I'm running the spec file. So currently it is running the very first test. So once the execution is completed, we will see how to skip a test from the test execution using Playwright. So now the third test is running. So that's it, guys. If you see here, so all the 3 automation tests are perfectly working fine and those are getting passed. So I will go to the Explorer now. Say for example, I don't want to run the assertions in Playwright 2. So simply you can use the after the test, simply write dot and simply here add the skip. So before I run this particular test, guys, so let's look at the report as well. In that report, you will be able to see the all the 3 automation tests are got passed. So if you see here, guys, so total automation tests is 3 and those all are getting passed, right? So this time I have added the skip after the test because I don't want to run this particular Playwright test. So right now only assertions in Playwright test 1 and assertions in Playwright test 3 will be getting executed. So I will run once again the spec file and also we can see the same report in the HTML as well. So right now the first test is getting executed. And now the third test is running because second test is getting skipped and you can see the output as well. So that's it, guys. And if you see the output also, one test is skipped, 2 tests are passed. So let's go to the report. And let's refresh the report also. See, if you see here guys, total test is 3, 2 are getting passed, and here you can see that one test got failed, and here you can see the name of the test which got skipped. So this is how you can use the skipped statement with the test in Playwright. Now let's see how you can run the only selected automation test, right? So there might be a scenario you don't want to run whole spec file, right? So in this case, I want to run only assertions in Playwright 1 test. So that's the reason. So after the test, simply you need to add the dot. So simply call to the one function called only. That's it, guys. In this spec file, only this particular test will be getting executed. So let's run the spec file once again. So here I'm running the annotations.spec file. So this time only one test will be running because we have used only keyword to run only selected automation test. So if you see here guys, so only one test is there and that is got passed. So let's look at the HTML report. And if you see here guys, total test is 1 and that is getting passed, right? So this is how you can use the skip and only keywords in the Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to group test cases and how to run the group of test cases. So basically we will see how to create a single group in Playwright and how to create multiple groups and how to execute the group of test cases we will see using the Playwright. So here I will navigate to the VS Code now, and here I will create a simple spec file now. So here I'll say group.spec.js. So that's it guys. And here I will go to the one of the spec file and simply I will copy the one automation test and I'll paste it inside the group spec file. So that's it guys. So let's modify the test name as test1. So right now we have the only one test. So I will take the copy of this test and I will create another test. So basically I'm creating the duplicate of first test. So here I will give the name as test2. So that's it guys. So this is a very common spec file you have seen already, how to create a spec file and how to create the Playwright test. Now let's see how to create a groups. So we have to use the describe function to create the groups. So here I'm using the test object followed by here I'm calling the describe function. So inside the describe function, we have to provide the group name. So here I'm giving the first group name as smoke testing. And followed by that, I will simply give the function. That's the arrow function. Simply I will close and open. Sorry, here I'm just opening and closing the flower brackets. That's it, guys. So we have created a one group now. So similarly, we can create the another group. So here I'm creating another group called sanity testing. That's it, guys. Now I will come back and I will take these test1 and test2 and I will put into the smoke testing bucket. So that's it, guys. So let me format this particular test. And what I will do is, so we have added two automation tests into the smoke testing bucket. Now let's create one test under the sanity testing group as well. So I will take the copy of this test and I'll paste it inside the sanity testing group. So here I will rename the test name as test3. So that's it, guys. So we have created the one group called smoke testing and the second group as sanity testing. So smoke testing is having two test cases and sanity testing is having only one test. So now I will go to the testing. So here I will just go to the spec file what we have just created. So here I'm opening the spec file, that's a group.spec.js file. And if you see here guys, we have the two groups. One is smoke testing and another one is sanity testing. So if you see here guys, test 1 and test 2 is belonging to the smoke testing and test 3 is belonging to the sanity testing. So in the real time project, you can put the multiple tests into the group, and based on the need or based on the demand, you can go and execute the group of test cases. So simply I will trigger the smoke testing test cases. So it will execute test 1 and test 2. The first test is getting executed. Now already it is launched the second test case execution. And if you see here guys, so it has executed the smoke testing group and that contains two tests. Those are getting passed. And in the similar way, we can trigger the sanity testing also. So it opens the URL and it will validates the some of the things in this web page, and it will wait for some time. Then it will closes the browser, right? So if you see here guys, one test was there inside the sanity testing group and that test is getting passed. So this is how you can create the groups and execute it from the Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to tag a test and how to execute the tagged tests in Playwright. So here I will go to the VS Code and quickly I will create a spec file here. So here I'll say spec file name as tag test.spec.js. So that's it. So here I will go to the one of the spec file and simply I will copy the one test and I will come back to the tag test.spec file. And here, so we have only one test. So let me summarize what we are doing in this test. So we are navigating to youtube.com and we are entering the search keywords and we are clicking on the search icon. And then once we got the results, we are clicking on the playlist and then we are validating the title of the web page. That's it guys. Now let's see how you can tag a test. So let me modify the test name as, so I will give the test name as test1 and similarly I will create the copy of this test. So I want to create a total 3 automation test here. So this is the second test, test 2, and I am creating another test, that is test 3. That's it guys. So tagging is very simple guys. So whenever you are creating a test, so whenever we are writing the description of the test, then and there you can specify the tag name for this particular test. So by using the @ symbol. So here I'm giving the tag name as tag1. And here you can give the tag name as smoke testing, sanity testing, or regression testing also you can give it. For the test 1, I'm giving the tag 1. And I will come to the test 2 here. And here I'm giving the tag name as tag 2. And for the test 3, I will give the tag name as @tag 1. That's it guys. So we have given two tags here. One is @tag 1. Another one is @tag 2. That's it guys. For @tag 1, we have two tests. @tag 2, we have only one test. Now let's see how to execute the tagged test by using the terminal. So I will open the terminal here. So it is very easy guys. So simply you can write the npx followed by playwright and followed by test. And then here you need to write the hyphen grep. Followed by that, we need to specify the tag name. So in our case, I want to execute the tag 1 automation tests. So that's the reason here I have entered a tag 1. For tag 1, we have total 2 automation tests. and at the rate tag 2 contains only one automation test. And if you see here guys, so second test is getting executed. Just for the demo purpose, I have given the at the rate tag 1 and at the rate tag 2. So in the real-time projects, you can give the at the rate smoke testing, at the rate sanity testing, at the rate regression testing. And if you see here guys, output, so we had two automation tests belong to the at the rate test 1, sorry, tag 1. So those are getting executed here, right? So let's open the report and we will execute the tag 2 test as well. If you see here guys, so test 1 is belong to the at the rate tag 1 and test 3 is belong to the at the rate tag 1, right? So total test count is 2 and those are getting passed here, right? So this time I want to execute the test which belong to the at the rate tag 2. Only test 2 will be getting executed this time. So here I will modify the tag name as at the, sorry guys. So I need to mention at the rate tag 2. And if you see here guys, and only one test got triggered for the execution and that is already running right now. So it validates the title of the web page and it will closes the browser. That's it guys. And if you see the output here, so only one test it was having that was belong to the at the rate tag 2 and those that particular test got executed. So let's open the report and refresh it. And if you see here, so this time we have executed tests which are belong to the at the rate tag 2. So right now only one test is belong to the at the rate tag 2. So this is how you can create the tags for the playwright tests and this is how you can execute the tests which belong to the specific tags. In this playwright tutorial we are going to see how to run a test multiple times in playwright to check the stability of an application, to check the stability of an automation test as well. So here I'm navigating to the VS Code. So here I'm inside the terminal right now. So let's execute the assertions.spec.js file. So which contains only one test. So we will try to run the same test multiple times. So here I'm using the command called npx followed by playwright and followed by that test. And here we have to specify the spec file name assertions.spec.js. That's it guys. So this is a very basic command which we are using it for the executing the specific spec file. Now here you need to enter the hyphen hyphen repeat and hyphen each equal to, here we have to specify the count. Say for example I want to run this particular test 2 times, so here we have to pass the 2 as the value. If you want to run 10 times, you can pass the 10 as the value. So first time the test is getting executed. And the same test will run once again. So it looks like it has already executed. So let me rerun it. So it is basically launching the two browsers at the same time. So that's the reason you are seeing only one test in the UI. And if you see here, so second test also got completed. And here you can see that 2 are passed. Now this time I will pass the 3 as the count. So same test will run 3 times. So if you see here guys, so it has launched the two browsers right now. That means same test is executed 2 times in two different browsers. And now the third one will launch. If you see here guys, the third test got launched. So once the execution is finished, we will open the report and we will see it. And if you see here guys, the same test got executed 3 times. So that's the reason here you can see 3 passed. So let's open the report and we should be able to see the same test executed 3 times. If you see here, so this is the test name, and here you can see that 3 entries, right? And also here you can see that total test count is 3 and passed test count is also 3. So this is how we can execute the same test multiple times in Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to retry a test in Playwright. So when automation test case got failed, so we will set the configuration. Based on the configuration, it will number of times it is going to retry the same test for the execution. So let's see how to do this in the Playwright. So here I will navigate to the VS Code, and already we have the one test created which is getting failed in the previous Playwright tutorial, that is failed test.spec file. So let's run this test and we'll make sure that this automation test is getting failed. And then we will make the configuration changes and we will observe. So based on the configuration, whether it is retrying for the execution or not. And if you see here guys, so our test should get failed. So it will throw the results. Let's wait for a few seconds. And if you see here guys, actual string and expected strings are not matching. So that's the reason our test got failed. So our test is getting failed. So let's look at the report as well. And if you see the report, so our test is getting failed, right? And here you can see the all the error information and also steps and the screenshot, and also you can see the trace information. Now, how you can set the configuration to retry the failed automation test. So you need to go to the playwright.config.js file, and here you can see the defined configuration inside this one. So we have the one flag called retries. So right now the value is passed on to the pipeline. If you see here, already 2 is there. So whenever we are executing the Playwright automation test from the pipeline, so it is going to retry the 2 times when test is getting failed. But to run, that means to rerun the failed test automatically, you need to pass the value over here. So right now I'm passing it as 1. If my test got failed, so it will retry for only 1 time. So this particular configuration you need to set so that it is going to retry the failed test automatically. So I'm just saving it and closing it. So again, I'm going to rerun the test from the terminal. So here I will write npx followed by playwright and followed by test. And after that, simply I need to pass the spec file name. So we want to execute the failed test.spec.js. So that's the reason here I'll write failed test.spec.js. So it is going to run the only one test because that spec file has only one test. And if the test got failed, it is going to retry for only 1 time because we have given the configuration value as 1 for the auto retry. So first time it is got executed and our test got failed. It is going to retry the first time. So we have added only 1. So that means it is going to retry the failed test only once. And if you see the output also here, that is the very first retry. So it is going to open the report as well. And if you see here, our test is getting failed. So this is the original run execution log details. error information, screenshot, steps, and traces. And there is another tab for this particular test. So here you can see the retry one. So these are the details for the test execution, where it is for, where it is got failed, what is the screenshot, and what is the traces. So we have executed only one time after the test got failed, right? So if I add to here, so it is going to retry two times if my test got failed. So here I'll just press Ctrl C. So that's it. I will close this particular report and I will rerun the test once again. So this time, two times retry will happen because the configuration value what we have added is 2. So this is the original test execution. So this time our test got failed and first retry will happen here. So retry number 1. So already execution is happening here. That is the first retry. And the second retry also will be triggered. So based on the configuration value, if you see here guys, so retry number 2. And here we can see the results also. That means the execution is happening. And that's it guys. And if you see here, so our test is got failed and it has opened the report. So this is the original execution results. And this is the first retry. And this is the second retry. So this is how you can set the configuration value for the retry in Playwright. And this is how you can execute the failed test cases automatically in Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to perform parallel test execution in Playwright. That means how to achieve the parallelism in the Playwright. So I will navigate to the VS Code now. And here, so we are going to execute the one spec file called group.spec.js file. So which has the two groups. One is smoke testing, which contains the two automation tests, that is test 1 and test 2. And we have another group called sanity testing, which contains the three automation tests, test 3, test 4, and test 5. So total we have 5 automation tests in this group.spec.js file. So that's a bit about the spec file, which we are going to execute it in a couple of minutes. So for the parallel test execution, so we need to make sure that one flag is set to true inside the playwright.configuration file. That is under the define configuration. So there is a one flag called fully parallel : and here we need to set the value as true always to run the playwright test in parallel mode. That's it guys. Now let's try to run the group.spec.js file from the command prompt. You can run it from the command prompt or you can run it from the terminal as well. So simply I'm writing the npx, and also we are passing the number of tests can be triggered for the execution. So that parameter value also we are passing it from the terminal only. So here I'm just passing the npx command followed by playwright, and after that I'm adding the test, and here we have to specify the spec file name. So here I'll say group.spec.js, and after that, so this is where we have to pass the proper value so that playwright can trigger the appropriate test executions. That means the number of tests you want to trigger for the execution at the same time. So that parameter value you need to pass it here. So simply you can write hyphen workers and space. Let's say we have the total 5 automation tests. So that's the reason here I'll write 3. That means at the same time it is going to execute the 3 automation test if I pass it as the 3 value. So let's pass the 3 and we will see whether it is launching the three browsers and it is going to execute the three automation tests at the same time. So it has triggered the all the, let me just minimize this window. And if you see here guys, it has triggered the three tests for the execution, and also it has triggered the next two automation tests for the execution. And then finally it is going to complete the test execution. So right now this is the last test execution is happening. So total we have the 5 automation tests. And if I go to the VS Code, and here you can see that 5 tests are passed. And we can check the results inside the Playwright test report. And there also we should be able to see all the 5 tests are passed. So if you see here, so this is the total count and this is the passed count. So this is the expected results. And also here you can see that test 1 and test 2 are belong to the smoke testing group, and test 3, test 4, test 5 is belong to the sanity testing group. So let's trigger the let's trigger the 4 test cases execution at the same time this time. So here I'm passing the workers as 4. That means at the same time it is going to execute the 4 test cases. So it has opened all the browsers. Let me minimize all the browsers so that I can show you the execution. If you look at the taskbar guys, it has opened the 4 browsers. That means 4 test case execution is happening right now. So let's wait for some time so that it will complete all the execution. Right now only one test execution is happening. That's it guys. So let's go to the VS Code, and if you see here guys, so it has took 41 seconds and all the 5 test cases are passed. So let's go to the report also. So let's refresh the report, and here you can see that all the tests are getting passed here. So this is how you can perform the parallel testing in the Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to parameterize tests in Playwright. So here I will navigate to the VS Code, and here I'm creating quickly one spec file called parameterize test.spec.js. So that's it guys. So here I will go to the one of the spec file. So simply I will copy the test and I will add it inside the parameterize test.spec file. So I will delete the stuff which are not required, and I will keep only the skeleton of the Playwright test. So here I will update the test name as parameterize tests in Playwright. So that's it guys. Now let's discuss the manual scenario first. Firstly, we will navigate to the youtube.com. So you need to copy this URL and you need to add it inside the goto method. So already we have added this URL. Then we have to search with keywords. That's it guys. So this is a scenario what we are going to automate it. So here simply we will add the Playwright by tester stock. Then we will press the enter from the keyboard. So let's inspect this search text box first. So I will go to the inspect. And if you see here this particular input tag details, so I'm using the placeholder equal to search as the value. So here simply I will copy this search value, and here I'm using the await followed by page dot get by placeholder, and inside this one simply I will add the value as search. So firstly I will click on this search text box, then we will enter the search keywords later. So here I will call to the method called click, and then I will use the same locator, and then I will call to the method called fill. By using the fill I will enter the search keywords. So here I'll say Playwright by tester stock. So that's it guys. So once we enter the search keywords, we need to press the enter from the keyboard, or you can try to click on the search icon as well. So in my case, I'm pressing the enter from the keyboard. So I'm using the same locator. Then I'm calling to the method called press, and inside the press I'm just entering the enter as the value. That's it, guys. Then I will wait for some time. So here I will use the await followed by page. Then I will call to the function called wait for timeout. So here I will specify some milliseconds. So that's it, guys. So let's verify this test is working perfectly fine or not. Then we will discuss how to perform the parameterization in the Playwright. So I will run the test now. So it has navigated to the youtube.com. Then it has entered the search keywords, and also it is able to press the enter from the keyboard. And also you can see the results. Our test is getting passed. And here you can see in the test results tab also, our test is working perfectly fine, right? Now let's see how to parameterize tests. So here I'm creating one simple constant array variable. So here I'll say constant. Here I'll say the variable name is variable name as test parameters equal to square brackets, I'll say here. And inside the square brackets, I will add the array elements. So here I'll say first one and the second one and the third parameter. The first parameter is playwright by tester stock, and then second time I will say Cypress by tester stock, and third time I will say JavaScript by tester stock. So these are the parameters I'm using. That means these are the parameters I'm creating it so that I can parameterize this particular test. So that let's say for the first time this particular test is running. So it will search with it will search with playwright by tester stock first time. And when second time it is running same test, so it will search with the Cypress by tester stock, and so on. So we have the test data. That means we have the test parameters to be passed on to the test is ready now. So here we have to use a simple for loop, that is a for off loop. And here simply I will take the array variable, that is the test parameters. So simply I'll paste it here. That's it, guys. And then here I will give the variable name as search keyword. So that's it, guys. So simply I will take this whole test and I will keep inside the for loop. So let me format it. So once we have the test parameters are ready, and after writing the for loop, so we have to read this particular test data. That is a one by one this for loop will gets all these parameter values from the array. And once this particular variable is having the respective value, we have to read we have to read this variable name inside our line number 15, where we are exactly searching with the keywords, right? So that's the reason what I will do is, so simply here I'm writing dollar and then followed by open flower bracket and close flower bracket. So simply I'll take this variable and I'll paste inside the flower brackets. That's it, guys. And also you need to make sure that you are writing this description inside the single quotation. So that's it, guys. Once you have written this one, so let me check what is the issue. It is showing some error over here. Yeah, it is clear now. So once you are having the search keyword value inside the test description, simply you can use this particular variable name where you want to use that particular test parameter value, guys. That's it. Let me summarize what we have done so far. So we have created a simple test where we are navigating to the youtube.com. and searching with the keywords. And after that, we have created the one array that contains the 3 search keywords. And this test data I'm passing on to the our test by using the for loop. That's it, guys. It's very simple. So same test will be getting executed 3 times by passing the different sets of test data. Now let's run the test. Our test is ready now. Very first time it should pass the playwright by tester stock. In the search text box, it has to enter the keyword. So it is entering the playwright by tester stock. Then second time it will search with Cypress by tester stock, and it is perfectly working fine. And this is the third time it should search with JavaScript by tester stock. So that's it, guys. So it is working as expected. So let's open the report and we will check the report. And if you see here, guys, so till this it is the test case name, and at the end you can see the what is the data passed on to this particular test, right? And here you can see that total count is 3, and those 3 automation tests are getting passed. And here you can see that different search keywords are passed on to the same test. So this is how we can achieve the parameterization in the Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to perform visual comparison testing, or how to perform visual testing in Playwright. So what does this mean, visual comparison or visual testing? So basically, let's say for example, we have opened a web page and we will capture the screenshot of that particular web page, and that will be saved as a reference screenshot for the future execution. And whenever we second time we are trying to run the test, and that will capture the actual page screenshot and it will compare with the expected reference screenshot. So basically it is a comparison of the 2 screenshots. If there is a difference, we will get to know like what is the difference between the actual and the expected screenshots. So let's go to the VS Code and let's see how to perform the visual comparison testing in the Playwright. So here I'll quickly create a one spec file. So here I will give the spec file name as visual testing dot spec dot js. That's it. So here I will go to the one of the test. Simply I will take the copy of this test and I'll come back to the visual testing dot spec file. So here I will keep only the skeleton of the Playwright test. So that's it. Now I will update the test name as visual comparison testing in Playwright. So that's it, guys. Now what I will do is, so simply I will navigate to the web page here. Now let's discuss what is the scenario we are going to automate it. So we will open the github.com/login page. So we will open this particular page and we will capture the snapshot of this particular page and we will keep it. And whenever we execute it second time or third time and so on, so it basically compares the actual screenshot with the expected snapshot screenshot. So simply I will copy this particular URL, and after that we will take the snapshot of this current page, and here I'm adding the URL inside the goto method. So firstly we have navigated to the this URL. Now so here I will give the await dot page dot, so here I'll say wait for timeout. So here I'll give the some 3000 milliseconds. That's it, guys. Now to take the screenshot or to take the snapshot very first time when you are writing the automation test. So simply you need to use the await keyword, followed by you need to use the expect function here. Inside this, you need to pass the page object, and followed by you need to call to the one function called to have screenshot. And inside this, we have to give the snapshot screenshot reference name. So here I'm giving snapshot screenshot name as GitHub page dot png. That's it, guys. So simply I will save the test and I will run it. And if you see here under the tests folder, right now there is no reference created. And if I run this test, it will create the one snapshot folder. Inside that, we will be finding the one PNG format screenshot of the current web page. Now I will run the Playwright test. And if you see here, guys, so our test will get failed very first time. And it says that a snapshot does not exist at this location. So this is the expected failure, guys. When you are writing the or when you are implementing the script very first time, you will get this exception. So you can ignore it. So simply you can delete this one. And now if you observe on the left side, so there is a folder created called visual testing.spec.js-snapshots. Inside this folder, so there is a screenshot created with .png format. If you see here, so this particular name what we have given, and followed by that the browser name, and followed by that based on your number of operating systems, it has given the Win32. So if you look at the folder name also, this is the spec file name followed by the snapshots, right? So now the snapshot is present here. And if I rerun the same test, this time it will perfectly work fine. So our test will get passed. There will be no issues. And if you see here, our test is working fine and our test is getting passed, right? So now what I will do is, so I will go to this login page and simply I will click on this username and I will enter something in this username field. Then there will be some difference in the actual web page, actual screenshot and the expected screenshot. Then our test case will get fail. So here I will use the ID of the web element. So simply I will press Ctrl F and here I'll press the hash and followed by the ID value. So I have written a simple CSS selector. Now we are able to identify the username text box. And here I will use the await keyword followed by page object dot. So here I'll say dot locator, and inside the locator I will add the CSS selector value. Firstly, I will click on the username text box, and after that I will enter some data inside the text box. So here I'll say fill method, and here I'll just write the some text inside the text box as tester stock. That's it, guys. So whatever the image we have captured inside the snapshot, right? So this image does not have the entered data screenshot here, right? So this time our test will get failed. So that is the expected failure. So basically we are performing the two images comparison using the Playwright tool. So that's it, guys. Now I will run the test now. Sorry guys, so what we have done is just we have written the locator and we have performed the action, but we haven't compared it after that, right? So if you see here, guys, so after writing some data into the text field, and we have to again verify this particular image, right? So simply I will take the same line of code, that's the line number 9, and I'll paste it after entering something inside the text box, right? So in the line number 9 we are comparing the two images, and in the line number 14 we are comparing the two images. So this is the before actions, two images comparison, and in the similar way here I'll say so this is the after action, two images comparison, right? So that's it, guys. Now I will execute the test once again. So this time, so it will get fail. Our test will get fail in the line number 14. So when we are trying to compare the two images in the second time. So if you see here, guys, the error is very much clear. So screenshot comparison got failed, right? Now let's open the report. So here I will go to the index.html report and I will open the .html file. And if you see here, guys, so these are some details about the screenshot, sorry, failure. And here you can see that where exactly it has got failed. And if you see here, guys, so there is another section got added, image mismatch. If I scroll down a little bit, so we have the screenshot section and also we have the traces section. But if you see here, so we have the additional section got added when you are comparing the two images by using Playwright. So that section name is image mismatch colon, you can find the screenshot name. And this is the difference, guys. So this is the actual image and this is the expected image. And if you see the difference image, so only the text what we have entered in the web page is only the difference, right? So this is how you can compare the two images in the Playwright automation tool. Hi friends, this is Bakappa. In this chapter 4 of Playwright full course, we are going to see what is environment file and how to create environment file, and also we will see how to access the environment file configurations in the Playwright test. And next we are going to see what is data-driven testing and how to do a data-driven testing using JSON file, and also we will see how to perform the data-driven testing using CSV file in Playwright. And next we are going to see how to run the Playwright test on the multiple environments such as QA environment, stage environment, prod environment, like this. And next we are going to see what is page object model and why page object model is required. And also we are going to see how to implement the page object model in Playwright. And next we are going to see how to do video recording of the automation test execution in Playwright. And finally we are going to see how to make the full screen browser using Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to create environment file and how to add the configurations into the environment file. And also we are going to see how to use the configuration data in the Playwright test. So before we get started with the spec file creation, so you need to install one package called .env. So simply you can open the command prompt and you can enter the npm space install space .env and space -- save. So once you execute this particular command, this will install you the .env package into your Playwright automation framework. So once the installation is done, so you can see here one package is looking for funding. So it is already added the one package. Maybe if somebody is interested, they can give the funding to work on this particular package. So if you see here, guys, already one package is added. And once the installation is completed like this, you can go to the VS Code and open the package.json file. And if you see here in the line number 14 dependencies part, so there is a one package got added, right? So whatever the installation we have done, so that package is added over here. So once the installation is completed, you will be seeing this particular package name and respective version over here in this dependencies. That's it, guys. So this is how you can install the .env into the Playwright automation framework. Now let's quickly create a one spec file. So here I'm creating a one spec file called read env file dot spec dot js. So that's it. So here I will go to the one of the test and simply I will take the copy of this test and I'll paste it here. And here I will delete the all the stuffs which are not required for us. And then I will update the test name as read env file in Playwright. So that's it, guys. Now let's look at the manual scenario and we will automate that particular scenario. Then we will create the .env file and we will add all the configuration in that env file. Then we will see how to read the env file in Playwright. So let's discuss the manual scenario first. So firstly, I will open the google.com. Once we enter this URL, we will inspect the search text box here and we will enter something here and then we will press the enter from the keyboard. That's it, guys. So simply I will take the URL and I will go to the VS Code. So here I'm using the await followed by page.goto and simply I'm adding the URL here. So once we open the browser, so it will navigate to the this particular URL. Now we have to inspect the search keyword. So here I'll say search with keywords. So let's inspect the search text box here. So there are multiple attributes and values over here. So I'm using the ID value. I'll take the ID and here I'll press hash and the value. So I have written a simple CSS selector. By using the ID, I'm identifying the element. So we have identified the search text box. And here I'm using the await keyword followed by page object dot. So here I'll say locator. And inside the locator, I will add the CSS selector value. Then firstly, I will click on that particular text box. Then I will use the same locator and then I will enter the data into the text box by using the fill function. So here I'll say playwright by testers talk. That's it. So once we enter the search keywords, so we will press the, let's enter the playwright by testers talk. So once we got the results here, right? So to get the results here, we have to click on this search icon or we have to press the enter from the keyboard. So we will press the enter from the keyboard. So I will use the same locator and after that, so simply I'm calling the one function called press and inside this I'm passing the value as enter. That's it, guys. So let's wait for some time once we perform all the actions. So here I'm saying wait for timeout. So you can give any number of milliseconds here. That's it, guys. So let's verify this test is working fine or not. Then we will quickly create the .env file inside the Playwright automation framework. And then we will see how to read the env file. And if you see here, guys, so we are able to search with Playwright by tester stock in the Google search page, right? And our test is working fine, right? That's it, guys. Now what I will do is inside this our project, I'm going to create a one file called .env. That's it, guys. So I have opened the file. So here I'm adding the configurations. You can add any configuration. Say for example, I'm adding the first configuration as environment. So here you can add the respective value. And let's add the URL here. And we can add the respective value. We can add other fields also, username. So I will enter something, some data over here. And I will enter the key as password. So we can pass the some password value here. And so let's pass the URL here. So in our case, if you see our spec file, so we have the URL, right? So we will read this particular URL from the environment file. So simply I will cut this particular URL and I'll paste it inside the .env file. That's it, guys. So right now, as of now, we are reading only this URL, and also we'll try to read the username and password, but we are not using these values anywhere in the web application. But I will show you how to read the other fields data as well, just by using the key. That's it, guys. So I will go back to the spec file, and here we have to enter the URL, right? So you can simply use the process dot env dot. So simply you need to enter the key name here so that it pulls the respective data from the .env file. So in our case, I want to read this URL. So that's the reason simply I will pass the URL as the key here. That's it, guys. So we are done with reading the data from the .env file from the Playwright. So once you save both the files, now let's try to run the test, and later we will read the username value and password value from the .env file. See, guys, we are getting some error. So it is saying that page expected string but got undefined. So we are getting this particular error. So we are missing one thing. So what you need to do is, so simply you need to go to the playwright.config file, right? So here, so you need to enable one line of code here in this configuration file. So that is the line number 8. So make sure that if this line is not there, simply you can add the required. Inside the required, specify the .env and then .configurations. So by default, this line will be commented in your configuration file. And if it is not there, make sure that you are adding this line. And once you have added this particular line, so this time we should be able to read the configuration data in the Playwright test. And if you see here, guys, so test launched the browser and it has entered the URL as a google.com. So previously it was not able to get the URL because we have not enabled to read the data from the .env configuration file. And if you see here, guys, our test is perfectly working fine, right? So there are no issues at all. Now let's try to read the, so here I'll say username and password. So let's read this username and password from the configuration file. So here I'm writing simply console.log. So here I'll say username is, then simply I will use the process dot, and here I will specify the username, user underscore name. So this is the key what we have used in the configuration file. So let's read the password as well in the similar way. So while you are working in the real-time projects, so you can always specify all these configurations in the .env file. So simply I'll pass the here password as the key. So that's it, guys. Now let's run this test. So we should be able to pull the URL, username and password from the configuration file using Playwright. So our test is working perfectly fine. So let's look at the output as well. And if you see here, guys, so we are able to read the username and as well as password. So this is how you can create the configurations in the Playwright automation framework. And this is how you can read it in the Playwright automation test. In the previous Playwright tutorial, you have seen how to read the .env file. That means the configurations from the .env file and how to pass on to the Playwright test. You have seen it. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to discuss about how to perform data-driven testing using JSON file in Playwright. So here I will navigate to the VS Code and I will create the one spec file as data driven testing JSON dot spec dot JS. So that's it. So here I will go to the read env file spec file and simply I will copy the test here and I'll paste it here. So that's it guys. And here I will rename the test name as data driven testing using JSON file in Playwright. So that's it guys. So let me explain what we are doing in this Playwright test. So in the line number 7, so we are navigating to the URL. So we are reading the URL from the configuration file. So we are reading it from the .env file. So we are reading the google.com. So after entering the google.com, then we are identifying the search text box. Then we are entering the text as Playwright by tester stock. Then we are we are pressing the enter from the keyboard. That's it guys. So we are not doing much here. So use case is very simple. So we are going to the google.com and we are searching with some keywords. Now, if you see here in the line number 11, so we are passing some test data, right? So we will see how to pass this particular test data from the JSON file. So before we go ahead and create the test data file, so let's run this test and we'll make sure that this test is perfectly working fine. So that's it guys. So if you see here output, our test is getting passed. So this is the expected behavior. And so let's start creating the test data now. So already I have created a folder. So let me delete this particular folder. So let's start creating it from the beginning. Just now I have tried it. So I will create the one folder called test-data. And inside this folder, I'm creating the another folder called QA. And based on the environment, we can create the multiple folders here. And inside the QA, I'm creating a one JSON file called google.json. So here I'm giving the file name as Google because we are keeping the Google search keywords inside the JSON file. So that's it guys. I have opened the JSON file now. So simply I will create the one JSON object here. So here I'll say the object name as module1 test data. That's it guys. So simply I will open and close the flower brackets. So here we have to add the keys and respective values guys. That's it. So here I'm adding the 3 keys and 3 values. That's it guys. So here I'm giving the key name as skill1 and here I'm adding the value as I will go to the data driven testing JSON spec file. So I'm passing the very first search keyword as Playwright by tester stock. So this is the very first search keyword. So this is the very first key and value, and second key is skill2. So here I'm adding the value as Cypress by tester stock, and I'm adding the skill3 as JavaScript by tester stock. So that's it guys. So I don't want to create more data. So I think 3 sets of test data is enough for me. So we will see how to pass all these test data to the Playwright test. So we have the test data file is ready now. So let's go to the spec file. And here what I will do is, so I need to use this particular test data. So that's the reason we have to import this particular file in the data driven testing JSON spec file. So that's the reason here I will say import, and followed by that I'm storing into the one object. So that's the reason simply I will give the object name as same name whatever we have in the JSON test data file. That's it. And now what I will do is simply I will write the keyword as from, and here we have to pass the location of the test data file where actually we have created the google.json file. So we have to specify the path of the test data file. So here I'm writing two dots. That means it will focus on the our current project directory. And here I will write the slash, and inside this current folder, so we have to navigate to the test data, then QA folder. So here I'm selecting the test data slash QA and slash. So if you have created multiple test data files, so you need to select the respective test data file. That's it, guys. Now we have imported our test data file in the current spec file now. So simply you need to take this object module1 test data. Say for example, I want to pass the test data from JSON file to this particular line. In this line, I want to pass the test data from the JSON file. So simply I will remove this and I will add the module1 test data dot. So if you see here, guys, it's already suggesting all the keys which are there inside the test data file, right? So let's pass the skill one now. That's it, guys. Now if I run the test, so firstly we should be able to search with Playwright by tester stock. And if you see here, guys, so it has picked the data from the JSON file. That is the skill one value. And if you see the test, so our test is getting passed. Now this time, let's pass the skill 3. So now we should be able to search with JavaScript by tester stock. So here I'll simply pass the skill 3. And if I run the test, so we should be able to search in the Google search page as JavaScript by tester stock. And if you see here, guys, so we are able to pass the respective test data from the JSON file. So this is how you can read the test data from the JSON file, and this is how you can pass on to the Playwright test. So far you have seen how to read the test data from JSON file and how to pass on to the Playwright test. Now let's see how to perform the actual data-driven testing, in the sense how to pass the multiple sets of test data to this particular test, right? So here what I am doing is simply I'm writing the one for of loop. So here I'll say for of. By using the for of loop, I will get all the sets of test data from this particular JSON file, and we'll pass one at a time. So I will go to the spec file here. So what I'm doing is, so simply here I'm just using the object dot entries. So inside the entries, so I will pass our JSON object. So that's it, guys. So whenever we received a data from the JSON file, so that will be in the format of key and value. So that's the reason. So here I will save that into the key and value format. So that's it. So once we are having the test data in the form of key and value, so simply I will take this particular test and I'll keep it inside the for loop. So that's it, guys. So we are done with creating the for loop. So we are able to get the test data, that means the JSON object values in the form of keys and values. So here I'm interested in only the value. So let's say, for example, first time our test is running. So we are going to pass the Playwright by tester stock. So whenever the second time our test is running, so we'll pass the Cypress by tester stock, and so on, if you are having a multiple sets of test data like this. So that's it, guys. It's very simple now. So simply I will add the single quotes here, and within the single quotes I'm adding the dollar symbol and followed by open and close flower brackets. So I'm interested in only the values. So I want to read only these values one by one, and I want to pass on to my Playwright test. So that's the reason. So here I will take the only value from the JSON object, and I will use this particular value inside our test, where we are actually passing the test data in the line number 14. That's it, guys. So we are done with the implementation of how to pass the multiple sets of test data to any single automation test. So if I run the test, so this test will get executed 3 times because we have the 3 sets of test data. So if I run the test, so it will start passing the very first test data called Playwright by tester stock. So it has passed the Playwright by tester stock. And then second time it is passing the Cypress by tester stock. And third time, so it is going to pass the JavaScript by tester stock. So this is how you can implement the data-driven testing using JSON file in Playwright. And if you see here, guys, so 3 test cases are got passed, right? So this is how you can implement the data-driven testing using JSON file in Playwright. In the previous Playwright tutorial, we have discussed how to perform data-driven testing using JSON file. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to discuss about how to perform data-driven testing using CSV file in Playwright. So let's navigate to the VS Code. So here I'm creating one quickly spec file. So before we create a spec file, so you need to install one plugin called CSV parse. So simply you can go to the terminal or command prompt and you need to install the one plugin called npm install CSV parse. And once this installation is completed, so you can cross verify whether CSV-parse plugin is installed in your automation framework or not. So simply you can go to the package.json file and insert the dependencies section. So you should be able to find the plugin which you have installed with respect to the, even you need to see the which version of the CSV parse plugin you are using it. So make sure that this plugin is present over here. That's it, guys. So this is about installation of CSV-parse. So let's create the spec file now. So here I'm giving the spec file name as data-driven testing csv.spec.js. So that's it, guys. So I will go to the data-driven testing json.spec file. So simply I will copy this particular test and I'll paste it here. And here I will modify the test name as data-driven testing using CSV file in Playwright. So that's it, guys. So let me explain what we are doing in this Playwright test. So in the line number 10, we are navigating to the google.com, and then in the line number 13 and 14, we are clicking on the Google search text box, and after that we are entering the value in the line number 14. Then we are pressing the enter from the keyboard, and after that we are waiting for some time, and then so we are closing the test execution. That's it, guys. And this particular test is surrounded with the for loop. So that means, so in the previous tutorial we have seen how to perform the data-driven testing using JSON file. So we are getting the JSON file and we are simply passing on to our Playwright test. So that's it, guys. Now to perform the data-driven testing using CSV file, so firstly we have to create the test data file. So that means we have to create the CSV test data file. Then we will come back to this spec file and we will delete all the stuffs which are related to the JSON file. So here I will go to the QA folder, and here we are going to create the test data file first. So here I'm saying new and followed by text document. So I will open this document and I will maximize this. So all the values you need to write it within the double quotes. So here I'm adding 3 columns and followed by 2 sets of test data. The very first column name is test case ID. That's it. And the second column name I'm adding it as skill 1, and I'm adding the third column name as skill 2. Now we have added the columns, that means the headers. Now we have to add the data. So every value is separated by the comma. So in CSV file, that's what we do it. Now, so right now I'm adding the respective data. So that's it, guys. So I'm adding the 3 column data here. First I will add the test case ID, and then I will add the skill 1, Then I will add the skill2. So here I'm adding test case ID as tc_01. So this is the second test case, tc_02. And here I'm adding the now skill1. So skill1 I'm adding it as playwright by tester stock. In the similar way, I will add the skill2 for the test case 1. So here I'll say Cypress by tester stock. And then I will come to the test case 2, that is tc_02. And here I will add the skill1 as postman by tester stock. And I will add the skill2 as rest assured by tester stock. So that's it, guys. So if you want, you can add multiple sets of test data with respect to the test cases. As of now, I have created only 2 test cases. With respect to that, I'm adding the skill1 data and the skill2 data. And here I will go to the file, and here I'll choose the option as save as. So here I'll select the all files, and here I will provide the file name. So here I'll say test data.csv. That's it, guys, and I'll save it. So we are done with creating the CSV file. If you see here, guys, so our test file name is testdata.csv. So we are done with creating the test data now. I will go back to the VS Code now. So here we have to import 3 things. One is, so here I'm saying import fs from. So you need to import the file system from the fs. That's it. And the second thing, you need to import the path from the path. And the third import statement you need to write, that is the parse. And you need to get it from the, here you can say from, and followed by that you can say csv hyphen parse and slash, you need to write the sync. That's it, guys. So you need to use these 3 import statements. So once you are done with adding all these import statements, now let's write a statement which will fetch the test data from the CSV file. So here I'm writing the one constant variable as records, and equal to, here I'm saying parse for this function. So we are passing total 2 parameters. One is the directory name, file location, that is the one part, and the second part is, so which column you need to take it and how you can skip the empty lines as well. So those parameters we are passing on to the parse function. So here firstly I'm saying fs dot, so I'm using the file system dot read file sync, and for this function again we have to pass the 2 parameters. One is the directory and another one is the exact file location of the CSV file. So here I'm saying path dot join. So inside this one we have to actually pass the directory followed by the file location where exactly we have the CSV test data file. So here I'm directly saying dot 2 dots followed by test data, and followed by that we are having the QA folder. Let's add the QA folder slash, and we have the file name as testdata.csv. So let's add the file name as testdata.csv. So that's it, guys. Now we are done with adding one parameter now. So again, now, so here we have to pass the another object. Within this object, so I'm passing 2 values. So I'm saying to this playwright, so consider the columns. So here I'm adding the columns as true. I'm setting the flag as true. So read the columns. And then also I'm saying skip the empty lines. So I don't want to read the empty lines. So here I'm passing the value as true. So that's it, guys. Now simply I will put the semicolon at the end of the statement. And let me summarize what we have done so far. So firstly, we have installed the plugin called csv-parse, and then we have created the data-driven testing csv.spec file, and we have copied one test. So that test case is what it does is, so simply it navigates to the google.com and it searches with the keyword basically, right? And after that, we have created the test data file, and after that, so we have imported all these three statements, and after that, we have written the one simple statements. By using that, we are going to read our test data file. And once we are able to read the test data file, so rest of the things are very easy, guys. So simply we have to write the one for off loop, and inside that we have to use our records variable. So simply I will delete this stuff and I'll add it as the records, and here I'll say the variable name as record. So now I will delete the things which are related to the JSON file. So that's it, guys. Now, so this record, right? So this record variable is holding the each time whenever our for loop executes, right? So it picks the one row of test data. That means one test data it will picks and it will pass on to our test. So right now we are having only two sets of test data. So our test will get executed two times. So that's the reason. So simply I'll take this record and I'll pass on to our test method description. And here I will say record dot test case name, test case ID. So this particular column name we have provided it in the test data file, if you remember it. So this is the very first column name what we have in the CSV file. So that's it, guys. Now, so I will take the record, and here I want to search with the skill one. So here I'll say skill one. That's it, guys. So we are done with implementing the for loop statement as well. Simply we are reading these records which contains all the test data from the CSV file, and we are passing on to the test title. And once we have that data in the test title, simply we are using that data in our test steps. So let me go to the test data file, guys, once again. So let me edit with the Notepad++. So here I have passed the skill one, right? So firstly, it will search us with in the Google search text box, it will enter the Playwright by tester stock. That is the very first test. And second time, it will start searching the Playwright by tester stock. So if I pass skill 2, first time it will start searching with Cypress by tester stock, and the second time it will start searching with rest assured by tester stock. So that's it, guys. Now I will come back to the VS Code. Now our test is ready, guys. Now let's run the test. So first it should start searching with the Playwright by tester stock. So if you see here, guys, so we are able to search the proper data, and second time we should be able to search with Postman by tester stock. And that's it, guys. If you see here, guys, our two tests are working perfectly fine. So if I pass skill 2 here, so basically whenever it enters in this test, right, so it fetches the one row of test data every time. So you can use any data in that particular row, and you can use it in your automation test. So this time I'm passing the skill 2. So let's execute the test. Firstly, it will start searching with Cypress by tester stock, and then it will search us with the rest assured by tester stock. So this is the very first time our test is getting executed, and this is the second time test execution is triggered. And if you see here, guys, our test is perfectly working fine, and also you can see the results over here. Our two tests are perfectly working fine. So this is how we can perform the data-driven testing using CSV file in Playwright. In the previous Playwright tutorial, we have discussed how to perform data-driven testing using CSV file in Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to run a test on multiple environments by using the different sets of test data from the different environments such as QA environment, stage environment, prod environment. So let's see one by one. So what are the steps you need to follow to achieve the test execution on different environments? So firstly, here I will create the one spec file inside the tests folder. So here I'm giving the spec file name as read data based on environment dot spec dot js. So that's it, guys. So here I will go to the one of the file called data driven testing json.spec file. So simply I will copy the test and I'll paste it here. So that's it, guys. So here I don't want it. I don't want the for loop. So I will delete the for loop and let me update the test name as. So here I'll put the single quotation and here I'm updating the test name as read test data based on different environment in Playwright. So that's it, guys. So let me try to run this particular test. So let me format the test properly. So that's it, guys. So we have the test ready. So let's run the test and we will verify whether this test is working fine or not. So before we run this test, let me summarize what exactly this test is doing. So firstly, we are navigating to the google.com and in the Google search page, we are searching with the some keywords. So let me pass the exact keyword. So previously we were reading the test data from the JSON file. So here I'll write Playwright by tester stock. That's it, guys. So if I run this test, so our test should work fine. Then we will quickly create the different environment test data file and we'll start reading that data in the Playwright test. So that's it, guys. So we are able to search the keywords properly in the Google. And if you look at this one output, so our test is getting passed. That's it, guys. Now, so if you look at the test hyphen data folder, so inside this we have only one environment right now. So the environment name is QA right now. So let's try to create the another environment. So inside the test hyphen data. So here I'm creating the another environment called stage. So inside the stage folder, I'm creating the one JSON file as google.json. So that's it, guys. Now I will open the google.json file, which is there inside the QA folder. So simply I will copy this particular test data and I'll paste it inside the stage google.json file. So that's it, guys. So right now we have the test data and with respect to the based on the environment, so let's create the another JSON object inside the test data file. So I'm adding another object here, guys. So simply I will take the copy of this. So just I will give the different object name. So right now we are updating the JSON file, which is there inside the QA folder. So here I'll say QA test data. And that's it, guys. So I don't want to update the search keywords here. And in the similar way, I'm opening the stage JSON file and I'm adding the another data file here. And here I will update the object JSON object name as stage test data. But in case of stage test data, we are going to update the search keywords. So firstly, I will write API testing by tester stock, and here I'll say spec flow by tester stock, and then here I'll say easy repro by tester stock. So search keywords are different in the different environments right now. So that's all about the creation of the test data file, guys. So now, so let's read these two test data file inside the spec file now. So already we are reading the QA test data JSON file. So here we have to just specify the object name. So let's add the object name here. So I will copy this JSON object here and I'll paste it here. So that's it, guys. In the similar way, so I'm trying to read the test data file That's the JSON data file which is there inside the stage as well. And here I need to update the JSON object name. So I will open the stage JSON file and simply I will copy the JSON object name and I'll paste it here. And here we have to update the path as well. So I'm now updating the path as stage. So that's it, guys. So this is the location where we have the test data for the QA environment. So this is where we have the test data for the stage environment, right? So once we are done with reading the test data from the different location, so here I'm using the one concept called test.describe. So this particular describe function is used to create the group of test cases. To align on the test data, say for example, we have the one test data, so it can be the QA test data or stage test data. So that variable we should be able to use across the all the tests which are written inside this particular spec file. So that's the reason I'm using this test.describe grouping approach to align on the test data. So here we can provide the any module name or anything. So here I'll say module 1 test, then I will put comma, then I'll write the arrow function, then I will close and open the flower brackets. And inside this, so I'm going to write the one hook called before before all. So that's where we are deciding from which environment data we need to read it. So here I'm using test dot before all. So here we can provide the name as running before all test, and that's it. Then we can put the arrow function. Then we can open and close the flower brackets inside the before all function. So here I'm writing very simple if condition, guys. So if, so basically I'm reading the configuration data from the Env file. If you look at this particular configuration data, so here we are adding whether we want to run our Playwright test on the QA environment or the stage environment. So I want to read this particular configuration. So that's the reason here I'm using process.env.env. And if it is equal to the QA, then I'm creating a one global variable called let. So here I'm saying the variable name as test data equal to null. So initially the test data variable will be assigned with a null value. And after that, so we will use this particular test data variable. So if it is the environment value is QA, then simply assign the QA test data object to the test data. That's it, guys. And here I'll write the another else statement. And here I will assign the stage test data to the test data variable. So based on the environment, you can write the multiple if and else statement, guys. So based on the configuration, based on the environment configuration, so we are going to read the respective test data from the different JSON files. That's it, guys. We are done with writing the main configuration code. Now, so we have the test, right? So let me copy this test. So I'll cut it and I'll paste it inside the test.describe all. So let me format it properly. And that's it, guys. So if you look at here, so what we have done, so firstly we are reading the test data from the different environments. And here based on the configurations from the .env file, so we are deciding which test data file we need to read it. So right now, so we are done with writing the all the test data to the respective variables here. Now we have to use this particular test data variable. By using this one, we can access the respective values. So in the line number 26, we want to read the test data from the different JSON files based on the environment. So simply I will use the test data dot. So here we have to specify the key name. Say for example, I want to read the skill1 data. So I want to read the playwright from the QA environment if configuration is QA, right? So that's the reason I need to specify the this particular key over here after the test data. That's it, guys. So let's say now our configuration is QA. So it is going to read the QA JSON file. So it is going to pass the playwright by testers talk. So this is what it is going to search in the Google search page. So that's it, guys. So I have saved the test. Now let's try to run it. So if you see here, guys, so google.com has opened, and now we are searching with playwright by testers talk, right? And if you see here, so our test is perfectly working fine. Let's say if I put 2 here, now this time it is going to search with Cypress by testers talk. So let me run the test once again. So still we haven't updated the configuration. Right now our tests are running using the QA environment test data. So this time what I will do is I will update the configuration as stage. So here I will go to the .env file. So here I will pass the value as stage. So that's it. So let me go to the stage test data file. So if you see here, guys, the skill 2 is spec flow, right? In this case. So now we should be able to search with spec flow by tester stock in the UI test. So that's it, guys. We have done the configuration change. Now our configurations are pointing to the stage environment. So let's run the test. We should be able to search with spec flow by tester stock. And if you see here, guys, so we are able to search the data with the proper keywords. So if I pass the one here, skill 1, and we should be able to search with the API testing by tester stock. So this is the stage test data. So let me run the test once again. So if you see here, guys, so we are able to search with API testing by tester stock, and our test is perfectly working fine. So this is how you can configure the data for the multiple environments such as QA environment, stage environment, dev environment, or it can be the prod environment also. And this is how you can read the test data from the different environments and pass on to the playwright test. In the previous playwright tutorial, we have discussed how to read the test data from the different environments and how to pass on to the playwright test. So in this tutorial, we are going to discuss about how to implement page object model in Playwright. So let's understand why page object model is required and what is page object model and what are the advantages of using the page object model and what are the disadvantages of using the page object model. And also we will see Playwright sample page object page, and also we are going to see the sample page object test as well. And after that we will start implementing the page object model in the Playwright framework. So let's see why page object model is required. So if you look at this particular diagram, guys, and in the line number 19 we have added one locator. So here I have highlighted all the locator wherever we have used a locator. So right now we have hard coded all the locator values, right? So this might be used in 100 tests, right? Say for example, suddenly developer changes to the DOM details. So I need to run through all the 100 automation tests and I need to update all these locators, right? So that will be a very tedious task for me. So that's the reason. So it is very important for us to implement the page object model in Playwright automation framework. So let's understand what is page object model first. So page object model is a design pattern to create the object repository for the web page elements. And every web page will be containing the corresponding page class. Say for example, if I take an example of Google page. So firstly, we have the home page. So we will be creating a one class called home page. And if I search something in the Google search page, so we will get the result page. So we will be creating a separate class called result page. So like that, for every web page, there will be a corresponding page class created. So if you're implementing the page object model in your automation framework. So page class contains all the page elements of that page, and also it contains the page methods which performs the operations on those particular elements. So for example, so I have opened google.com. I want to search with the keywords. So those kind of methods or the actions can be implemented in the same page. Let's say we have created a home page. So within that, we should be able to identify the web page elements, and also we should be able to implement the methods which performs the search of the keywords. So at high level, this is what all about the page object model. So let's see what are the advantages of using the page object model. So code will be cleaner, and also it is easier to understand because we'll be having separate pages, and also we'll be having the separate automation test. So in our automation test, we will be calling to the our page object model all the methods wherever it is required. And object repository is independent of test scripts. So obviously, because object repository is nothing but the page object, page what we have created, for example, home page, result page. So like this. So these are independent of the automation test, right? The next advantage is test script will be optimized because of the elements respective abstraction methods are in the page classes. So our test will be optimized because we have implemented the abstraction methods in the respective page object classes itself. And coming to the disadvantages, so time and effort. So you need to give a more time and effort initially when you started working on the project. And after spending some time, so less effort and time is required to implement the page object model. And it is this particular implementation is only specific to the particular project. So you cannot use this particular page object model for the another project. So that is the second disadvantage. Now let's look at the how exactly sample page object page looks like. So firstly, we have included we have included a Playwright model, and after that we have created a simple class, and that is the exportable class, guys. And within that class, we have declared one constructor. Within the constructor, so page object initialization is done, and after that we can start adding like this n number of elements within the constructor itself. And then you can start creating the all the abstractions methods. Say for example, I want to search with the search keywords in the Google. So that method will be implemented in this particular page itself. So you cannot implement in a different page. So whatever the actions you are performing in that particular page, that methods or those kind of methods can be implemented in the same page class. So this is how exactly looks like the sample page object page of the Playwright. Now let's look at the sample page object test, how exactly it looks like. So firstly, you need to include the Playwright model, and after that, so you need to import all the pages what you have created. For example, we have created home page, result page, playlist page. So like this, you need to import it, and after that, so you need to create the object of respective page object pages. Then you can start calling the methods which you have implemented inside the page object pages. For example, if I take the example of this home page, so we have implemented one method called goto. So if I go to home page, here you can see that goto method is implemented inside the home page. And if I see the another method where we have called the line number 14 search keywords. So if you see here, guys, so we have implemented that particular method within the home page itself. So this is how exactly looks like the sample page object test. Now let's start implementing the page object model in the Playwright. Firstly, let's see the manual scenario, then we'll come back to the VS Code and we'll start implementing the page object model in Playwright. So firstly, we will navigate to the google.com. So this is the home page for us. We will be creating one home page JS file. And in the home page, so we have to implement one method to search the keywords also. So here I'm searching with Playwright by tester stock, and we have to press it enter from the keyboard. And once we got the result page, so we'll be creating another class called result page. And then we will click on by using the link text, we will click on the Playwright by tester stock. So this is the second page, that's the result page, and this is the playlist page, guys. So we are going to create the total 3 pages. One is home page, result page, and then third one is playlist page. And once we are in the playlist page, so simply we will click on the very first video in this playlist. So this is a scenario, guys, what we are going to automate it by using the page object model in Playwright. So let's start creating the pages first. So here I will navigate to the VS Code, and here I am creating a one folder called pages. So inside the pages, I'm creating 3 JS files. First one is homepage.js. That's it. And I'm creating the second JS file as result page.js. And I'm creating the third JavaScript file as playlist page.js. So that's it, guys. So we are done with creating the pages now. So firstly I will go to the homepage.js, and here we have to include the very first Playwright module. So here I'll say include Playwright module. That's it. So here I will use the require, and inside the require, so simply I will add the @playwright /test. Then I'm assigning back to the constant variable object. So here I'm adding inside the flower brackets, here I'm adding it as the expect object. So that's it, guys. So we are exporting this particular Playwright test in the current JavaScript class. So by using this expect, so that we can assert the sum of the elements. That's it, guys. Now, so we have to create the class, create class. So here I'm saying class followed by class name. So here I'm saying class name as homepage, and simply I will open and close the flower brackets. So as I said, these classes are exportable, so that's the reason. So here I'll say exports dot homepage. That's it, guys. Now we are done with creating the class. So inside this class, so firstly you need to write the constructor. So here I'm saying constructor, and which is accepting the page as the parameter. So here I'll say page. That's it, guys. So inside the constructor we have to initialize the page object, then we have to store all the elements. So here I'll say elements. So that's it, guys. Now to use all the page functions or page methods, so above the constructor you need to write it as 1/ and 2*, and that's it, guys. So this is the JS doc comment, so you need to add it above the constructor to use all the functions from the page object. So here I'll say simply import. So let's remove all the stuff from here inside the brackets. So here I'm saying directly @playwright /test, and after that here I'm saying dot page. That's it, guys. Now we can use all the page object methods inside the constructor or in the abstraction functions. Now let's initialize the page object to the current page variable. So here I'll say this dot page equal to page. So that's it, guys. Now we have done the page initialization, and now we have to go to this google.com. We have to inspect the search text box, and here we have to search with some keywords, right? So let's inspect the search text box.
And if you see here guys, so it has lots of attributes and values. So here I'm using the ID of this particular text box. So simply I'll press hash and the value. If we see here guys, so we are able to locate the search text box by using the ID. So I'll take this locator and here, so I'm using this dot, and here we have to specify the variable name as search text box. That's it. Then now we can use the page object to find the element. So here I'm saying locator, and inside that I'm adding the locator value guys. That's it. It is very simple. So firstly we have created a constructor. Within this we have done the initialization of the page object. Then we have created the one simple locator, that is the text box locator. So that's it guys. We are done with creating the search text box locator now. So firstly we will implement one simple method that goes to the our google.com. So simply I will take this URL and I'll come back to the VS Code. And here I'm implementing the one async method. So here I'm saying the method name as go to. That's it guys. So here I'm using the await as usual. So this is the way of navigating to the URL. So I'm using the await followed by page, this dot page dot go to. So inside this function we can add the URL. So that's it guys. So firstly we can call to this particular method so that we can navigate to the URL. So once we navigated into this URL, so we have to perform the search functionality in this Google homepage. So let's implement a method that performs the search functionality. So here again I'm implementing the async method called search keywords. And this particular method is accepting the one parameter. So we need to pass the search keyword to this particular method. Let's say in our case we are searching with the Playwright by tester stock. So that keyword has to be passed on to this particular method whenever we are calling to the search keywords. Then, so firstly I will check whether that element is enabled or not. Then we will click on that particular element. Then we will enter the some data. So here I'm using the await followed by to check the enablement of that particular element. So we have to use the expect object inside this. So again we have to use this dot, sorry guys, so this dot, and so we want to check this text box is enabled or not, right? So let's take this element, and now here I'm saying to be enabled. If this element is enabled, simply click on that particular element, and after that once we click on that element, sorry guys, so here let's remove the or expect object. So expect, I don't want to use it because we will be using expect only to assert something. So here I want to perform the click operation on this text box, and after that I want to enter something. So simply I'll take the locator, and after that I will say fill method, and inside this we have to pass this particular parameter. So whatever we are passing it from the test, so we should be able to search with that keywords, and that's it guys. So after entering the search keywords, so we have to press the enter from the keyboard. So that's the reason I will use the locator, and followed by that I'm calling to the one method called press. So here I'm passing the value as enter. So that's it guys, we are done with implementing the home page. So let me summarize what we have done once again. So firstly we have included the Playwright module, then we have created a class. Inside the class, so we have created a constructor which contains the initialization of the page object, and also it contains the elements, and then we have implemented simple two abstraction methods. One is going to the URL, and second one is which searches with the keyword. So that's it guys. Now let's copy this same skeleton of the class, and I will go to the result page and I'll paste it here, and here I will give the class name as result page, and I'll pass the same class name here as well, and that's it guys. So now once we are in the result page, so let's say here I want to search with Playwright by tester stock, and here we have to identify this particular playlist Playwright by tester stock. So I want to identify this element by using the link text. So that's the reason I will go to the class. So let me delete all this stuff which is not required. So here I will say, firstly I will add the element name as playlist link. That's it. And here, so here I'm using the get by role as the locator value. And inside this one, so firstly here we have to say link, and followed by that, so we have to pass the object. So name equal to some value. So what is the text you want to pass it here? So here we have to pass the text as Playwright by testers talk. So that's it. So we are identifying this particular playlist by using the link text, right? So here we have added the proper link text here. That's it, guys. So we have identified the playlist link now. So I will take this playlist. Firstly, I will check whether it is enabled or not. So I will keep the as it is 20 line number, and then so after that, so here we have to say, here I'm calling one method called first. So I want to focus on the first element. In the similar way, I'll take this element, and then I want to simply click on that particular element, guys. That's it. So we are done with implementing the click on playlist. So that's it, guys. So we have renamed the function name as click on playlist, and I don't want to accept any parameter over here. So let me summarize what we have done in this result page. So simply we have copied the same home page, and here we have updated the class name, and after that here we have identified the playlist link by using the link text, and after that I have written a simple function that will clicks on the Playwright by tester stock playlist. That's it, guys. So let's copy the same skeleton, and I will go to the playlist page. So let's update the firstly class name. So here I'll say playlist page, and let me add the same over here as well. And that's it, guys. So once we click on this particular playlist, so we have to identify this particular first video. So here I'm identifying this particular element by using the CSS selector. I will inspect this element, and if you see here, guys, so which contains the thumbnail, idea is a thumbnail, and idea is a container. So if you look at the root tag, and firstly I will identify by using the ID of the ID value, that's a container, and followed by that I will pass the ID value of the ID value as thumbnail. So simply I will copy this container, then I'll press Ctrl F, then I'll press hash value, and followed by this arrow I'm giving, and after that hash. So simply I'm passing the thumbnail here. So that's it, guys. If you see here, guys, so this particular element is, so if you look at this selector, and it is highlighting the very first video in this playlist. So I will take this particular CSS selector, and I will go to the playlist page.js file, and here I will rename the element name as video link. And if you see here, guys, in this web page, so this element is matching with the 20 elements, but I will focus on the very first element by using the first method, and I will perform the click operation on this particular video. And so here I'll say locator, and here we have to specify the locator value. So simply I'll pass the locator value. So that's it, guys. Now let's implement our abstraction method as click on video, and here I will use the video link element, then I will identify the first element, and after that simply I will perform the click operation, guys. So that's it. So very simple changes, 3 changes we have done. So firstly we have updated the class name, Then we have added the video link in the playlist page, and after that we have implemented one simple method that will performs the click operation on the video, guys. That's it. It's very simple, guys. So we are done with implementing the all the pages. Now let's quickly create the one spec file. So here I'll say page object test.spec.js. So that's it, guys. So here I will go to the one of the test and simply I will copy the skeleton of the playwright test. So I'll paste it. So I will delete all the stuffs which are not required. So that's it, guys. So here I will update the test name as page object model in playwright. So that's it, guys. So let me list down all the steps what we are doing here. Firstly, we will go to the URL, and after that we will search with, so here will say search with keywords, and once we search with the keywords we have to click on the playlist, and after that so we need to click on the video as well inside the playlist. So here will say click on video. So that's it, guys. So steps are very simple. Now we need to start importing all the pages inside this spec file. So here I'll say required, and inside the required, so we have to specify the path of all the pages here, guys. So here I'll say 2 dots, and followed by that we have the pages folder, and inside the pages we have the home page, and I will assign back to the constant object. So here I'll say constant. So here I'll type the home page. So like this I will import the rest of the 2 pages, guys. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it 2 times. So let's import the result page here, and then let's add the object name as result page, and let's import the playlist page as well, and let's assign back to the playlist object. So that's it, guys. So we are done with importing all the pages what we have created so far. Now firstly we have to navigate to the URL, right? So this navigation method is implemented inside the home page. If you look at this one, so in the line number 19 we have implemented a method called goto, and inside that we are navigating to the URL. To use this particular method, so I need to create the object of this particular class. So let's create the object of this particular class. So here I'll say new followed by home page. So this home page constructor is accepting the page as the parameter. Simply pass the page as a parameter. Then we can assign back to the one constant variable. Then here we can say home page as the variable name. That's it, guys. So firstly we have to navigate to the URL. I will use the home page object. By using that I'm calling to the one method called goto. So that's it. But before that we need to add the one keyword called await. So this is a very common keyword you'll be using while writing the playwright test. So that's it, guys. Now let's try to run and see whether it is working properly or not. Then we'll start implementing the rest of the steps. So it has to navigate to the URL, and that's the simple test. So we'll make sure that this test is working perfectly fine. And if you see here, guys, it is launching the browser and we are able to navigate to the URL, and our test is getting passed, right? Now let's implement the rest of the steps now. So we need to start searching with the keywords, right? Sorry, guys. And here I will use the homepage object, and followed by I'm calling to the method called search keywords. So this method is accepting the one parameter, guys. If you see the homepage, so this method is accepting the one parameter as the search keyword, right? So let's pass the keyword as playwright by tester stop. That's it. And after that, so we need to click on the playlist. So this click operation we have implemented inside the our result page. If you see here, so click on playlist, we have implemented inside the result page. To call this particular method, so we have to create the result page object. So that's the reason. So here I'm creating the result page object. So it will say new and followed by that result page. And also we have to pass the page as the parameter and we can assign back to the variable. So it will say result page. So by using the result page, I can click on the playlist, right? So it will say click on playlist. So once we click on the playlist, now, so it goes to the playlist page, right? So in this playlist page, so we are clicking on the playlist video, right? To call to this particular method, so again I have to create the another object of the playlist page. So let's start creating the object of the playlist page, and also we need to pass the page as the parameter. Then let's assign back to the variable called playlist page. And that's it, guys. By using this object, so I will call to the method called click on video. So that's it, guys. It's very simple now, right? So after completing all this execution flow, I am writing one await followed by page. So here I want to wait for the timeout, so we can see the execution properly, guys. So that's the reason I'm writing the some wait over here. So our test is ready. So firstly we are navigating to the URL and then we are searching in the Google search page. Then we are clicking on the playlist. Then finally we are performing the click operation on the playlist video, guys. So that's it. It's very simple test what we have implemented so far. So let's run the test now. So it has navigated and it has searched with the keywords and also it has clicked on the playlist. And here we should be able to click on the video. See, guys, so our test got failed. So let me check what is the issue here. So it is saying it is disabled actually. So let me check once again. So I will put some weight over here. So that should be fine. So here I'll put some weight as 2000. So let's run the test now. So if it is not working, we will just remove the assertion for the enablement of the element. So if you see here, guys, so our test is perfectly working fine. So we can put the more weight over there and we can check it. So YouTube is a heavy loaded application, so that's the reason you need to use the sometimes manual pages in the automation test. So it is started searching with the keywords and it has clicked on the playlist and it has to click on the first video in the playlist. That's it, guys. So we are able to perform the actions properly. So that's it, guys. So this is all I am having in this session. So this is how you can implement the page object model in Playwright.
In the previous Playwright tutorial, we have discussed how to implement page object model in Playwright. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to do video recording of the automation test execution, and also we are going to see how to attach the video recording of test execution into the Playwright test report. So here I will go to the VS Code, and so I will try to run the one of the spec file. So that is actually getting failed, and we will check the report. So we are not finding the any video attached into the Playwright test report. And after enabling the video recording for the test execution, then we should be able to find the video added into the test report. So our test will get failed, guys. So this is the expected behavior. So let's ignore this and I will open the playwright test report. And that's it, guys. So if you see the report, so we are finding the error information, test steps, and screenshot. And at the end, we are finding the traces. So we need to enable one configuration. By using that, we can capture the video recording of the automation test execution, and also we can attach into the report based on the demand. So we can pass the multiple configuration value. So we can pass whether you want to capture the whether you want to record a video during the first retry failure or on just a failure. So like that configuration data, we have to pass it in the playwright configuration file, guys. So I will close the report now. We'll come back to this report after enabling the configuration in the playwright config file. So firstly, I will enable the configurations, and again we will re-execute the failed test.spec file. So here I'm opening the playwright.config.js file, and here under the define configuration, and you'll be finding the another JSON object as use. Inside this, you need to add the one configuration. So here you need to say video colon, and here you need to pass the two configurations. One is mode. So for this mode, so we can pass the different values. So here, so based on the need or the demand, you can pass the value. So in my case, I want to record the test execution retain on failure. Say for example, if you have enabled retry mechanism, you can select the third option. So in my case, just for the demo purpose, I will select the retain on failure, so that it is going to record the test execution when our test is getting failed, and also it will add into the playwright test report. And here we have to pass the another parameter. So that is the size of the video. So firstly, you need to pass the width. So normal width is it's of 640. So you can give the different value also. That will also work out. And here you need to specify the height. So what is the height of the video? So in my case, I will specify the 480. So that's it, guys. This is what the simple configuration you need to enable in the playwright configuration file. So once the configuration is done, so let's go to the our spec file now. So that is the failed test.spec.js file. So let's execute the same spec file, and we will see whether playwright is recording the video of the test execution or not, and also we will see whether it is attaching the video recording into the playwright test report or not. So that's it, guys. So our test will get failed. So this is the expected failure. So let's open the report once again. And this time we should be able to find the video recording of the automation test execution. And if you see here, guys, so here you can see that. So this is the traces, and this is the video added into the this particular test execution. Firstly, you will see the error section, and after that test steps, and after that you will be finding the screenshots and then traces. And if you see here, guys, so it has recorded the video of the test execution, and also it has added into the report also, right, guys? So if I go down, so you can see, you can play the test execution video as well, guys. Here only you can see like what is happened. So firstly, it has opened the youtube.com, and then it will start searching with the keywords, and it goes to the playwright. And that's it, guys. So this is the 30-second video. So this is how you can enable the video recording of the automation test execution. When your test cases are getting failed, so you can pass the particular configuration value as retain on failure, right? So let's say, for example, I'm not bothered about the failures. I want the test execution recording all the time. So in that case, you can simply pass the on here. Say for example, so I will go to the one of the spec file where it is getting passed, but still we will see the video is added into the Playwright test report. So here I will open one of the spec file as page object test.spec file. So I will run this spec file. So it is a very simple test. It goes to the google.com and it will search us with the keywords. Then it goes to the one of the playlist. So it is getting failed, guys. So what I will do is simply I will put a little bit of weight over there. So here I'll go to the spec file and here I'll put a little bit of weight there as a 4 seconds and I will rerun the test. So you can take any spec file which is perfectly working fine and you can simply run the test and we will see. You can observe in the Playwright test report whether Playwright is adding the video recording or not. So this time our test should work perfectly fine. And if you see here, guys, our test is getting passed, right? Now let's go to the report now. So we have already opened the report. So let me refresh this report. And if you see here, guys, we have executed the page object test.spec.js file. And here only you can see that video has added into this particular test execution. And if I come down here, so here you will be finding the video section, right? So based on your need, guys, you can enable the configurations in the playwright config.json, sorry, JS file. So this is the complete execution of the test case, right, guys? So that's it, guys. So this is how you can do the video recording of the automation test execution in the Playwright. In the previous Playwright tutorial, I have discussed about how to do video recording of the test case execution. In this Playwright tutorial, we are going to see how to maximize browser in Playwright or how to make the full screen browser in Playwright. So here I will go to the VS Code and I will open the one of the spec file. And if I run this test, guys, so our browser is not maximized. And also you can see that it is not a full screen browser, right? If you look at the browser. So we will see how to maximize the browser in Playwright, or we will see how to make the full screen browser in Playwright. So that's it, guys. So there are two ways. So you can go to the playwright.config.js file and here you can make the configuration change. So this is the one way. And the second way is you can go to the function where exactly you are launching the browser or entering the URL. And there you need to just set the view port size. So that's it, guys. So here I'm just using one statement as await. So before we navigate into the URL, I'm writing a one simple statement over here, guys. That's it. So here I'm writing await followed by that. So I'm using the page object. By using this one, here I'm saying set view port size. And inside this, we have to pass the object. So first one, we have to pass the width. And if you see here, guys, so it is accepting two parameters. One is width and the height. So we can pass the custom size of the browser, guys. So here I will go to the one of the my browser and I will open the console. And simply here you can type the outer width and that gives you the outer width of the browser. And in the similar way, you can get the outer height as well. So these two numbers we have to pass over to the set viewport of the size method. So width is 1366. So let's pass the width as 1366. So we can pass the custom size of the browser, guys. So that is the window size of the browser. So let's pass the firstly width. Here I'll say 1366 66, and in the similar way we can pass the height as well. So we can pass the height as 728. So I will pass the height as 728. So that's it, guys. So I saved this particular function. Now I will rerun the spec file. So this time, if you see here, guys, so our browser got maximized, and also you can see the full screen browser. So this is how you can enable the full screen browser using Playwright. Our test is executing in the full screen browser, and also you can see the result here. So our test is getting passed, right? And here you can see the check mark also. So this is how you can maximize the browser in Playwright.